I'm just imagining when the case was first heard against birthright citizenship. Like I think it was in like 1800s or something. This was a very racist time in America. Like there was Jews, Chinese, or any other group that wasn't white here, like specifically from like England, was discriminated against, right? And you had that, like, what is it? I think like 7 and
after Wong. If they wanted to clarify Wong and make domicility a requirement, they would have simply done that. Why? They had power in Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. Without birthright citizenship and an open jus soli, there would have been nothing to situate the Negro as American citizens. Hello?
Hello?
Strangely, the argument that the Trump administration is arcs than Joachim Arc was. That's the insane part.
You know what else is insane? The fact that Trump's test for allegiance would also have made children born to Confederate soldiers within the seceded states non-citizens as well.
Confederate soldiers!
They argued for some time today that the reason domicility is important is to ensure that one can measure
domicility.
the amount of allegiance that a child's parents have to the United States. And I don't know how one could argue that folks on the Confederate side were loyal to the United States. They were not, because they wanted to secede. So
he's stealing all my hellos.
But they wouldn't argue that all of those were.
It is a strange, and again, I'm gonna put my cards on the table. If the United States got rid of dual citizenship, many countries don't have dual citizenship. Many countries, Japan doesn't have it. China doesn't have it. That's the one thing. You know how they can get rid of it? Through Congress. You know how they can clarify Section 1? Through Congress.
Well, they clarified it already.
Well, I mean, they could change it. Yes, I said they did clarify it. Exactly. But I'm saying they can change it. It's a political argument. Just make the political argument. Go to the American people, win enough seats, get rid of the filibuster, and change it.
So Trump and his friends are trying to do the thing that they accuse the folks on the left of. They're the ones who are trying to turn the Supreme Court into a judicial activist.
Yes. This would be the height of judicial activism.
Yes.
I still, again, if you don't like the fact that there's, and Trent said about anchor babies, the Russian, they can easily change
that allows the U.S. government to turn away women at any port of entry who appear to be pregnant. They can do that if they want.
Yes.
So there is a way to solve the so-called anchor baby problem. By the way, were you listening when they asked Sauer for evidence about the anchor baby problem? Thousands. Did you hear him say that?
Unreal.
It was crazy. I don't know what they're doing. The solicitor of the United States would refer to a foreign newspaper.
It's from China.
From China, of all places.
A Republican.
Yes. I was blown away.
I mean, Andre's explanation is the best. It's a certain kind of political. I get it, but Supreme Court decisions, as we now see, they kind of come and go. If you want real political red meat, why was this not part of the SAVE Act? Huh? You could have made this part of the SAVE Act. You made so transgender in sports is a big deal that Congress needs to fix to save America, but not this. Come on, man. That's why this MAGA movement has hollowed itself out. It has hollowed itself out. It makes absolutely no sense to me. They can go to Congress and Congress can fix it. They can run on it in the midterms. Run on it for presidency. Black America. Americans, if you listen today, the government effectively made the argument that Wong Art is more of a citizen than many of us Black Americans. That's actually what they said today. That's exactly what they said today. Nobody can convince me otherwise. That's exactly what they said today. Y'all keep rolling with Donald Trump and right wing. I'm going to stay on the plantation, at least pragmatically. They made the argument that because his parents were domiciled, and he was domiciled, this is what the administration said, he was a citizen. Enslaved persons were not domiciled, and they certainly did not have allegiance to the United States, and many of them were illegally trafficked here after, say, 1808. When that law that Jefferson signed went into effect, that is the ban on the transatlantic slave trade. Let alone, even when the transatlantic slave trade was legal, people were still illegally trafficked and smuggled and conscripted. There was still illegality in how Black people got here. That's the argument the government made today. That the Trump administration said that many of our ancestors were less citizens or should not have been citizens than Wong Kim Ark on domicility and allegiance. If your parent, I'll put it this way, Frederick Douglass, did he have where was he? When they went to Canada, it's a mess. By the way, I don't want to get too dorky, so I'll stop there, but I will say this. They never brought up free Blacks. There's a whole bunch of free Blacks that have been freed before the formation of the United States. Where do they fit in? Where do their ancestors fit in? Complete mess. Yeah, they got to stop doing history. I don't know what it is with lawyers and history. You know, I went to a lecture where I'm not going to talk about it, but I once talked to Gary Carrick. I don't want to talk about it. But anyway, this was sorry for him, Hurricane. You want to tell you why I feel sorry for him? Sorry for him? He didn't believe any word he was saying.
Well, I would listen. I would love to see how many students sign up for any class he teaches. He sounded like an idiot today, and his recitation of history was just abysmal. I'm not a historian. I barely know anything about it. It was awful. But even I could tell that he was lying through his teeth. And the way Barrett and Gorsuch and Kavanaugh were coming at him and asking him these questions, they were like, listen, we all hang out together, but this is some bullshit. What's going on?
Oh, Trump tweeted, "We are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. President Donald J. Trump." Huh?
I got two questions, if I could, if there's time.
Go ahead, brother. What do you think?
So, two questions. The second one is pretty serious. The first one is, it's actually serious. Bam, do you realize that when you get, like, really angry, has anyone ever told you that you sound like Ice-T? Have you ever heard that? Okay, second question.
I like that. That's funny.
You really do sound like Ice-T, for real. Second question, it's pretty serious. If I'm Black, because this is LeBron James of Beijing doing the damn bad. If I'm Black and Chinese, what does this really mean for me?
Well, I don't know where you can't have dual citizenship with China, so I don't think
You can't.
for you. Yeah, so you're not. No. By the way, I looked it up. Unrestricted jus soli is United States, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Jamaica, Barbados, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Peru. What do all of them have in common? Anybody know? They're all New World countries. They're all New World countries. Unrestricted jus soli arises out of new imaginings of the nation state vis-a-vis the advent of the so-called New World. There are historical reasons for it. Anybody, why would you want to go to the French system? Trent says it's stupid. Why would you think the French version of citizenship makes sense? It's not stupid. That's the whole draw. I don't understand people. It's a dumb thing to go back to old world. Like Hurricane, were you listening to the way the man was trying to go through? Not only, I know y'all might have missed the British common law, but at was alluding to Roman law.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
the reason they did that is that there's this guy named Ilya Werman from the University of Minnesota Law School who has published at least one article about the origins of birthright citizenship turning on domicility, and his references are Old British common law and Roman common law. So Werman is responsible for all that bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't make any. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. The case opened when Thomas.
Roman
Go ahead.
law to make the basis of the child of an enslaved person coming through be perpetuated by the mother during the colonial period.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but I heard the second part. What was the first part, Richard? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Whether didn't they use Roman law to do that?
Part one, central. Yeah. Roman law. That's why it's so odd. I mean, I don't want to get too dorky. Roman law is effectively the foundation for slavery in the Anglo world, in the Anglo-American world. That's what the British relied on in the UK and in their colonies, including Jamaica, the United States, Barbados, etc. It's a very it was an interesting shout out. But I don't know, man. I'm offended. I'm not really offended. I'm offended. I'm not really offended that much on this stuff. I just can't believe that these people suggest that people in my ancestry were less entitled to citizenship than Juan King Ark. I'm offended.
Trent said it's stupid.
I mean, well, Trent doesn't care about the law. He's just saying stuff.
Hey, peace to the room. I'm sorry, Ben, were you speaking?
No.
So today, peace to the space. What up, y'all? What up, Patty? What up, everybody? My squad. So today was the first time I think I've ever heard Donald Trump use the word slave. Right? I've heard him use the word slave, and I was listening. I don't know what the source was. It was the TV in the background. Something to the effect, and you guys may have discussed it already.
We just listened to 3 hours of 2 and 4 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes of Supreme Court arguments.
Okay, cool. So, this was that the amendment was written for the children of slaves. That's the first time I've ever heard what this sounded like. I don't know. I gotta listen to it again, but it sounded like it was a gift that he gave us, like it was some form of it just. And I'm gonna listen to it again, but that's what it seemed he was saying. He was alluding to. And so today's the first time I've ever heard Mr. Trump use that word slave or slavery. Today's the first.
How does that impact the arguments we just spent almost 3 hours listening to?
I didn't listen to the arguments today, but I'm just making a note on the back. I'm just marking.
He's used the word slave before. Come on, y'all. What were we talking about in the argument? So what was domicility?
I go back on you.
Alexandria said birthright to citizenship. It's all over, Omar. The whole thing is done. Birthright to illegal immigrants is chaotic. It's actually not chaotic. What's chaotic is what the United States is proposing to do. How do you do the domicility test? It's actually chaotic. It's not chaotic at all, in fact.
Oh wait. The person someone is saying that the domicility test should be part of the 14th Amendment. So.
Well, there was a moment where Jackson was asking, how do you determine allegiance? Well, not allegiance. His allegiance to his answer on allegiance I thought was fine, but how do you determine his allegiance, domicility, etc.? Do you go to the hospital?
Oh yeah. So it's asking how they would work it out.
Yeah. I mean, it was you would essentially be creating stateless babies, as Patty and Andre said, based off of the test that they're arguing. I think part of the reason why people have issues is they have their political, like Trent's talking about, like policy and economics. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about legal tests. And based off of what he was arguing, the legal test makes no sense. And then what do you do? And he's like, oh, they have computers where they do this thing. Again, I'll ask again. What is the citizenship of somebody who is in the United States for 10 years and they have what is the citizen of their child? They've been in the United States for 8 years. They're in a community. They pay taxes, et cetera, and they're domiciled here. And then the mom gets pregnant. What is the citizenship of the child?
Under
Answer it.
Under whose test?
Under his test, under the domicility test, under the government's test.
Well, they'll say not an American citizen because at least one of the parents isn't lawfully present. That's what they would say.
But they didn't. But they're domiciled here. I'm saying on the domicility test.
Yeah, but he's saying that if you are unlawfully present in the United States, then you are necessarily not domiciled. That's what he would say.
Yeah, it didn't make sense based off of his reading of Kim Ark. That's the problem. The domicility test was based off of the court's opinion in Kim Ark. They were here for 20 years. They could not be naturalized because the Chinese Exclusion Law. I think there was also another Control Act in the mid-70s. They were not diplomats. They had a business. They lived in the city and county of San Francisco. So the boy was a citizen. Based off of their test, he wouldn't. Based off what you just said, he wouldn't have been. I don't know. My head is spinning.
Sauer also said that it wouldn't matter if the state's trying to figure out if the newborn child is a citizen got it wrong because the parents would be able to challenge it on the back end. That's what he said. So if a kid's declared not a citizen of the United States and the parents think that the government got it wrong, they could simply just file a lawsuit to check that conclusion, and they could fix it. That's what Sauer suggested. And of course, all the stuff that happens to the kid time, you don't care about.
If I could say something, I mean, I agree with Dan and Hurricane that the argument that Trump or the Trump administration is being for doesn't make a lot of sense. I will agree with that. We need to have amnesty in this country for people that are here undocumented, but Congress does need to pass legislation that prevents the I don't like the term anchor baby, but I don't have a better term than that. The anchor baby problem and the fact that people come here pregnant just to have a baby to gain citizenship. It's to me, I didn't realize what a problem it was until I was down there.
Tell us, how big of a problem is it? Put some numbers on it. How big of a problem is it?
There was a point in 2023 where there were more in some hospitals, not every hospital. And this is down here. This is not. I'm not talking about the entire United States, but I'm talking about the border of Texas. But in particular, there's a hospital in Mission, which is down Bryan, which is the street that the border crossing is on that you guys saw a lot. And there were more undocumented mothers having babies or in those rooms, taking up rooms, than there were citizens. They had to move citizens to different hospitals. And again, this was at the height of, when we're having the crisis under Biden in 2023. So, it's calmed down now, but it would make a lot of sense to make legislation that prevents that type of thing from happening. But we also have to just,
but how would changing? I don't know, but you could just close the border. I mean, that's not. So wait a minute. So we need to change the 14th Amendment because of an 18-month overrun of South Texas hospitals?
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
No, so the border enforcement has changed. It's not nearly the problem it was.
Trent, just one quick question, because you're doing the thing.
What thing?
Where you tell a half truth and a half lie and you try to sell it to us as a truth. These undocumented women that you claim were giving birth to babies in the hospitals, were they in the United States for the sole purpose of having their kid born in the United States, or were they in the United States for another reason?
So, some of them were in the United States for the sole purpose.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
How do you prevent this?
Now, how do you know this, Trent? How do you know it?
Because it's a common occurrence on the
I'm not an idiot. Tell me how you know that these so-called undocumented women who just hopped across the border from Mexico to hopped over the border so that they could have their babies in the United States. Tell me.
Because it's a common, very well known. You don't have to. It's okay. I'm not here to argue with you. You can ask Marshall. There are pictures of it. You know, it was a very common occurrence for women to come over pregnant across the river, especially when it's low and in the summer, because they can walk across, and to have a child because it would gain citizenship. It's not something that doesn't happen.
Sir, great. So, hold on. I accept, for the sake of argument, or conversation, that who were hopscotching across the border to have babies in Texas. Were they quantified?
Yeah,
so that the state of Texas could put a headshot on it, so that people could understand the gravity of the claimed problem.
I don't know if during that period in time, but I can go back and there are articles back from 2006.
I'm not asking for articles written by liars. I'm asking for data collected in good faith. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, there's no data on that.
Exactly, there isn't. And you know what else there's no data to support?
Yeah.
The claim that the anchor baby problem in the United States is so big that it's fucking the United States up. That's a claim that Sauer made today in front of the Supreme Court. But hold on. But when asked for evidence to support the claim, he had nothing. The only evidence that he tried to give the Supreme Court was a vague reference to Chinese media. That was insane.
Yeah, that's
media
insane.
From motherfucking China. China that you say is trying to bring down the United States.
I've never said that.
That's the evidence that Sauer gave today. And by the way, it's the same evidence that people supporting the administration's position presented to the Senate Judiciary Committee when it had its hearing on the Birthright Citizenship Executive Order several weeks ago. I don't know if you listened to that. I did. It was over 2 hours long because I'm actually interested in this. They gave the same evidence, vague references to Chinese media. That's the only evidence they had.
I'll grant you that, and you don't have to take what I'm saying as gospel. But obviously I'm around healthcare a lot, and it's been a significant problem.
How are you around healthcare a lot? You work for a car manufacturer.
There are people in my family that.
Sir, you're not around healthcare a lot. Sorry. If that were the case, then I'm a motherfucking healthcare professional given my family tree.
Okay, that's fine. It's neither here nor there. I just put an article.
And don't say you're around healthcare a lot, because you're not.
Oh, that's fine. I just put an article in the chat from 2006 from the Houston Chronicle.
Wait a minute, 2006?
My man, can I finish? Do you mind if I finish?
It's his birthday. Please stop yanking his chain.
Listen, yeah, I know. I do talk to a lot of healthcare officials. What I'm trying to say is, until I moved down here, I didn't recognize and I didn't give the weight to the problem and recognize what a big problem it was. And it's just, even though I lived in Houston,
and I thought I knew what was happening down here. I didn't recognize what a strain that it was putting on the facilities down here, and how big of a problem it was. Now, the 300,000 to 400,000 births to undocumented, those are not all that people have talked about, especially on the right. Those are not all anchor babies, right? But there is a solution to this problem. It is a lot better now that the border is closed. But if we would grant amnesty to these folks so that they can pay taxes, and I'm saying this for healthcare reasons, because our healthcare is out of control. If we would grant amnesty so these folks can pay taxes into the system that are already here, and tighten up laws and modernize them so that to prevent things in the future, I think it would be a good thing.
Okay, right there. Can I speak, please?
What you mean, Hurricane? Can you speak? Hey, Miss Fifi. No. But I do want to hear from you, Odie. This is his opinion. I would like to hear somebody give their opinion, not necessarily based on his opinion. But go ahead, Odie.
I actually thought that Trent will say he's a lawyer, because Trent, like I always say, is the master of every profession. He's an oil explorer, he's an oil producer, he's an immigration lawyer, he's a new industry, he's in healthcare too.
That's a fact.
He said he's in healthcare. And when he said he has families. Then Hurricane, he started by saying, if that's the case, Hurricane is also a healthcare person. His father is a doctor. So, I don't get this anyway.
And over 10 cousins, let's get into it. If we want
even your sister.
Brag, okay?
Even your sister is a doctor too, so I forgot about that, So, but again, it is Mr. Trent, the Trent of political correctness. Hold on, let me finish.
Let him finish.
Don't come at you. I'm just saying that it's going to be everything. Okay, so now I understand the argument about death tourism. The arguments have been there since I was a kid. So do I support it? Do I not support it? These things can be easily changed. Go to the right way, go to your legislature, pass the laws. Now, but there's something Hurricane said that I want us to interrogate. The very idea that people hop through the border to come and give birth in America is, that argument can be made, but it's still not the same. People just come to America to the border to get a better life. If giving birth in America is part of the better life, so be it. But what I will agree with you is that we're dead people who deliberately made visa, got money, and came to America to give birth to make your children citizens. I cannot deny that fact. I know plenty of people, even relations of mine, who did it. But the very funny thing, those are wealthy motherfuckers. Let me tell you, wealthy. Your hospitals were running a racket. People were paying $15,000, $13,000, $20,000, even the China, to do all this stuff. It wasn't cheap. So everybody was involved in the racket. I'm telling you, I knew a girl who her job was to do that. Rents a three-bedroom in Alabama. It's my close friend. Alabama. People that were coming, they were spending a minimum of $50,000 into the American economy. So while I understand the exploitation, I also understand the exploitation on the other way. Everybody, every rural hospital did it as a racket. So those are the people that I can listen to you that you're talking about. But those guys had money. So I'm neither here nor here. If you want to do something about it, great. But you can just go through the right. Thank you very much, Hurricane. But let me end with this, Hurricane. Very soon, Hurricane, you will no longer be a citizen of the United States. Because by the time the Supreme Court agrees with Trump, you and your parents will pack your baggages and come down to Nigeria and leave. Thank you very much.
If I can just real quick, my wife is director of operations and of a major, I won't say major hospital here, but a major surgical hospital of a major hospital here in South Texas. So we interact regularly with the county commissioners, the the county commissioners, the county healthcare commissioners, I should say, the CEOs of how taxing it is. The mayor Mario Burlegos has talked about that, and so it's a national problem. It's issues in all of society.
Yes, it's so well documented that the only piece of evidence you can present to support your claim is a motherfucking newspaper article from 2006.
Please let him finish. Please let him finish.
Yeah, listen, I love the people here, and
It's a focus on what you're responsible.
He lies, First Lady. That's the problem. He says it's well documented, but he can't present documentation.
Within our image.
You don't have
we can.
You're saying it's well documented. You're lying. That's the problem.
Okay, well, I'll
If
just
it's
say.
well documented, where's the documentation? Where is it? You don't have it. I asked you.
So if you're gonna treat it like court, then you have to act like you're in court. First of all, you would need to say objection if you want to actually interrupt and add that piece to it.
No.
Yeah.
No, because you don't know the rules of evidence, ma'am.
Excuse me. I have people that work with me that also know it. Okay, sir. So it doesn't always have to fall on one person.
And she knows Trent.
Oh yeah, but if I can just finish what I was saying.
15 seconds.
If you're going to win Texas, you have to win South Texas and the border. And if you don't understand why these people stopped voting Democrat and started voting Republican, this is one of those issues. You'll end up losing the Senate race.
Okay.
No one cares about that. No.
Thank you.
No one
Thank you.
cares. Yeah, they get rid of presidency, then the Democrats will win Texas.
And the Supreme Court now. Like, you can tell by the questions that the Supreme Court's not going to overturn it. Ban actually, I think, is going to be right on this one, where it's going to be basically Alito and Thomas on one side, and a whole bunch of concurrences on the other side. So, yeah.
Well, I'm not convinced of that anymore. I mean, Thomas might concur. I mean, the domicility argument, the allegiance argument, the way he was reading ARC, he never dealt with the statutes, the slave history. They Donald Trump and them should just stay away from the history of slavery. That was a total mess. I don't know. I really don't understand. Again, Congress can fix it. If you see it's a problem, Congress can change it. He included it in the Save America Act. He didn't. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I agree. And it might be 8-1, right? I do think that there will be several concurrences.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like he says, yeah, it's not that.
Listen, Amy Coney Barrett said, listen, I might be a white woman, and I might be a handmaiden, but I got some black babies. Okay? So I need to do something for them today, okay? Let me show. I do know a little bit about the blacks.
It was so offensive. I can't believe the government was making that. It was just so. It was because, as she rightly said, she was the best on the history today. There were enslaved people who were illegally trafficked to the United States. They were not here legally. The 14th Amendment gave them and their descendants citizenship. Based off the government, they should not have gotten citizenship. The government's arguments today. That's a nasty, 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 anti-Black, anti-Negro, anti-African American argument that the Trump administration is arguing. It's nasty. It is absolutely nasty that the Chinese boy, Wong Kim Ark, whose parents China that because they were domiciled in San Francisco, then he should have been a citizen. But based off their tests, many of you should not be citizens because your great-great-great-grandparents were here illegally and not domiciled. This is why I was telling people when this case came up, this stuff is anti-black, and they showed it to you today in real time. These are conservative Republicans. They are not here to help the Negro. It's for slaves, it's for slaves, it's for slaves. Trump said that all last week. I heard that. It's for slaves, cool. We get to there today and we realize it can't be for slaves. Nasty.
Oh, you know what else? They also lied about the scope of the executive order. They're like, oh, we're just asking you, the Supreme Court, to make sure that it applies prospectively only. What about the people who don't have passport? Or who don't have all of their birth certificate documents together? What about them? Even what about the ones who are 30 years old or older? If they want to get passports today, they'll have to fight the executive order too if they can't pass Donald Trump's test. So the idea that it's going to apply to only babies born after some date in the future is not true.
Yeah.
You're just liars.
Yeah, the Solicitor General, his response was really weak when it came to the prospective relief. And it's just really different. I mean, like, guys, Justice Jackson did a fantastic job. Like, when are you going to sit down pregnant women for depositions to prove that they're citizens? Like, what the hell's going on? Like, just like how you make that test work in real time is just something the government can answer. And then also, like, questions regarding indigenous folks here. Like, the fact that the government wasn't prepared for those inevitable questions. Just, I mean, this is what happens when you get cuts in, like, the Solicitor General's office at the DOJ and everybody leaves. Like, you don't have people who can actually even prepare you adequately for Supreme Court arguments. Fucking ridiculous.
I won't lie to you. I've never heard a Solicitor General I've never heard a Solicitor General unable to answer a question about how a proposed test will work on the ground. They always have an answer. Did you come up with the... We came up with it. Did they mention the Confederates? Or that was you? Oh, I asked about the Confederates today. I don't recall them talking about the kids of Confederates during our argument, but it's an obvious question. I mean, yeah. The first question that was asked, I remember it was Clarence Thomas. He said, does the Congress talk about immigration when they formulated the 14th Amendment? And people who are in favor of the EO hope the answer is no, because they've never read the Congressional Globe and the Congressional Minutes. But those of us who have know that they did talk about immigration. Do you want to know why they talked about immigration? Because they wanted to make white immigrants citizens. Huh? Like, it's so bizarre. You think that a Congress in 1866, 1867, 1868 weren't looking out for white people? They were still white. They might have got rid of slavery because of the Civil War. They were still white supremacists. Of course they talked about immigration. But based off what these people were saying today, many of them wouldn't be citizens. Not only the Confederates, but a lot of immigrants. People were here, quote unquote, illegally in the 19th century. It is, if you don't like immigrants, say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking. Like, it's really that simple. But you can't say, I hate when they use Black history and American history the way they were using it. This was a nasty day. I'm offended.
When it's convenient, they use it that way. When it's convenient to their argument, they use it. Any other way, any other time, they don't want it taught in schools, etc., etc.
Chain. Ooh. Wait a minute, BT came to stage. What you come on stage for, BT?
BT
came to tell us that the 14th Amendment was all over the stage.
Oh, who's GOAT?
Golden man.
There's no one on stage by that name.
Nikki, did you hear the arguments today?
No, I only heard like 5 minutes of it.
Okay.
Can y'all replay it? Three hours.
Shades of Clothes.
I'm mad. I wasn't here for it, but yeah,
You know, so you have highlight reel.
No, we don't.
He was just right here listening. He was just saying that how embarrassing it was and what their arguments were based on. You weren't listening.
You can listen to it. It's all over the internet, but I'll give you a quick rundown. So part of what they were arguing for why illegal immigrants, why their kids should not be citizens, is because they're not domiciled here and they don't have allegiance to the country. But earlier, before they got to that part, which was really the meat of it, they were talking about slavery, which was odd because many enslaved persons were also here illegally. They weren't domiciled here, or they didn't choose domicile, and also had no allegiance. And so the argument, they started off by saying it was like, sorry? It was an ad-lib. No, it was fine. No, I was saying, and so the problem is when you do that, it was for the slaves. It was for the slaves thing. When you get to what the test for whether or not someone should be a citizen, many of the enslaved and their ancestors would not qualify, and the immigrants would. That's why it was a nasty argument. Many of y'all's ancestors got here after 1808, for example, and you're now Black American Negro, and you're on censuses in 1870, and all the things that people online tell you to look at. You derive from people who got here illegally and who didn't have allegiance and weren't domiciled legally. Based on what the Trump administration argued today, you and your ancestors should not be citizens, huh? That's what we learned today. But Wong Kim Ark should be a citizen because his Chinese citizen parents who were subject to the Emperor of China, they were properly domiciled here. Many illegal people were here illegally. Many enslaved people were here illegally.
Did they talk about, like, I'm reading stuff, did they talk about, like, the justification had anything to do with, like, national security and the CCP and birth anchor babies?
They talked, it was a little hint there, here or there about that, just a little hint.
So can I explain that to you guys?
I was going to quickly say that the EO doesn't contemplate.
I'm going to get drowned out. It's like the
Yeah.
I was just responding to your remark, like the EO doesn't contemplate national security. If anything, it has more to do with public charges and stuff like that, more than it does with like national security.
So it was, but based on the conversation here, this word illegal, which became real popular, in the last election. Illegal, unlawful is a different word. Illegal, this idea that enslaved people were here illegally. Yeah, some were. So, with today's understanding of the word illegal, this is where the semantics and the BS just continues. Well, semantics matters for law. This is where the BS continues. And not BS. Bro, why can't I finish a thought without being interrupted, man? Because I want to. I haven't even got it's so brilliant up in here. I mean, damn, I thought you wanted to have a real conversation. You just wanted to echo
for you, though, for real, sweet, but it don't matter.
That's okay, man. I went nice and calm.
Life don't matter. Like the whole
I can get rid of the
CCP, but forget it.
between unlawful and illegal. Go ahead, got it. I'm not speaking. No, you can though, right?
I mean, sweet, can you help me?
I don't know why I still give hope that there may be a dialogue in bro. You're fine. That's not the question. You said, I didn't know there was a question. There wasn't no question at all. What do you mean it's not the question? It was no question on the table.
He wasn't paying attention.
It was an attempt to make a statement. That's all it was.
You said what's the difference between?
Go ahead, go.
He wasn't paying attention.
We
Repeat.
can't have no dialogue. Can't even let nobody finish the thought.
So anyway, my point was, you said that the reason why I brought you up is because you seem to be questioning whether or not slaves were here unlawfully.
You know what I was going to bring? I ain't said that yet. I was saying,
Oh my God.
if you brought me up because you thought you know
Y'all just tell me. Go ahead, sweet. My mic on.
Hey, see how you got to handle go. You might get the mic a little bit.
Go ahead.
So, again, illegal. And this whole idea of illegal. So, what came out in what came out was the idea of what was considered legal, who was considered lawful, who was even considered a citizen, will always be the conversation no matter what the Supreme Court decides today, tomorrow, whatever. So the idea of who was even considered a citizen, while it wasn't legal, according to Goat here, to be, you could be a slave and be here illegally. So damn, you breaking the law. You over here enslaved and breaking the law. Damn. Like, shit, you talk about can't win for losing. You here as a slave, you've been enslaved, and now you illegal too. Shit, y'all got a double whammy. I mean, damn, because the reality was, just like you drink from certain fountains, it wasn't lawful or legal to drink from certain fountains at one point. So let's just understand this evolution of this, what's legal and what's lawful in this land called the United States of America was completely at the whim of whoever the hell was coming from this high moral ground of, are you even... What happened?
God blocked it.
What happened?
God blocked it.
Wait, why?
No. I think it was him. It's not us. Nobody tricked him.
No, I didn't. No, he just back telling me. He said somebody did.
Man.
No, because I was going to explain the trafficking part in the 1808 law. Y'all got to let the dummy, sometimes, if I brought the dummy up for a reason. Oh, shit.
It was bad, man. It was bad.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't bad because in his ignorance, I was going to explain the relation to domicility and the 1808 law. Not about being a slave breaking the law, about whether or not they were legally here. And many weren't legally here.
You know what it is? Because of your particular endowment,
I have 3 children and many others want to get on it because of that endowment. That gives me all types of citizenship.
Because of your particular endowment, you find it much more easier to teach, to impart knowledge that
To dummies.
some of the people.
Yes.
That's what it is.
He was almost done because he was repeating himself. But his point was he didn't know what he was saying because he didn't listen to the arguments. I was specifically talking about ACP's point about enslaved persons, their domicility and their allegiance. But, if you guys
Because I have my Bluetooth headset.
Yeah, we can.
Man, are you able to hear me, man?
Yes.
Okay, so what you just educated me on, you even like to say you professed it, if you will. Would that be what led up to me even talking about that? And that's one. Secondly, so they're saying even though we've been here longer than them, because somebody said you get a lead, that even if they popped in 1920 and not they are more than us, and thus spread.
Cracking up a little bit.
Damn.
Let me answer the first one while you get better reception. So it came up because he was making the argument about being in the United States legally, and the children of people here legally should be the ones to get citizenship. he was making the claim that the domicility argument, allegiance argument, doesn't make any sense. And related to that, they didn't bring up dual citizenship. So she said, for example, when people were snatched up from somewhere else, they started allegiance to somewhere else. And they were enslaved. They were snatched up. So you come, you a Fula boy from Togo, and you get snatched up, and they put you in Walterboro, South Carolina. You're legally domiciled in the United States and have allegiance to the U.S. so that your children and grandchildren become citizens. This doesn't make any sense. And then I had an altar. Many of them wanted to run away, get the fuck out of the United States. Wanted to go to the Caribbean, wanted to go back to Africa, wanted to go to Europe, wanted to go to Canada. Some of them fought against the United States in the Confederacy, in the War of 1812, in the American-Revolutionary War, in the Tripoli Wars. The Tripoli was up to naval encounter mostly. And then black people all fought against them. So it was all over the place. It was really offensive to black Americans. But many people on your side on this particular issue will only hear the anti-immigrant stuff and won't hear how it was really offensive to the Negro. Without birthright citizenship, free of domicility, at least, etc., what else will we have to situate the Negro as a citizen? That's why America had birthright citizenship. It's a mess. But y'all keep falling behind conservative Republicans and black people.
And it was done, and I forgot which justice, I think it was Justice Jackson who raised this point. It was done so that Congress would not all of a sudden go back and try to change it. The language was very clear. Another thing, too, the government's argument regarding domicility was very circular. It was like, what's domicility? It was like allegiance. Okay, what's allegiance? It's domicility. Like, it was just kind of like, I don't, it seemed like it was couched in nothing, which is like, Justice Sotomayor, I think, raised the question. I think Gorsuch had maybe hinted to it if he didn't say it explicitly. But some of the justices just were confused about that kind of framing of like what domicility means and how that's related to the authority and how that's even related to, jurisdiction, subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Just a small but important point. Justice Jackson said that the history shows that the citizenship clause was placed in the 14th Amendment to put it beyond the reach of not only legislators, but also executive officials, just beyond the reach of any government official at all. They didn't want that question to be decided by anybody who could exercise power over anybody else, because they wanted to make sure that the formerly enslaved people were fine and that they wouldn't have to litigate questions about their citizenship ever again, or just anybody else who had been previously denied citizenship. They just didn't want people to have to litigate the question again, which is why it was there. It wasn't just legislators, but also executive branch officials too.
Where was Wong Kim Ark's parents' allegiance?
I think, wasn't it China?
So then the domicility, I don't know, what kind of relationship is that? A tautological one, or I don't know, is one of synecdoche or metronym? I don't even know what the relationship is.
So I can tell you, I think domicility enters the conversation this way. They believe that jurisdiction requires a certain amount of allegiance from the person. And the way to demonstrate that you have the requisite amount of allegiance is to be domiciled in the United States permanently, I suppose.
Right. So the point then is then Wong Kim Ark's parents, they weren't domiciled then, because they didn't have allegiance to the U.S. That's what I'm saying. You can't use one as a proxy or an extension of the, I don't know, maybe they had a Mobius strip type relationship or Europe work relationship. I don't know how to describe it, but their allegiance was to China.
Agreed.
But they were domiciled in the U.S. And if they're saying domicility and allegiance are extensions, are sort of mutually constituted. There you go. well, that wouldn't be mutually constitutive, but one is constitutive of the other. Let's say that.
Yeah.
It didn't work in the Kim R case. They at least was the China.
They couldn't decide. So Sauer couldn't decide whether, from what I recall, he couldn't decide whether he wanted the Supreme Court to overrule Wong Kim Ark or leave it alone. Because he at one time said, leave Wong Kim Art alone and distinguish it. And then another time, or many other times, he seemed to be arguing against the holding of Wong Kim Art. So that's another reason they were confused. They sounded confusing to me. I couldn't tell. He didn't sound as if he knew what he wanted or how to get where he wanted to go.
Shout out to Cecilia for saying, yo, the fact that the government said do not overrule Wong Kim Ark, like, that's fatal to their argument. Because that's really why, that's really why folks are there. And so, you're absolutely right, Hurricane. Like, just the unwillingness to say that, but basically saying, like, specifically to her point, don't overrule it. That basically is the case.
Yeah, but their argument requires overruling of Wong Kim Ark. You can't keep Wong Kim Ark and uphold the executive order. You can't. I don't think you can. You would have
He was arguing. I don't know if you caught this part. He was actually arguing that we have misinterpreted Wong Kim Ark. He tried to make the claim that Wong Kim Ark is on their side because at one point, remember, Gorsuch was like, I don't think you want to use Wong Kim Ark. He was like, well, actually, we kind of do because, and that's why he. And then we have a discussion when you guys came in here, Neil Lippel and I did on, is he suggesting that the domicility was part of the holding or it was dicta? I couldn't tell what he was doing. It was a total mess.
It was very messy, but within that mess there is a clear argument. I don't think it's a winning argument. Clear argument. If you move away from allegiance whatsoever, allegiance is a losing argument. But if you consider domicility and the government's position would be that Wong Kim Ark should be read as the parents' domicility was part of the dicta, right? And we should read Wong Kim Ark as parents' domicility should be included in the test and in their reading.
I see. That's why I don't drink that coffee. So I would though. Actually, if I had a chance, I would definitely try. So I'm trying to understand. So then, how does the slave part? So they're saying slaves, even those who were here illegally, or unlawfully, shout out to Sweet, that those people were domiciled in the U.S.
Yes,
domiciled.
Yes, they would say he said that in one or again, it's messy, but yeah, if he was making a cleaner argument, he would say yes.
So if I'm here for 10 years, but I'm undocumented, and me and my wife are undocumented, and we have a child, we're not legally domiciled. But an enslaved person who came illegally in 1830 from Africa or from Jamaica, rotted pussy clock bum clock rum pum pum, that person was legally domiciled.
Well, not necessarily. That's where you run into the problem. This is why I don't think it's a winning argument, because now you just replaced one problem with another, because an illegal person, this is why the justices were asking how you're defining domicile, right? And if domicile hinges on intent, right? An illegal person that made himself part or herself part of the community with a full intent to stay, right? By ordinary understanding of domicile, will be domiciled in the United States.
Why? I mean, I guess he's doing it because it's his job. This man is arguing a position that he knows. This man went to Duke undergrad, Harvard Law School, and a master's from Notre Dame. He knows full well that this doesn't make any sense.
So Ben, I think you're going a little too far. You know that, okay. Now you're saying, when you say he knows it doesn't make sense, are you claiming that to show that he believes in what he's saying.
Correct.
I don't know that that's true.
I think he believes politically, but I don't think he believes it legally. Like, I think he
What's the
believes and
difference?
wants it to be the case. If he's a conservative, I can understand that. But I don't think he believes that the domicility allegiance test that he's reading in Kim, I don't think he believes that. Now, he could say that Kim was bad law, but he wasn't saying that.
Yeah, most of these people don't believe what they're saying when you talk to them privately.
Wait, that's not true.
Well, see, I don't like the internal belief argument. I don't like it.
Well, I'm just saying that the legal arguments on their merits was so full of inconsistencies, and you saw one thing and another bigger problem, saw one problem, another one pops up, that he couldn't. I don't think he thinks that what he was arguing was logically and legally sound. He's too smart to know it was. Like, you really think that he thinks that Kim Wong-R case is in on?
I have no choice. If that's what he's arguing, I just face value. What else?
That's fair. I agree with you on that.
Harry, can you ask the internal belief question? Why are you ask the question now? You're like, oh my God, internal belief.
He did ask it.
Yeah.
It's how they get these billable hours. They ask a question, you spend an hour, and then they ask why you discussing it. You spend another hour, and you forget they were the ones that did it. It's a level billable hours. It's nasty work.
Do you mind? I went and got some of your data for hurricane. I'm going to post it in the chat so you can see hurricane, and I'm going to explain it a little because it's actually very interesting. When he sent it to me, I was surprised. So it's there in the chat now. Okay. Last year, Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, put in an executive order that all hospitals require to report undocumented versus regular citizens' payer so that they can see the payer claims. Previously, surprisingly to me, this was not recorded. There's a reason why this wasn't recorded. The reason why it wasn't recorded is in a lot of these articles go back to 2006. I was like, why does 2006 keep popping up? Carol Keaton Strayhorn, by the way, I don't think I'm crazy, but I actually did help her campaign, I think 03, when she ran for governor. I might be off on the year, but Carol Keaton Strayhorn was great. She was comptroller of the state of Texas, very smart lady. She did a study on undocumented versus Texas citizens. And the study back in 2006 showed that immigrants were a net benefit to the state. So therefore, the Texas conservative time, Bush is coming out of office, I think Perry's in office, let it go and never brought it back up. Now, with the executive summary that I just put in the chat, it does not break out pregnancy. I asked, it doesn't break out pregnancy, but it takes all payers. Greg Abbott asked for the data. You can see it from fiscal year 2024 to 2025. It was just released 2 months ago, and it shows the $1 billion hit to the state in providing for healthcare. Now that's not taken into account. I think I've seen some numbers as high as $4 billion in taxes and revenue that undocumented generate for the state.
But hey, Trent, I have one or two questions for you because your story is way too long. You posted summary. What is this thing called? Executive order data summary. Yeah. So I have a question about the types of visit. Yep. There are 5 types of visits. The last one is called total visits and costs not legally present. Can you explain what that type of visit is to me?
I don't know.
No, the last one is all of them combined.
That's what I thought. That's what it sounds like to me.
Total cost of visits, that is all of
them combined, all the undocumented visits types combined.
That's not what Ban is saying. No, that is. That's all. I added them up. The top 4 rows, all of them combined, is the 5th row. Okay.
Yeah.
So all of them combined is the 5th row.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, what does this tell us about the burden imposed on Texas by undocumented women giving birth to children in Texas?
And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't break out first.
Okay.
Yeah. But in totality, this is taking all the visits. That's what equals the billion. It's not $1.5 billion. It's $1.05 billion. So that's the $1 billion number.
But this doesn't show. This doesn't show what portion of the financial burden is created by unlawfully present people, does it?
No, it does show unlawfully present people. Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
Because this is just this is total business and costs, not legally present. That number, that $1,050,642,000 number, that number right there is the total burden to the state in costs.
And that burden is created solely by people who are unlawfully present in the United States?
In Texas, yes.
But okay, Ben, is that how you're reading it too? I don't understand it because on it the first and third rows. Hold on, let me go back to it. The first and third rows. Oh shoot, I just lost it. The first and third rows say Medicaid and CHIP, and total visits and costs. But Medicaid and CHIP, undocumented illegal shouldn't be getting. So I don't get it. Yeah, I'm stuck on that.
I would have to ask because I'll start to see if I can get a clearer explanation. But the $1 billion.
Hold on, Trent. So listen. So let me tell you what I did. I didn't want to say what Bam was saying because I didn't want you to tell me I was being combative and an asshole and all that stuff. But when I read the shit, it didn't say what you say it said. So I asked you questions so that you could expose yourself. You didn't want to expose yourself. So Bam joined the conversation, exposed your ass. That's the problem. This executive order does not tell me what you claim it tells me and tells you. It doesn't.
What it says is, and the article that this came out of from the commission says that Texas spent more than $1 billion on healthcare for undocumented immigrants in 2025.
I don't care what some newspaper article says. I want access to the data, and I want to know how the data was used. And I'm telling you that when I read this executive summary, it doesn't tell me what you say it says. So I don't know, but I might be wrong because numbers aren't really my thing. But
let me add on here. This is where, Trent, you may be correct. This is where the numbers may make sense. If they're suggesting that these are state Medicaid and S-chip funds, and that could possibly be the case, but I don't see. Damn, y'all just lost the game. I don't see it say S-chip, so maybe that's what it means. That being said, that means all due respect, it's only $1 billion. How much do illegal undocumented contribute to the I know there's a bunch of people building in South Texas who are crying because they put down some foundation and can't build the houses.
That is true. And so then I'm going to have to go back and look for now, but I believe 2006, when Carol Keaton Strayhorn did the study, they were contributing between
and sales and state income tax. Or they don't pay income tax, but sales state taxes. So it was a net positive on that. Now, healthcare isn't the totality because you got to take in police force and some other services in order to count how much illegal immigration is costing. But it would lean to that in Texas, it's a net benefit to the economy. And this goes back, and this last thing I'll say, because I'll be here tonight once we get Trump started. This leads to Milton Friedman, Ben, I think you'll like this. I think it was 1978 or 79, when he talked about immigration is a net positive to the economy as long as you don't give them benefits. And as soon as you start giving them, that's when you run into a problem.
Cato did a nationwide study. I don't see that statewide it would be much different. It's billions of dollars since 1994 in net benefits to the United States.
To the state, it's probably.
I mean, again, if we're talking about healthcare costs and what's driving it, it's definitely not illegals getting service and illegals getting babies delivered. I mean, you can look at the cost of healthcare.
That definitely is a factor. That everybody I've talked to says that's a factor.
Well, it's a factor because when you deliver a baby, the obstetrician comes in, stands there, somebody pulls it out, then they charge you $8,000 for a 20-minute.
It could be as much as $40,000.
Well, I'm specifically talking about the delivery itself. Maybe, I mean,
If you account for everything,
no, go up to more than that. I was just talking about the actual delivery. Like, why is pricing never the issue? So you're saying if we get rid of that 300,000 anchor babies, the cost of my health care and insurance is going to go down? Absolutely not. They'll probably go up because the economy will contract.
Yeah, interesting take, God.
No, Ben, and he has a point on the cost of healthcare. He absolutely has a point on that. And I actually agree with that to a certain extent.
What would you guys do with the money if it didn't go there? Just curious.
One problem with the cost is litigation. The amount of insurance that these doctors have to carry to compete with the litigation if somebody dies or is injured in surgeries is insane. So tort reform.
How is that even connected?
How's that connected?
You were a Republican, but I didn't know you were such a Republican. You think the cost of healthcare is being driven by insurance liability costs? That's great.
I'm curious, where do you guys think the money goes?
You know why? Yeah. You're like a Republican from you're like a Lindsey Graham, John McCain, Sununu Republican of 2006.
Nothing wrong with that.
I am, baby. I told you that. But in all seriousness, McCain was my first favorite politician back in 2000, the McCain Express. But no, the tort reform, if you remember our man John Edwards back in, what was that, 07? There is a problem with the amount of insurance that these doctors have to carry. Now, they also do make well over $500,000 a year. So, there's you got to pay the cost to be the boss. But there's multiple factors in it. I'm not trying to say that insurance alone is the problem, but it's not the insurance, it's the litigation. I'm not saying that alone is the problem, but it is part of the problem.
Definitely a factor that goes into it and accumulates with everything else. Yep. It's crazy because Democrats just think that these things don't affect anything if they don't, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, that's not preposterous. That's not. So what would you do with that extra money for the government?
it just vanishes? Doesn't attribute to anything? No, I don't think so.
What extra money?
What?
Extra money that is not there anymore? What do you mean?
I'm not repeating myself.
Oh, well, that's weird.
The government thing. I don't know.
It's so simple to understand. Like if you use it for something else, right, Neil? So basic.
What is it?
Yo, Neil, if you don't pay your rent, you don't have to pay your rent, and you have that extra money. What can you do with that money? Does it just vanish? You don't make that money anymore? That money doesn't go to your bank account anymore every month? I thought you were neoliberal. What the hell? Yo, Trent, at least Trent understands. At least Trent understands me, okay? I was speaking. What did you resonate with?
The very first part when you said about you think that this money just goes nowhere, but then when you said to the government, that's where I'm like, well, wait.
No. All right, so I'm just saying, like, whatever entity's in charge of dispersing these funds, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it doesn't go to one source, where would it go, right? Where would you put it? It doesn't just vanish in thin air, right? So whoever disperses these funds, like, where would it go if that weren't a cost that they would have to, you know what I mean, supply funds to? Where would it go?
Yeah, I think the point is you might not have the funds to disperse. So you have to see what do those people contribute to the economy. So if they're not contributing to the economy, the funds there that they're dispersing on, say, having a child might not be there. That's the dynamism of economies.
So when they first show up, they're not automatically contributing to the economy immediately as soon as they show up here. So funds do have to be pulled from somewhere.
That's actually not true. So in South Texas. So
wait, hold on, man.
When you first showed up.
Yes, I was.
Okay, when you first showed up, you also weren't contributing. That's not how things
Right,
work.
but these are adults, though.
I know. So
and I wasn't contributing, but my paying father and my work. Hold on, that's what I'm saying. But hold on, but man, let me work with you. My father and my mother work. I don't contribute, but they contribute for me. So we, the American people, are their fathers.
I'm getting it. When the men show up in South Texas, they are working. We're talking about South Texas.
Oh yeah, stick some tomatoes for me or something. I get it. I understand.
No. They build up. They boom the economy to like real estate, the housing market.
Right, through illegal practices of paying minimum. You know what I'm saying? Not paying by the book. Then all of a sudden you have all these developments that were. Nah, come on, it's not a secret, man. It's not a secret.
What do you mean?
It's not a secret, man. Ben, my father. No, I'm very chill. Wait, hold on a second. Stop yelling. Relax.
When you say they're paying, you said not by the book. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I mean, right? I don't know if you have any experience with like construction.
I've never owned a construction company. What did you mean?
No. You don't have to own a construction company.
What did you mean by the book?
Why are you interrupting? Can you relax, sir? Can you show like some type of like control over?
Fucking ignorant dumb. Shut the fuck up. Your inability to have a conversation is insane. You are so stupid.
So if
I never speak to that in my life. What would you do?
You are an idiot. You are low IQ. You want to be smart, but you're not. You don't show emotional intelligence. I'm sorry. That a person younger than you got you that irritated to where you had to curse me out. You know you can't speak to me like that in real life. Enjoy this application and the buttons. Enjoy it, man.
Watch this.
Enjoy it. Yeah, enjoy it. Go ahead. Do whatever you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. Enjoy. Indulge yourself. That's why your life is not better than mine. I'm sorry.
What would happen in real life?
In real life, you will not raise your voice at me.
Why?
I will laugh at your face and I will tell you, let's compare lives. Let's compare living status. Let's compare finances. Let's compare manhood. And you will fucking crumble. That's what real life is all about. But since you hide behind this app, you can do whatever you want, Mr. Moderator. And then your little fucking crowd can fucking cheer for you because they're inadequate. And they know that. That's why they fucking try to ridicule me in the chat. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm sure of myself. Press that button.
no, hang on. Listen, I think that Ben makes well over $1,000 a year. These are well established.
It's fine, Dad.
Yeah. I could pull my dick out too. Don't worry about it.
No.
I can pull my dick out too. Am I really?
It's not the kid. It's born.
Yeah, we don't
have to go there, right? So why the fuck does he have to
hold on, man.
First of all, you're contradicting yourself, man.
What?
Telling me, don't interrupt me, don't raise your voice, blah, blah, blah.
Wait, so you were correct on that. They do affect, that's why I said it may not be good for the average citizen, especially in the working class, especially in the blue collar class. Illegal and undocumented immigration affects your labor and your wages. It makes you less valuable. But to the state and the state's coffers, it is actually probably a net positive. But Miriam put in the chat
that's incorrect. Undocumented statement.
Hey, my man, hold on. Miriam put in the chat that in 2022, Texas generated $4.9 billion from taxes. That's about the numbers that I had. So I agree with that. So I don't think if we look down at a net benefit to the state, and we were seeing, to Van's point, in South Texas right now, that immigration has been a net positive. And as these people have been pushed out and we have decreased on the crossings of the border, this area is actually seeing some decline for the first time.
Okay, so that might be a correct particular statement about some very particular industry. As a general statement, that is incorrect about blue-collar work. Immigrants are not net burden on employment either, specifically native-born employment. Native-born employment wages actually improve with immigration, including illegal immigration.
They don't.
I can tell you a
particular. We're seeing it now. They don't.
Yeah, I'm fine. You can make the caveats and exceptions. That's fine. But it's a general statement. What I said is true. What you said is wrong on a general statement.
No.
If you want to make it particular
first of all,
to some industry and it's not located, that's fine.
You don't live here. Texas is the second.
That's why I said. That's why I said if you want to make it about some particular locale or specific industry, that is fine.
But it's happening across the United States. Okay?
Okay, across the United States.
It's happening in Georgia. It's happening all over.
Give me a study that says on net that immigration on net in the United States, not particular industries, is negative.
You don't need a study.
Neoliberal needs a study because he's not in the United States, so he's going off of what he has.
I need you to go a measurement of your take on PTR.
So Trent, I'm not gonna.
I just want to address.
He needs a study because he's not here. I'm just being fair to Neo.
I need it from Trent. Yes, I need that study from you.
Yeah, no, but you don't.
Yeah, but Trent, you understand? Like, don't even listen to his joke. Like, you understand? Like, he's not here, so you know.
Yeah. There are multiple industries right now, especially in agriculture and in construction, which are paying higher wages, much higher wages in trade.
Yeah, I don't care about narratives. Study.
It's not.
It is. It's literally.
Neo only thinks in studies. You have to speak to him on studies.
Yes, that's right.
Even if they're false.
Yeah. Look,
we can.
You don't need a study to know.
He only regurgitates studies. That's the problem.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't need a study to know that if there is more labor, right, and you have to Van's point, you have the same amount of relatively the same amount of demand, but if there is more labor, it brings down the wage. What is happening down here in South Texas isn't necessarily that there's a worker shortage. It's just that that you now have to pay more for these workers, and there are some people here that are happy because now as a painter, they can make $15, $16, $17 an hour. Now as a carpenter, they can demand $22, $23, $24 an hour, where these jobs previously were around 13 to 15, right? And so what's happened is it's raised the wages. And that's what I'm saying. For the average person, for the average American, especially in the blue collar workforce, and this goes into factories and automotive factories in Georgia and Tennessee and other places. When you have less labor available, it raises the wage of that labor, and it is probably for you a net positive as an American, but not necessarily for your state. I'll end right.
Again, studies show the opposite. Native
that's all
born wages actually increase with immigration net nationally. I agree, Trent, that there might be specific industries, specific locales, and specific sectors that don't see that relationship. But again, this is why Trump policies have created a native-born workers' wage decreases or growth decreases, and in some places actual decreases rather than growth.
So what happened during the last administration when New York got, you know what happened in New York, right? Or you want me to tell you that the person actually works there? That actually works there and actually sees the effects.
No, but happened on with what? Wages, employment, what? You have to give the thing.
So work, wages, safety, overall living, like going outside and seeing it look like Beirut.
When? In what years?
In the last 3 years.
It looked like Beirut.
Actually, in the last 3 years.
I think 2020 was the worst year in New York.
So I can speak on from, But if you just want to look at the last 4 years, the last 3 years, 4 years, it's been terrible. It looks crazy. These people are living in hotels paid by who? I don't fucking know, right? We don't know. This shit just fucking appears.
What does that have to do with the labor market? They're talking about labor markets.
Yeah, so of course, like the Democrats want to, and the business owners want cheap labor, right? Cheap fucking labor.
Well, I think Americans want cheap labor because they want cheap costs. That's why we import a lot of shit from China.
Right.
Yeah,
the problem with that. What you said?
That's an American problem. It's not a Democrat.
Oh, so if you had a country, right? If you had bro, why you gotta yell? I mean, all right, you're passionate. I'm gonna just say that you're passionate. I'm gonna just say that you're passionate. That's not a problem. No, you're passionate.
But what, you're saying Republicans don't like Walmart?
Oh yeah, we love Walmart.
Oh, you're a Republican. I thought you were just a Trump guy.
No, but see, that's the problem. I'm not a fan of nobody. I'm a Republican because I resonate with what it means to have a conservative mind, be fiscally responsible, you know what I'm saying? Like, have borders because they exist for a reason.
I got you. So what was the point? So the original point, to go back to where we are, because you guys moved it, was if you remove the illegals for the hospital stuff, right? I was basically making the claim they were paying for it because of their contributions to the economy. All the other stuff you guys were talking about had nothing to do with the conversation. So you were saying, oh, well, the money can go elsewhere. I'm saying if they're not here, the money that you think can go elsewhere won't be here.
Where did the money in Minnesota, how did that pop up? The fraud that was occurring, where did that money come from?
What?
Where did the money, I'm giving an example, where did the money come from? Where did the money come from? Where was that money originally pulled from?
I'm answering. I think that was fraud that was perpetrated through COVID expenditures and maybe Medicaid and other social services. So that came from.
Who pays Medicaid?
Man, I'm answering the question. Can you let me finish? If you cut me off one more time, I'm literally answering your question. You sound like a little bitch.
Hey, you're a bitch, faggot. Press that button. You're looking for an excuse. I'm giving it to you. Press
your
it.
Mother's a faggot.
Press it. Your fucking family, your whole generation, your bloodline, your future. You're a coward.
Correct.
Press that button. Take away from the conversation. Press that button. You know you can't fuck with me.
This is not a conversation.
Press the button, you faggot.
This isn't a conversation.
Faggot. Press the button.
Please.
Listen to him.
Who pays for Medicaid, man?
Medicaid.
I do.
I can answer. All U.S. workers that get paychecks and payroll taxes, they pay for Medicaid.
Okay, you and I, correct?
I pay for Medicaid. Do you?
I pay for Medicaid.
pays for Medicaid?
Illegal immigrant.
Correct. So what the fuck? What you jumping in the car, dumbass?
Man, you act like you
dumbass. Go get some fucking mofongo, dummy. Mofongo your dumbass somewhere else. Go ahead, Neil. What you want to do next? He's so stupid.
Oh, I wanted to hear him yell faggot again. Sir.
Oh, now you're getting excited by him calling me a faggot. That was crazy. Let's bring him back up. He wants you to say faggot again. Go ahead and meow. Do you think?
Yes.
Somebody bring him back up. I can't bring him back up.
We invite him.
Why are you scared? Why you gotta bring me down when you respond to me?
I just put you down so I can get the mofongo joke out. That's why I brought you back up.
Yeah, but listen, be a man. We don't do that.
No.
We don't do that.
This is the training session.
No, it ain't no training session. I could leave whenever I want. You guys won't have content. You won't have content because you're fucking monotone in your voice. Nobody wants to hear that, Neil.
According to these studies, we have a report on the United States, and I don't live there, but I am obsessed with the government of the United States because
Shut the fuck up. You guys are pussies.
No,
Shut the fuck up.
the F word.
I'm younger than you. I'm better than you. I'm looking better. I'm not shit.
You want you to say faggot?
Stop playing with me. Run the country for us, then, man. We have to be in government. That's why you're here on Clubhouse talking shit. We pay for the fucking Medicaid. We pay for that shit. We pay for the fucking book.
He's training an AI voice thing so he can have different people saying faggot. Bring him back. We'll move him down.
Well, it's his room.
No, he got what he needed. We can move.
Oh, he got it? Okay.
He got
I think he might need a couple more takes. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is happening? Like, that was insane. Oh, God. Oh, God, that was funny. Oh, man. The markets really think the war's coming to an end. I don't know if you guys are following the
It's
market.
green.
And oil went down to only 99, so that's good. I guess it's still too high. And the Brent's all the way down to 100. So now WTI and Brent are only $1 apart, which is crazy. So maybe the Iranians really did ask for a ceasefire. Oh, I don't know. Were there any attacks? Oh, no, they hit a thing yesterday, right? They hit a, excuse me. Never mind. Air defenses just activated in Dubai 3 minutes ago. I just saw this.
Yeah, there is no basis. The market is moving the narrative is completely disconnected.
That's crazy. Mia, come back up. Me no why, me no black. Me no white, me no black.
No, meow.
You done? I think Mia literally needs a couple more takes. He coming.
Okay, now you guys can have a fully productive conversation without me. I'm just gonna be here.
Okay, here we can go back to the recording because we haven't finished the oral arguments. He's just he's just doing too much.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we weren't having contact before you came in.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, ask any American what our citizenship rule is, and they'll tell you. Everyone born here is a citizen alike. That rule was enshrined in the 14th Amendment to put it out of the reach of any government official to destroy. When the government tried to strip Mr. Wong Kim Ark's citizenship on largely the same grounds they raised today, this court said no. 30 years after ratification, this court held that the 14th Amendment embodies the English common law rule. Virtually everyone born on U.S. soil is subject to its jurisdiction and is a citizen. It excludes only those cloaked with the fiction of extraterritoriality because they are subject to another sovereign's jurisdiction, even when they're in the United States. A closed set of exceptions to an otherwise universal rule. My friend has now clearly said that the government is not asking you to overrule Wong Kim Ark. That is a fatal concession. Because Wong Kim Ark's controlling rule of decision precludes their parental domicile requirement. The dissent understood that, and the majority majority tells us 6 times in the opinion that domicile is irrelevant under common law. Lynch versus Clark was already the dominant American case on citizenship, and it held that the U.S.-born daughter of temporary visitors from Ireland was citizen. Authorities, including Lincoln's Attorney General and Kent's commentaries, embraced Lynch, and Kent specifically talked about temporary sojourners' children being U.S. citizens. Justice Field said in 1884 that reflected the general understanding. That understanding was confirmed by Congress with its 1940 Act. The 14th Amendment's fixed, bright-line rule has contributed to the growth and thriving of our nation. It comes from text and history. It is workable, and it prevents manipulation. The executive order fails on all those counts. Swaths of American laws would be rendered senseless. Thousands of American babies will immediately lose their citizenship. And if you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of Americans, past and future, could be called into question. All of this tells us the government's theory is wrong. I welcome the court's questions.
There are 5 exceptions to citizenship that you do accept.
Yes, depending on how many you count, Justice Thomas, how you count them.
What is the underlying rule of law that you use to connect these 5 exceptions?
Sure. So, as I just said, all of the exceptions involve situations where that U.S.-born child is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because that extraterritoriality, that fiction of extraterritoriality, the interaction of another sovereign between the United States' jurisdiction and restriction. To answer Justice Barrett's question to my friend, that's what sets those exceptions apart from other U.S.-born persons.
We've heard a lot of talk about long Q-mark, and you dismiss the use of the word domicile. It appears in the opinion 20 different times, and including in the question presented and in the actual legal holding. And the government doesn't want it to be overruled because it will rely on that particular fact of the case. Isn't it at least something to be concerned about, to say that since it's discussed 20 different times and has that significant role in the opinion, that you can just dismiss it as irrelevant?
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, I think we have to look at what the controlling rule of decision is in Walkenmark. Justice Bray takes pains in the majority opinion to set out his analysis. He first starts with a premise that in construing the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, we look to the English common law. That was the rule that applied from the colonial era on, at least for the colonists and for European immigrants. He then says, look, Chief Justice Marshall tells us in the Schooner Exchange what subject to the jurisdiction means. Again, looking to the English common law. Under English common law, if you are born in the dominions of the sovereign, you owe natural allegiance. And those who are present in the dominions of the sovereign owe temporary allegiance for as long as they're present. The only exceptions, again, in common law were ambassadors, people born on foreign ships, and people who were born during periods of foreign occupation. He then gets to the government's favorite page, 693, where he says, look, we have had this rule in the United States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from before independence. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to embrace that universal rule of birthright citizenship, to embrace and incorporate the common law exceptions with the single additional exception of the pre-existing exception for tribal Indians that we had in the United States, which is an analogous exception, and that's the closed set of exceptions. You can't make sense of the holding in the case without looking to the controlling rule of decision, which is the common law. And I think my friend agrees that under English common law, domicile is not relevant, and the children born to temporary visitors in the territory of the sovereign were always considered birthright citizens.
Well, Ms. Wong, I mean, everything you say strikes me as, yeah, that's the way I read it too, but then what are those 20
the stipulated facts in the case, and it's clear we have textual evidence in the majority opinion that they were simply saying this is an a fortiori application of that controlling rule that comes from the English common law. Justice Gray writes, again, after setting out the English common law rule and the exceptions, with a single additional exception for children of members of Indian tribes, that the amendment in clear words and intent includes the children born within the territory of the United States of all other persons of whatever race or color domiciled within the United States. And as was pointed out earlier, the very next part of that same paragraph, he cites to Webster talking about Thrasher's case, and he says, people who are born in this country owe allegiance independently of a residence within, foreign nationals owe allegiance independently of a residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, and independently of taking any oath of allegiance, which is totally contrary to both the government's theory of dual allegiance or partial allegiance and to the theory of domiciliation.
I mean, I might agree with you if domicile had simply been sprinkled in the opinion, but in Wong Kim Ark, it's a long opinion, but it begins by saying, here's the question, and it ends by coming back to the question. And it says, here's the question stated at the beginning of the opinion, namely, whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who at the time of his birth are subjects of the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States and are there carrying on business, and he states the diplomatic exception, and he says, for the reasons above stated, this court is of the opinion that the question must be answered in the affirmative. So why put domicile in? Sometimes it's hard to figure out what is the holding of the case. Here he tells us this is the holding of the case. Why put domicile in there? It's just something, it's something irrelevant that he wanted to throw in. It's like, whether a child born in the United States or person of parents of Chinese descent who once resided at a particular address in San Francisco who attempted to enter the country at the port of San Francisco. Why put it in if it's irrelevant?
Well, Justice Alito, I'll give you two responses. The first is that, again, it was a stipulated fact. The second is that regardless of what the judgment in the case was, which again was an a fortiori application of the rule of decision, the rule of decision in Wong Kim Ark has binding precedential effect. Even if you think that Wong Kim Ark decided the case based on the stipulated facts, you have to follow that controlling rule of decision. And if you follow that rule, you get to the same result for people without domicile. Wong Kim Ark says 6 times in the first parts of the opinion, as well as on the page the government focuses on, that domicile is not relevant.
Well, I'll try to ask, what do we do with the fact that after Wong Kim Ark?
Let me put on pause real quick. I got a question, right? So if they keep talking about this domicile thing, I ain't read Wong Kim Ark. I only read like little papers. So when they keep talking about this domicile thing, even though they weren't citizens, they were still living in the U.S., right?
Yeah, San Francisco.
Residents, whether they were. So I'm kind of confused where they're going with this domicile thing, because still the Constitution says what, subject to jurisdiction.
The law clarify and take similar cases with domicile also in account, right? So adding on domicile through, like reading domicile into the Wong Kim decision, that Wong Kim was decided not because the mere jurisdiction thereof, but mere jurisdiction thereof plus domicile, right? So they're trying to convince the court that domicile is part of the Wong Kim decision.
So in that decision, did it have anything to say that said that they had to stay forever, like some type of intent to stay in the United States forever?
Well, I haven't read I have read, but I just don't remember. But the fact basis is that Wong Kim Ark's parents, effectively they did have a domicile in the United States. They had businesses in the United States, right? They clearly had at the time, although they went back later to China. At the time, they had businesses. They clearly, the fact basis is that they did intend to stay in the United States.
Right, so the business would establish some type of residence, right?
I don't know, actually.
Not the business even of itself, but I think it contributes to the argument for their domicility.
Yes.
That's how I understand it. So if you have a business, doesn't mean it, but if you say you have a domicile and you own a business, it contributes to the argument, or to your claim. That's how I understand it.
And that's why she keeps bringing up the common law, like the just so late thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions? I just wanted to clarify certain things.
Yeah, it's again. I'm gonna have to go read it. I have stuff to do today, but again, neoliberal. Maybe you can. It's dicta in the opinion, right? It's not a holding.
Well, that's the contention. So
because we're relying on the common law. When it comes to common law, it's the king's protection, right?
No. I'm just saying, in the opinion, in the majority opinion, in that particular case, how essential is it? Is it dicta, or
I just don't remember. But that's the contention.
I don't have time to jump.
What do you mean dicta? I'll look it up.
Well, is it?
Well, I have to read it. Yeah, I have to read it. Dicta is the idea that it's a part of the persuasion and the reasoning, but it's not binding. So that they used it to come to their opinion, but it's not binding in the opinion. So you have dicta and you have holding. I just don't have time to go back and read. I don't have time. I can't do it this week.
Well, even if you read it, it's not gonna
No, I'll see what the preponderance of the argument is. I just can't. I mean, I took it as part of the ruling. I understood it as they're working through the particulars of his case. Because he was suing for remedy. He wanted to come back in the United States and claim he was a citizen. That's how I took it. And because his parents could not be naturalized, given laws against years earlier, to argue in his case, but then the ruling went on to say more. It's not a narrow ruling.
But his parents would have still been subject to U.S. law.
Yes, and they were subjects to the Emperor of China.
Yeah, but we also can look at other law, including Supreme Court rulings, right, to understand that, okay, maybe even if there is an argument that you can read domicility to Wong Kim Ark, there are other laws there that you can't read domicility to. And
there's Supreme Court ruling, and there's also statutes.
Yeah.
In the 1940 statute, they don't mention it. In fact, they just repeat the 14th Amendment time and again. I was actually surprised. This is going to be a little technical. I apologize. But if you read Wong Kim Ark, that case is they argue that the 14th Amendment is declaratory. That's what's so bizarre about some of the government's arguments. They were not establishing something new. The 14th is Wong Kim Ark argues that the 14th Amendment itself is declaratory. It is not the establishment of something new, but rather it is clarifying something that was already operative. That's what declaratory statute is, or declaratory amendment, or declaratory law, or whatever you want to call it, or declaratory judgment, right? They weren't establishing anything new, and they certainly weren't establishing domicility. I don't know, but they don't mention it anywhere else, Patty. If you go to the 1940 law, where it says what the classes of citizen is and naturalization is, they don't mention. They literally say it's subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And I'll be honest with you, this is, from the stuff I've read, a lot of conservative jurisprudence, voodoo doctrine. Not voodoo doctrine, witchcraft, voodoo. Because there was no confusion on what that term meant prior to this, anti-14th Amendment movement in the 70s and 80s picking up steam. There was no confusion. I went back and read the Congressional Globe from the 1866, 1867. Anybody find it online? I went back and read some of the congressional record around the 1940 law and a teeny bit. They never mention, because I went back and searched for it with this one, they never talk about domicility like that. And they had no confusion on what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means either.
I found 4 Supreme Court cases that are against treating domicility. Do not discuss domicility whatsoever. Yeah, like it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. And again, of the argument on the formerly enslaved, which Amy Coney Barrett, who had the single best line of questioning today by far.
She does most of the time. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, she well, Kagan's are very good too. And it's interestingly enough, they're the law professors, but shout out to the professorial class who knows what they're talking about. But well, it's true. But like she made it today. She said you can make this argument around domicility and allegiance vis-a-vis the enslaved. Doesn't make any sense.
They're arguing all this, but the one thing that keeps being brought up is like, if you're born in the U.S., you're a citizen, and then for jurisdiction, subject to jurisdiction.
Born and naturalized,
because of the Constitution, because of the amendment.
Oh, say that again?
So, if you're born in the U.S., that's where citizenship applies, right? And then another thing, subject to jurisdiction. So if you're subject to U.S. law, you're born in the U.S., I don't understand, where I'm getting confused is this domicile thing.
They're arguing that if people aren't, I think the claim is, I think Solicitor General Sauer is trying to argue that when it was written, and he's trying to argue this as well using the Juan King R case, that if you were not domiciled, which is to say, permanence of some degree, a sort of indefinite permanence, he's arguing, fit that test, the 14th Amendment does not apply to you.
Would that change the rules for diplomats then? Because the difference with the diplomats, and you're talking about people that's born to a legal citizens, is the diplomat.
No, they have a special carve-out in law. They already have a special carve-out.
Right, but they're not subject to U.S. law because they have that immunity.
Right, so their kids aren't citizens. Well, and that's also strange, because I looked it up the other day because it came up, and so I read a little bit about it. So-called blue list diplomats, their kids don't, but white list ones do, or vice versa. I can't remember the list. So certain diplomats' kids actually do get it. It's a total mess, and the only way it can be fixed is with Congress to fix it, and Congress is totally dysfunctional. Well, let me back up. It's actually not a mess. They made a mess of it because they want to change it without going through the necessary political channels. There's 2 ways to change it. You have Congress pass a law and then have that law pass constitutional muster. That's very, very difficult to do. The first part is extremely difficult. The second part will be difficult, but they have sympathies on the 4 and 6 to 3. That's fine. The second part is to change the Constitution. They don't even talk about that. They can change it. But instead, they want to do an executive order. If there's one person who in the framers of the 14th Amendment, by the way, when they wrote this, Andrew Johnson was fucking president. Just keep that in mind in your backdrop. If there's one person or one office holder who they did not want to be able to determine who was not a citizen, it was the president. Huh? It's a mess. But they're gonna home in on this domicility thing, and it's gonna get them a vote or 2. I still think it could be 7-2 or 8-1 or 9-0, but they might get a vote or 2 on this domicility thing. But I don't even think the domicility thing matters, because Congress has clarified it time and again by simply repeating the 14th Amendment after Juan Kim R. I know I'm repeating myself, say it over and over again, but there was no confusion. The problem with this administration, as much as they like American history, they just don't like what other Congresses and Supreme Courts have done. They should just say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
You know, they really don't have to change the law, because I told y'all my dad was an FSL. So when you're, like, if you're a blue list, supposedly in the U.S., they're still subject to the law. There's no immunity for them. beneficial act within their capacity for the country that they're representing, then yes, they may be immune. But if it's like personal, your kid goes steal a candy bar, then your ass is fucking your kid. And if you go steal a candy bar, then yeah, you're subject to whatever criminal laws in that area. So I understand that. No law has to be changed on that piece.
Yeah, I don't know if they would be subject to federal law stuff. They might be subject to state law. I don't know. So if you steal a candy bar, there might be a repercussion. But I think with federal crimes.
Yeah, but with the blue list, yeah, they're subject. With the white list, those guys get all types of protection.
100%. Yeah, right. But that's
my dad's best friend. This motherfucker's gonna murder somebody. They just gonna send him back to his goddamn country.
Yeah.
Well, I may be exaggerating.
If it's federal, yeah, I think so. If it's state, maybe not. But yeah, I agree. I don't know how it works with states. Maryland probably has a special thing because they all live in Maryland, Virginia. But the domicility argument, it's just a strange thing because I remember when I read it, I said, man, because they're trying to establish, because there was a question of why weren't they citizens? And this is what the government brought up in the case, it's because they couldn't become citizens. Because at the time, I'm just fine. I'm going to see people's dates. Hold on.
It's starting to get confusing to me. I think I got too much shit going on in my brain.
No, it's only you're right, because you kind of weren't talking through with us earlier. The legal theories that they're proposing and the general logic that they're offering is so bad that it takes you a good hour of working through it. It took me and Neoliberal like an hour of talking about it out loud for it to get clarity. And you won't get clarity. You have to give up. It's literally that bad.
Yeah, I'm giving the best possible version of their argument that they are not really making. The general was making a real mess trying to differentiate between domicile allegiance and immigration status. It was insane. And I threw out allegiance because with allegiance, it just doesn't gel together whatsoever.
Yeah, so his parents first came, they first came and opened up a business in the early 1870s. And he was born around that time. I think he was born shortly thereafter. And the Chinese Exclusion Act was 1882, I believe. Was 1882. So they were here, and then I think they left. Or I think they left. And I think they left. And he tried to get back in and claimed he was a citizen.
That's the reason I'm asking all these questions. So this is kind of it's worth something. Not for me at this time, but at one time my dad wasn't on my birth certificate. And then my mom was here going to school in the U.S. and she got pregnant with me. So she never added my dad until later on. So it's there are kids out here that may have a citizen here, a parent that's a U.S. citizen. They not have their parent on their birth certificate because they weren't married at the time. Even though they got married later, it was not a big rush for them to do something like this until the first administration.
Oh, here it is, Patty. Here it is, right here.
That's my daddy. That's the shit that's crazy.
Here it is, right here, Patty. The reason why, Neil, I don't know if you know about this statute. I forgot about this. It was called the Naturalization Act of 1870. And it limited who could be naturalized as citizens to white people and persons of African descent. And so it was a way to incorporate the formerly enslaved, people of African descent to be naturalized, right? So they wanted to extend certain naturalization and rights to Black immigrants and formerly enslaved persons. So his parents were never eligible for naturalization. That's why the domicility matter. They were not limiting it to the domicile. Yeah, I agree with you. We should drop the allegiance. The allegiance thing makes no sense. It's very difficult. You're confused because the guy's making no sense.
Yeah, it's not. And then I'm trying to listen to the lady and I understand what she's saying when she's trying to say like how they're narrowing citizenship. But listening to the guy before and then them bringing up the Chief Justice is bringing up the domicile piece, I don't understand where I'm getting confused is how do they determine domicile when you bring up you're born in the United States and then you're subject to the laws and jurisdiction. So I'm just so confused because I'm like, what the fuck? Why the fuck would they keep bringing this up? If that's the whole case, if the Constitution is saying you're born in the U.S., number one, and you're subject to laws, then guess what? You're a fucking citizen.
No, they're bringing it up because they're saying that the 14th, through their peculiar, idiosyncratic, and one might argue, I don't know, whatever way of reading the Wong R case, they're reading that the illegal immigrant and people here on temporary visas are not domiciled. And since they don't pass that test, and the illegal doesn't pass both portions of that test, they're not here legally, the undocumented, they're not here legally, and they're also not domiciled. Right? Because they don't pass that test, they're not citizens. They're not even talking about the subject of the jurisdiction thereof. And I'm surprised at how little that was brought up to the Solicitor General. That's kind of bizarre.
So the way the federal government's thinking about jurisdiction, I'm looking at the brief right now. They filed to the Supreme Court, the merits brief. I'm just going to read it. Political jurisdiction is what they're referring to. Is a reciprocal relationship in which an individual owes allegiance to and receives protection from a sovereign. They quote Wong King Mark right there. And this court has long interpreted the citizenship clause's jurisdictional requirement to mean that a person must be completely subject to the United States political jurisdiction, not subject to it merely in some respect or degree. And this, I think, is an important sentence right here. A person thus acquires citizenship by birth under the clause only if, under background principles of American law as understood at the time of the 14th Amendment's ratification, he also owes primary allegiance to the country and has a complete claim to its protection. That understanding of jurisdiction is supported by pre-ratification evidence showing that primary allegiance was widely understood to be a prerequisite for birthright citizenship. Is confirmed by ratification-era evidence tying citizenship to primary allegiance and is consistent with contemporaneous cases identifying the categories of individuals who become citizens by birth. And to your point earlier, Ben, complete protection, complete claim to its protection, then of course that would exclude Black folks. It would exclude a lot of people, actually, I think, because, what is the scope of that protection and which kind of legal context would that protection apply? So it seems like, I don't know what this political jurisdiction thing is. I haven't seen it before, at least in my years of practicing, which isn't a lot, but I've never seen such a thing called political jurisdiction.
Yeah.
You know what's so fucked up about this whole situation? So during the first administration, there was talks about birthright citizenship. Nothing went forward. My parents they went to court so that they can get my dad on my birth certificate. Number one, because I was in the military. I was in the military, and there were certain things that my parents were kind of worried about. My dad was more worried about because of his previous position as an FSO, in other countries. So it's we gotta make sure your birth certificate looks good. But then I'm gonna tell y'all, 6 months ago, when I requested a copy of my birth certificate, my dad's name still wasn't on it. And we still had to send, I had to call my dad to get the legal paperwork so that we can send it to the state so that they can updated because they were saying that whatever information I sent just to get it expedited didn't match. And they sent me a letter saying it didn't match. So there are people, I don't know why it takes so long for the fucking courts to fucking update certain things, but what happens to the people that, because I was trying to get a real ID, that's why I went and got that done. What happens to the people, like say for example, they decide that this is what it is and we're going to go with this and this is not the rule anymore. What happens to the people that didn't have their shit updated because the state of New York did not update my shit. So like, and so I would still have been considered an anchor baby.
I don't think so, because your dad was a citizen.
Yeah, but we didn't get it updated until the first administration. So let's say I didn't get it updated at all.
I mean, you might have got lost in the thing. They would argue that that's the states just being whatever. But that came up in the case today. You might have missed it. You might have been away. Justice Jackson asked, this is going to be a mess. How do you determine this stuff? It's a mess.
Right. And it will take a parent like my dad to say, hey, this is my kid. And I'm declaring this is my child. And then my parents had to pay for a court date just to get that updated.
Yeah.
And they had to pay for a lawyer. Everybody doesn't have the money to pay for a lawyer to get certain things updated for their kid.
Yeah. I mean, they're not really interested in that. Julian, can you come up? You said you disagreed with something I wrote about the 1870 Act. What do you disagree? Can you say, or are you at work and you can't speak?
But separately, it's kind of only now dawning on me what you've been repeating a few times. If the government's position is upheld, that means the United States for a long time, the citizenship for Black people, descendants of slavery, however the correct framing is, they were non-citizens.
Correct. That's correct. Right? That's exactly what they argued today.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to Ban talk about this shit, and it's really fucking with my head, because I'm like, God damn, because it's not fucking with me no more, because I got it updated. But what if I never went to go get that real ID? Because I got a passport. I only went to get the real ID just because this is a
So exactly that. That's exactly right. So
Neo, Van said that 17 times already, and you're saying you just now dawning on you.
Well,
yeah, he's getting the gravity of what I'm saying. It took a while. It's like most women, they come around eventually. But that's exactly the point. I don't think people realize that. That means that in Africa, based off what we heard today, Odie is more of a citizen than I or BT would be. Let me tell you why.
Big fact.
Let me tell you why. Because Odie, based off what the Trump administration argued today, was naturalized under the 1870 Act. So he's protected by 1870. The Naturalization Act of 1870. Let me read you what it says. Julian says he disagrees. I have the statute. I don't know why I need to come on here and think I'm just talking out of my ass. I actually read. Let me tell you what it says. This is what it says. That it be further enacted that the naturalization laws are, why don't you listen first before you say this is a stretch? That the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. I'll say it again. The naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. This is an amendment, or an extension as they call it here, to the first federal law, that is the Naturalization Act of 1790, which extended it to free white persons. So you can be naturalized as a free white person under this law. Under the 1790 law. This law, some 80 years later, extended it to, quote, aliens of African nativity. That's aliens of African, he's an alien, he's of African nativity, and
off of what the government argued today, my ancestors, BT's ancestors, and Omar's ancestors might have been here illegally and therefore weren't legally domiciled and therefore weren't protected under the 14th Amendment.
Why do Black Americans need to go back?
That's what I'm saying. So people, I mean, I don't know. They're not going to retroactively take people's citizenship. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that the theory of the case today, if it were to hold, is that many Black Americans and their kids and their parents were wrongfully granted slavery. Granted
citizenship. I mean, you're registered.
Hold on. Julian's saying cap. I want people to come up and tell me where it's capped. I listened to the thing for 3 hours today. This is exactly what Justice Comey Barrett said.
Longer than 3 hours. We've had it since 10 o'clock, man.
Hold on, Patty. I want Julian to come up and tell me where I'm wrong. That's exactly what ACB said today. There were enslaved persons. Omar put the number right. Up to 10% of us come from people who were brought here illegally, unlawfully, shout the sweet, after January 1, 1808. That's human trafficking. They're illegal. So they weren't legally domiciled. Based on what the guy argued today, that person and her descendants were not covered under the 14th Amendment. Julie, just come up and tell me where I'm wrong. We listened to it today. I'm reading from a statute. You're going to be reading out of your dingleberry ass.
Let me ask you another question, Bam. So my mom came on the app one day. She was at the house. She was on the phone with me, and I had her. The lady was in the room that day, and she said, "Yeah, I'm going to apply for my citizenship." My mom has permanent residency. So how would that affect her when she has kids? She has me now. She has my sister. She has my dad.
I'll tell you. It means that if your dad were like your mom, say your dad wasn't Black American and your dad was like your mom and also legal permanent resident, based off what they argued today, your citizenship would be more secure than mine. That's actually what that meant. That's what that meant. If you think about it and take it to it, they actually were arguing today that Wong King Ark's citizenship, the Trump administration, is more secure and more assured by the 14th Amendment than many Black Americans who derive from chattel slavery. That's what they were arguing today.
But how does that affect my mom, though? I got another.
It doesn't. She's fine. It doesn't.
So they did expedite it because of FSO and because of his prior military service. So they did expedite it, but her citizenship hasn't been granted yet. She hasn't been able to take her test. She does her interviews, but she hasn't been able to take her test yet. So how does that? I'm just trying to ask questions, and this is very important to me. I don't want my mom.
She'll be fine.
Well, you're good. It should be more important to us. They're trying to get our ass.
They're going to lose anyway. They're going to lose anyway. But people, maybe when we're done, we can rewind it. People should go back and listen to what Amy Coney Barrett said. If you're relying. Oh, by the way, that's when they were talking about allegiance. You're telling me an enslaved person in 1820, his allegiance was to the United States? Doesn't make any sense. That's what they argued today. That his elite, By the way, well, I'll leave it there. That makes no sense. We'll have Julian come up and tell me where the cap is. I'm reading the law. We'll have Julian come up and tell us what I'm wrong. I'll read it again. This is 1870. It was passed July 14th, 1870. I'm reading what am I reading? This is the 41st Congress. This is their the congressional record of 1870. Y'all like to dilly-dally. I'm sitting in my office now. I can look. In fact, I need to put my glasses on. That the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens. Aliens is not the enslaved. Aliens of African nativity. Nativity means and to persons of African descent. That's the naturalization laws. Me, BT, Omar, Julian realized they were enslavized.
And they were considered property at one time.
Ish. That's what they were property, but not in the. That doesn't have any much bearing. That doesn't have any bearing on this particular thing.
Yeah. But why are you have Shalom without the 13th or 14th Amendment? Because, if you're considered property at one time, or your parents were great, whatever, I don't know how far back, were considered property, they weren't considered citizens. And then the 14th Amendment is what gave them their quote-unquote citizenship, overturned Dred Scott, right?
No, but those aren't the only two categories. I mean, there were white people who weren't property or citizen too. There's other categories. They kind of sat in the twixt and in between. But vis-a-vis the Constitution, they were considered persons.
They were
taken as such.
Also, I think the property issue. I've been trying to get in, but I didn't want to go over pad it.
No, just like that for the government.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the property issue, like on this matter, goes more to the matter of personhood, which is like I think a little bit of a distinct category from citizen here, which is I think goes to what Van's talking about. I don't think it's like particularly apropos for this conversation. Typically, when we're thinking about like property, we're talking about like personhood, and even that was a little complicated, especially in the 19th century, because Black people weren't considered property for purposes of criminal prosecution, for example. So like it just like the context varied, but I don't think it's necessarily relevant for this like Black people being property for the purposes of for the question of citizenship.
But property is what changed your citizenship, correct?
You said property is what? I'm not. I don't know what you mean by that question. Property change.
From property to being actually being a human being that has quote unquote domicile.
So for example, I think what would be more appropriate rather than thinking about just like the presumption is that all Black people, for example, were enslaved persons. So like if you leave that out, right, like just like bracket enslaved persons. Think about Black free people, right, who were undoubtedly citizens. That's why I'm saying like the slavery question, or rather, I shouldn't say the slavery question, but like Black people being property doesn't necessarily have to factor in here because you had Black people who weren't property, they were free people, and we would still have a question of citizenship on the table.
But so this is why I'm saying that. The only reason why I bring up property is because of the Dred Scott case. And then
What is that? What do you mean?
So with Dred Scott, he had to be returned because he was considered quote unquote property, right? He wasn't considered like a human being or a citizen because of this quote unquote what they want to keep talking about with domicile. Even though he was subject to.
No, he was never claiming to be a citizen.
Okay.
Yeah, the property thing will throw you off because the free Blacks. You had Blacks who weren't citizens.
Right, and then even with the free Blacks, they weren't considered citizens because there was no such as a 13th or 14th Amendment.
Right, but they weren't. Well, some were. It's very complicated, but they also weren't property, is what Black freedom is saying. Okay.
Does
that make sense? You see what I'm saying?
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Some women, very few, but some women did vote in 1870. I don't know why people make these absolutist statements when you can just go and look. It's very. This is true. It's just. Yeah. There may have been 1 or 2 Black women who voted. Maybe in a play. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2. Who was the other one? Did Julian come up? Because Julian said I was getting it. I don't know why people bought the 1870 law. It says it right there.
I don't want nobody to think I'm stupid. I'm asking these questions because these are the questions Supreme Court Justice and the people that's fighting the case. So or arguing for the case. No, I just want somebody I want everybody to understand. I can't phantom what I can't understand when in my brain, and this is what I've been brought up to know, is just so lay makes sense. And if you're subject to jurisdiction, then guess what, motherfucker, if you can go to prison or you can go to jail, and you're born on the U.S. soil, you're a citizen. That's it. That's all it's been for me all my life. So now with these arguments, or even listening to these arguments, there's a confusion on why just so lay or common law, what they're freaking pulling from what would have been the original. How they started writing the Constitution based off of their quote-unquote forefathers in Europe. I'm confused because now it's like, what the fuck is going on? Because I listened to a little bit of what happened prior to, and then I'm listening to what this female is saying. And now I'm confused because it's like, where does common law make sense? When the Constitution clearly states just delay makes sense, and subject to jurisdiction makes sense, and then people bringing up the blue and white, and then I know what blue and white looks like because my dad would have considered blue because he's not white. He's not that dude that was fucking he was on the financial track.
I think you're making all our IQs go down because we had it and now I'm lost.
No, what I'm trying to understand is what the argument is, because if two things should be the final. This is
argument is Negroes. They say that.
BTs, shut the fuck up and go find out what reparations look like.
Y'all immigrants are good. They're trying to make y'all immigrants.
I was born in the United States.
Get us back there.
I was born in the United States.
That's what's
shut the fuck up, bro, before I kick your ass out.
No, I have a question too, if y'all don't mind. Cause it was something that y'all was talking about the domicility part, but he was, when asked about Native Americans or indigenous people, did you notice he got stuck? And he had to.
He shouldn't have got stuck because
he got stuck.
Domicility came about back in the 1800s. Before the thing is, domicility would have been because they're considered a separate nation. So it's like saying, oh, I'm from Ireland and I'm claiming I'm a U.S. resident. Now they overturned that because obviously the United States is the whole mass of land now. But at one time, if you were from let's pretend it's like Wisconsin and they're not part of the 13 original colonies. Am I right or wrong? So somebody can fix this. From my understanding of history, when it comes to the Indians that were considered a separate nation, they're not the United States.
Well, I mean, it's a mess because there's many federal laws. It's a mess. It's a mess. So if a native lives on a reservation, born on a reservation in what is now Oklahoma, committed a federal crime, he was absolutely charged with, unless I'm wrong, don't tell me if I'm wrong, I think he was absolutely charged with the federal crime.
Correct.
Was he not?
How could he be charged with the federal crime if he lived in Wisconsin and that wasn't part of the 13 original colonies?
I said in 1880.
In 1880. And the reason why he would have been charged with federal crime is because the federal government had jurisdiction.
But they had jurisdiction over a sovereign nation?
Yeah, that's why it's complicated, because they weren't citizens that they were born in that sovereign nation.
Right, and so if I'm born in a sovereign nation, just because I'm in the middle of your goddamn country, I am a separate nation.
No. Patty, you guys are, y'all black. Y'all forgot how white supremacy worked. When they want to take something away from the non-white, they take it away. When they don't want to have something, they keep it from them. When they want to punish them, they punish them. It was an unequal treatment of the law. You could be treated as a citizen for punishment while not being a citizen. It's really that simple.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct, and that
it's 1880. Like, what's going on?
Right, and if they were serious about it, and when you think about those treaties that they broke, all those treaties that they had between these nations, they broke them.
So to 468 treaties.
Yeah,
literally.
We get a little off.
We need to be.
I'm just
you're in the matrix, but I'm wondering, does that when he said, I don't know, I have to look, I have to check. I wonder if the Nickians, if they were choking on Saturday.
No, because they're not listening. Let's get back to the tape. You guys want to do Clubhouse. It was finished the oral arguments first.
It was a trap question from Gorsuch. Gorsuch always does this.
Yes.
To American law, every time he speaks, first he does the Native land acknowledgement, and then they trap somebody in the Native American law. The question, why was it a trap? Because Indian Citizenship Act was in 1924, and the legal theory that the government is building was before 1924, right? And if you tack on domicility to the theory, then and push it, right, narrow reading of jurisdiction that the government was arguing for, it becomes Native Americans become, in one reading, birthright citizens under Constitution at the time of before 1924.
But we had the mainlands too, neoliberal. So now you have to recognize these nations, quote unquote nations, are within your boundaries. When it comes to the Indians.
Well,
right?
Okay. The way I understand it, right, like the government is arguing that not everyone born on the United States soil is automatically a citizen because domicility, etc., right? Historically, and this is before that, the whole theory is based on a pre-1924 law, right, and understanding. So old cases treated them differently because tribal sovereignty, right? Tribes were separate political communities that the whole argument on domicility and allegiance does not work, right? So he's kind of arguing against himself there, and that's what Grotius was trying to answer, right? Like, there is an inconsistency. Grotius dropped him. That's why he didn't answer. He gave some type of way. He said, "Well, I have to think about it." That's what he said.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Two things. One,
Matrix. Matrix. I think we should just go back and keep listening to the thing.
You're in the Matrix, BT. Write it down, BT, and then come back. We got to listen to it.
At least some authorities took the view the non-domiciliary question wasn't decided, remained open, and even continued to press the view that domicile is required. Now, I know you've got a lot of good stuff on your side, too. What do we do with the fact that many sound legal authorities thought of the question, even if one of them wasn't John Marshall Harlan?
I liked your example from Justice Harlan's lecture here in D.C. So here's what I would say. All of the government citations in their brief generally either were rejected by Mark expressly if they predated Mark.
I'm trying to understand how the legal community understood what happened in Mark. Just seems to me it's a mess.
So
maybe you can persuade me otherwise.
I think I can, Justice Gorsuch. First, as to the post-Mark authorities the government cites, each one of them is inconsistent with Mark's reasoning or doesn't mention it at all. Most of them have very little reasoning at all. And in contrast, what we have on our side, post-Mark, is numerous federal court decisions around the time of Mark, between ratification and Mark, that said that domicile is not relevant. They cited Lynch versus Clark, which again was about the daughter of temporary sojourners. We have the 6th edition of Kent, which was cited in Mark, and of course was then cited after Mark was decided by many authorities, again discussing temporary sojourners. Anyone who wanted to know what the law of citizenship was under the 14th Amendment after Mark would go to the 6th edition of Kent, where he says in that footnote on page 38 that the rule was Lynch versus Clark and temporary sojourners' children are U.S. citizens. We have members of Congress speaking on the record on debates on immigration laws where they were finally passing these immigration restrictions that Senator Cowan wanted. All stated either that Lynch was the rule that Attorney General Bates had stated the rule, again citing Lynch, or Kent, and stating the rule that everyone born in the U.S. is a citizen, and saying, look, children of Chinese immigrants, these immigrants who are unwelcome, these immigrants that Congress is now trying to bar from entering the United States, if their children born in the United States are citizens. We have an 1896, so a couple years before Bonkemark, but an 1896 State Department regulation, which said that U.S.-born children of foreign nationals are U.S. citizens, excepting only the children of ambassadors. And then you have Marshall Woodworth, who is a U.S. attorney, writes in a law review article that he's talking specifically about temporary sojourners' children, and he says, I don't think that's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general rule.
Can I offer a possible explanation for why Justice Gray made a point of putting domicile in what he said was the holding of the case? And it is this. Wong Kim Ark and his parents, had they come to the United States from Europe, could have been naturalized. But because they were Chinese, they could not be naturalized. And they had done everything that they could to make themselves Americans by establishing a domicile in the United States. And so that's what this was about. He couldn't get naturalized because of a racist law, but they had done everything they could to become part of the American society. At the same time, there were many, many men who were horribly exploited, brought to the United States to work on the Transcontinental Railroad, to work in mines. They were worked to death. They were treated horrifically, but they were overwhelmingly men. There wasn't an indication that they would stay here, they could stay here, they didn't have permanent homes. And the opinion is drawing a distinction between those two categories of people who would have been well understood at the time when Wong Kim Ark was decided.
No, Justice Alito, I don't think that's a plausible explanation for why domicile is mentioned in Wong Kim Ark, because again, the controlling rule of decision based on English common law and cases from Skinner Exchange, Tolich versus Clark, to State versus Manual, which was the North Carolina decision that said, look, the rule in the United States from independence on has been the English common law rule. That explanation would be inconsistent.
Isn't that explanation? I take Justice Alito's point, and I think he actually makes a good one in the sense that it could be that Justice Gray emphasized domicile to help the public accept the outcome of this case. You're suggesting that the emphasis on domicile was not a part of the rule, meaning he wasn't saying you had to be like a foreigner who is doing everything they can and who can't be naturalized, but he might have emphasized those facts. In this case, precisely because Chinese immigrants were unwanted, precisely because he had to get this out into the public, and people were going to say, whoa, you're saying these people have to, this baby has to be a citizen? And so one could imagine that it was important from a standpoint of people accept this citizen rule under these circumstances to emphasize that these particular people in this case were, if you look at the briefing in Wong Kim Ark, you'll see that even though the parties had stipulated in the district court that Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the United States, when the case came to the Supreme Court, the government's brief argued that it was impossible for Chinese immigrants to have domicile because they expressed the view that was common among people who opposed immigration by Chinese nationals to the United States. There was a common view that Chinese people were inherently temporary sojourners in the country. And so I do think it's possible, Justice Alito and Justice Jackson, that he was trying to dispel that notion and tell the government that at least it reads as though he's trying to calm everyone down. These particular people were filed, but we're following the English
decide to renege on that stipulation and rely on this assumption on the part of anti-Chinese advocates at that time that Chinese people couldn't form a domicile in the United States, and he followed the English common law rules.
I just wanted to ask you a question about how the exceptions fit within the general law.
You gotta pause it.
The exceptions, like some of the common laws versus
You
common
gotta
law.
pause it. What people just heard and may have missed, but I caught it, was an over-prepared, over-educated, probably very smart lawyer in Cecilia Wang not listening to the judges. And they seen it. It was very clubhouse what she did. She disagreed with what Alito was saying because it was Alito, and she thinks he's on the other side. And Jackson had to come in and save her, because what Alito was saying, which is what I've been saying all day, the domicile argument only had to do essentially what they effectively were saying with how they were establishing Wong Kim Ark's parents because they were excluded from naturalization under the 1790 Naturalization Act and its subsequent updates, including the 1870, even though they were already here for that. Right? They might have been already here. They came in 69, 70, 71. I'm still talking on, right? And Wang thought that he was trying to make the argument that was key to the ruling. And Jackson had to come in and save her by saying, oh, no. He was actually just saying that to explain the Wong Arks, their family's case, but the ruling was based off common law. Did y'all, I don't know, did you catch that, neoliberal?
Wow.
Yes.
She heard Alito, she was like, oh, that's not it. Jackson came in and said, oh, no, that is it. That's exactly it. Stop. Jackson literally just said, not that they were going to lose the case anyway, but Jackson literally came in to save her because Wang is not listening. She did Clubhouse. Somebody said something and people disagree. But what Alito was saying is correct. If you read the Wang case, the Wong Arkin case, they focus on domicility because the parents could not be naturalized under American naturalization law. But their ruling had nothing to do with domicility.
I mean, but you know, man, I think, and this is to Alito's earlier question, domicility does matter. And Jackson, I view her as, I'm going to take what Alito's saying and actually flip it. And say, actually, what domicility was, it wasn't one, a part of the holding, but two, it really just had to do with the parentage and describing the parentage.
I know.
Right? But my point is that it's not so much Wang mishearing more than it is Justice Jackson taking what Alito did and saying, actually, this is how it helps your.
That's what Wang should have did.
Yeah, that's the lawyer.
That's my point. But my point is that, like, I'm addressing your point specifically about how for Alito, domicility actually is central.
No, I know it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it is for him. And she should have said domicility is important, but only for the. That's what I'm saying is Jackson did what the lawyer should have did because the lawyer's not listening. It's like, well, I'll give you an example. This morning, there were 3 Jews on the Supreme Court. I asked him to name them. I didn't say there weren't. I said name them. And he couldn't. She should have said, no, you're Alito, Justice Alito, that's right. And the reason why is because of these laws. He mentioned the racist law. Alito brought up a racist law. She should have dug in. That was the point. That this stuff is giving citizenship notwithstanding the racist laws.
So
she was Clubhouse. She was listening to respond instead of listening.
I don't think it's so. What it is that the way the arguments were briefed is that the respondents here, Cecilia and everybody else, they're like, this domicility argument is bullshit.
Correct.
Right? And so Alito finds that argument to be fascinating, and I think that his dissent will be based on that. He agrees with the government's theory.
I agree.
Right? And so I think it's not so much that I think Wang isn't hearing it, more than she disagrees with Alito's premise, and that's where I think Jackson comes in and says, this is actually how you flip that. And so I don't think so much.
She flip it.
justices do sometimes.
I know. I understand that. I'm just saying. But then what she said, we should play it back because she said no. She should have said yes. And she should have yes and is what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, I know y'all like her. She went to Yale and she's an immigrant. She's a liberal. She's ACLU. I know you all gotta like her because she's on your team. I thought she was terrible today. I know you guys gotta like her because she's a liberal from UCL, the ACLU, and she went to Berkeley undergrad, and she got her JD from Yale, and she clerked on. I think she clerked on the ninth for a Supreme Court justice or two. And she's really smart. She's an immigrant kid. I don't give a fuck. I thought that was terrible. She should have. I would have said to him. I said it today, right at the beginning. I said it on here. I said that's exactly what the case is about. Because when I read the Wong article, that's been a couple of months since I've read this long, but I recall they were homing in on it because of the 1870. They said, look, he didn't have a chance to be this sort of thing. That's the only reason why we're bringing up domicility. That's it. She could have said that, but I know you got to defend her. She's on your team.
I think is that why Black Freedom's going so hard to justify her or to clean it up?
That's what they did.
I mean,
they do team warfare. I'm the only honest one on here. These people do team warfare.
And I appreciate it.
I mean, I think, man, I get that reading. I just read it as you don't want to give any credence, at least as an attorney for the respondents, to the domicility argument. I think Jackson, more than anything, gives us a glimpse into how she's going to address the domicility argument in her concurrence. Can
you rewind it?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, let's listen to the exchange again.
From the top, please.
Major immigration law in America, which said only free white aliens could be naturalized. There was nothing specific about Asians and Chinese in particular until the 1880s, but they could not be naturalized until later on.
All right, by the way.
Wong Kim Ark's parents were domiciled in the United States. When the case came to the Supreme Court.
Should I go back further?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general.
Hold on.
States as to citizenship.
Not too much on.
Intended to stay in the United States, but be just as they are not.
Stop hating.
Incorporating what we had previously said it meant. Page 572 of the congressional record directly addresses this.
Oh, no, way before that. No, way after that. No, you're going way too far back.
Senator Wade's proposal. So, based on the first agenda. Government tried to strip Mr. Wong Kim Ark's citizenship on largely the same grounds they raised today.
Go keep going a little bit more.
The 13th Amendment's fixed, bright-line rule has contributed to the growth and thriving of our nation. It comes from text and history. It is workable, and it prevents manipulation. The executive order fails on all those counts. Swaths of American laws would be rendered senseless. Thousands of American babies will immediately lose their citizenship. And if you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of Americans, past, present, and future, could be called into question. All of this tells us the government's theory is wrong. I welcome the court's questions.
Are 5 exceptions.
Pass this. You go to Alito.
Yes, depending on how many you count, Justice Thomas, how you count them.
What is the underlying rule of law that you use to connect these 5 exceptions?
Sure. So, as I just said, all of the exceptions involve situations where that U.S.-born child is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because that extraterritoriality, the fiction of extraterritoriality, the interaction of another sovereign between the United States opinion to set out his analysis. He first starts with a premise that in construing the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause, we look to the English common law. That was the rule that applied from the colonial on, at least for the colonists and for European immigrants. He then says, look, Chief Justice Marshall tells us in the Skinner Exchange what subject to the jurisdiction means. Again, looking to the English common law. Under English common law, if you are born in the dominions of the sovereign, you owe natural allegiance. And those who are present in the dominions of the sovereign owe temporary allegiance for as long as they're present. The only exceptions, again, in common law were ambassadors, people born on foreign ships, and people who are born during periods of foreign occupation. He then gets to the government's favorite page, 693, where he says, look, we have had this rule in the United States as to citizenship, at least for white Americans, from before independence. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to embrace that universal rule of birthright citizenship, to embrace and incorporate the common law exceptions with the single additional exception of the pre-existing exception for tribal Indians that we had in the United States, which is an analogous exception, and that's the closed set of exceptions. You can't make sense of the holding in the case without looking to the controlling rule of decision, which is the common law. And I think my friend agrees that under English common law, domicile was not relevant, and the children born to temporary visitors in the territory of the sovereign were always considered birthright citizens.
Well, Ms. Wong, I mean, everything you say strikes me as, yeah, that's the way I read it too, but then what are those 20 domicile words doing there? Like, you can, take some of them and say, they were just summarizing the facts of the case, but not all of them. And why did they keep on, why did they sprinkle that in the opinion?
Well, I think, again, those were the stipulated facts in the case, and it's clear we have textual evidence in the majority opinion that they were simply saying this is an a fortiori application of that controlling rule that comes from the English common law. Justice Gray writes, again, after setting out the English common law rule and the exceptions, with the single additional exception for children of members of Indian tribes, that the amendment in clear words and manifest intent includes the children born within the territory of the United States of all other persons of whatever race or color domiciled within the United States. And as was pointed out earlier, the very next part of that same paragraph, he cites to Webster talking about Thrasher's case, and he says, people who are born in this country owe allegiance independently of a residence with, foreign nationals allegiance independently of a residence with intention to continue such residence, independently of any domiciliation, and independently of taking any oath of allegiance, which is totally contrary to both the government's theory of dual allegiance or partial allegiance and to the theory of domiciliation.
I might agree with you if domicile had simply been sprinkled in the opinion, but in Wong Kim Ark, it's a long opinion, but it begins by saying, here's the question, and it ends by coming back to the question. And it says, here's the question stated at the beginning of the opinion, namely whether a child born in the United States or parents of Chinese are carrying on business, and he states the diplomatic exception, and he says, for the reasons above stated, this court is of the opinion that the question must be answered in the affirmative. So why put domicile in? Sometimes it's hard to figure out what is the holding of the case. Here he tells us this is the holding of the case. Why put domicile in there? It's just something, it's something irrelevant that he wanted to throw in. It's like whether a child born in the United States or parents of Chinese descent who once resided at a particular address in San Francisco who attempted to enter the country at the port of San Francisco. Why put it in if it's irrelevant?
Well, Justice Alito, I'll give you two responses. The first is that, again, it was a stipulated fact. The second is that regardless of what the judgment in the case was, which again was an a fortiori application of the rule of decision, the rule of decision in Wong Kim Ark has binding precedential effect. Even if you think that Wong Kim Ark domicile. Wonky says 6 times in the first parts of the opinion, as well as on the page the government focuses on, that domicile is not relevant.
What do we do with the fact that after Wonky at least some authorities took the view that the non-domiciliary question wasn't decided, remained open, and even continued to press the view that domicile is required. Now, I know you've got a lot of good stuff on your side too, but what do we do with the fact that many sound legal authorities thought it remained an open question, even if one of them wasn't John Marshall Harlan?
I liked your example from Justice Harlan's lecture here in D.C. So here's what I would say. All of the government citations in their brief generally either were rejected by Wonky expressly if they predated Wonky.
I'm trying to understand how the legal community understood what happened in Wonky. It just seems to me it's a mess.
So
maybe you can persuade me otherwise.
I think I can, Justice Gorsuch. First, as to the post-Wonky authorities that the government cites, each one of them is inconsistent with Wonky reasoning or doesn't mention it at all. Most of them have very little reasoning at all. And in contrast, what we have on our side, post-Wonky is numerous federal court decisions around the time of Wonky between ratification and Wonky that said that domicile is not relevant. They cited Lynch versus Clark, which again was about the daughter of temporary sojourners. The 6th edition of Kent, which was cited in Wonky and of course was then after Wonky was decided by many of us, again discussing temporary sojourners. Anyone who wanted to know what the law of citizenship was under the 14th Amendment after Wonky would go to the 6th edition of Kent, where he says in that footnote on page 38 that the rule was Lynch versus Clark and temporary sojourners children are U.S. citizens. We have members of Congress speaking on the record on debates on immigration laws where they were finally passing these immigration restrictions that Senator Cowan wanted. And they all stated either that Lynch was a rule, that Attorney General Bates had stated the rule, again citing Lynch, or Kent and stating the rule that everyone born in the U.S. is a citizen, and saying, look, children of Chinese immigrants, these immigrants who are unwelcome, these immigrants that Congress is now trying to bar from entering the United States, if their children born in the United States are citizens. We have in 1896, so a couple years before Wonky the 1896 State Department regulation, which said the U.S. born children of foreign nationals are U.S. citizens, excepting only the children of ambassadors. And then you have Marshall Woodworth, who is a U.S. attorney who writes in a law review article that he's talking specifically about temporary sojourners children, and he says, I don't think that's a good rule from a policy perspective, but that's the general rule.
Can I offer a possible explanation for why Justice Gray made a point of putting domicile in what he said was the holding of the case? And it is this. Wong Kim Ark and his parents, had they come to the United States from Europe, could have been naturalized. But because they were Chinese, they could not be naturalized. And they had done everything that they could to make themselves Americans by establishing a domicile in the United States. And so that's what this was about. He couldn't get naturalized because of a racist law, but they had done everything they could to become part of the American society. At the same time, there were many men who were horribly exploited, brought to the United States to work on the Transcontinental Railroad, to work in mines. They were worked to death. They were treated horrifically, but they were overwhelmingly men. There wasn't an indication that they would stay here, they could stay here, they didn't have permanent homes. And the pen is drawing a distinction between
because, again, the controlling rule of decision based on the English common law and cases from Skinner Exchange. Pause it. Skin versus Manual, which was the North Carolina decision.
So Black Freedom, he did not, in fact, give any, like, oh, this is going to be my whole thing with domicile. He actually gave the, like, maybe you could, off domicile. I'm going to pull it. And she said no. And then Justice Jackson came in and said yes. Y'all think that, you thought she did a good job in the lead up to that? It was weedy. It was unnecessarily wonky. It was pedantic. It was wild details. When it was Kagan. I forgot Kagan also some at work. I forgot Kagan came in to help the lady out. So if you
just say something about your oral argument?
Yeah, hold on, Ben. We're having a back and forth, bro.
So a few things. One, Alito said the reason why domicile was a part of the holding, and I think that, that's something that she rejects, right? That's something that our side rejects, because what happens is it's like, okay, to answer the question, domicile was a part of the question. What Wayne was trying to do was say, like, even if you think that that's a part of the holding, all these, like, the progeny of him arc shows that, like, domicile is not a part of how we understand this. All right, and so right. So she's trying hard, right? So Alito says the reason why it's a part of the holding, right? Flat out, she rejects that premise. Like,
but that is the reason why it's part of the holding.
No, but keep in mind what she's trying to do. Like, domicile is not a part of this. She wants to move away. She's trying to move the court away from that, and they're trying to pin her down in that, right? Like she could say, "Hey, this is why domicile is a part of the holding," but like that's the position that the respondents are against. Like, domicile is not a part of the holding. That's not how we understand this. And the distinction that Alito brings up between Wong Kim Ark's parents, right, and the racist law he cites, versus, folks, who had been Transcontinental Railroad here. I wish he would have elaborated on that more, but it sounded to me like he was trying to draw a distinction despite the fact that the law was racist. The distinction is that those who've been working on the Transcontinental Railroad have domicility.
I didn't hear that.
Right. He didn't elaborate on it. I thought that's where he was going. But nevertheless,
but King Wong's Ark's family were here as laborers. They weren't here to do the railroads, but they also were brought here as laborers.
But they couldn't establish domicility.
I know.
Yeah. Right. And so I think, again, and Alito didn't elaborate on the distinction, and maybe you understand distinction better than me. But I feel like even Alito conceding the fact that, like, their law is racist, he's like, okay, listen, this is English common law, all right? This is the China.
Yes.
Okay, they don't have domicility here, so they can't even avail themselves to that kind of common law argument, right? Because they don't have domicility. Now again, Alito didn't elaborate on the distinction. I don't trust Alito, so that's where I thought he was going with it. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but nevertheless, I feel like Cecilia is trying to desperately move away. I mean, even when you see, like you mentioned it, Kagan tries to throw her like a different kind of thing. Like she brings up like they're trying to write their opinion, right? Because they're talking to each other on the bench. Like the folks, like somebody like Alito, like he's going to care about this domicility thing. Tell me what to make of this. And she's like, I ain't trying to tell y'all shit about domicility because it's not a part of it.
No, I understand that, but why can't? I don't know.
That our laws are better. That we have to follow the laws that exist to obtain power. We have to respect the law that we will impose. Because if we teach a disrespect for the law, how then can we use the law to serve us? And so we have all these people out here on the right and the left who believe that we can just enforce the laws we like, ignore the ones we don't. And this will always result in discord, in strife, in pain, in suffering, and exploitation, and a total lack of our sovereignty.
The law was made to condemn someone else to save them.
don't worry about what the Supreme Court has to say. They are an illegitimate and unconstitutional appendage.
Can you hear me? With that said, you say don't listen to the Supreme Court, but they did pass Dre's.
Oh, you're in the Matrix, Diego. You're in the Matrix.
I think Jaco. Yeah, Jaco want to say something. Jaco, you got it.
Yeah, John Locke, probably one of the best political theorists who really influenced Thomas Jefferson, the founding fathers, in particular, and the French Revolution, said governments inherently draw their liberty from the consent of the governed based on three things: ensuring that the government provide life, liberty, and property, meaning the protection of property, meaning if the government takes some property, they have to provide you compensation. They just can't, rip your farm from you and say it's ours. Legitimacy comes from that, but you're inherently saying legitimacy doesn't come from that. Should I understand?
Well, I think he said John Locke said that laws come from nature. It's the natural laws. What John Locke actually. I don't care. I don't care what John Locke.
I'm not constrained by John Locke's conception of the legitimacy of a government. I am making it abundantly clear that we have the capacity to speak, to read, to write, and to the extent that we share conceptions from phonemes, words, we have the ability to explicate something called law and to agree to participate in a contract to create a solution for our violent conflicts that doesn't involve death and dismemberment. And when we do that, we can decide that our state, thereby created, the government that we consent to create, is gaining its legitimacy from any such thing. We've had multiple empires in the history of the world that drew their legitimacy, their claim, from God. We've had monarchies. They said, we're legitimate because we have the mandate from heaven. Okay, and if you believe that's legitimate and you submit to it, so be it. It is maybe a matter for debate, but I think that it is generally accepted that the experiment, the revolution in the United States of America was predicated, nominally at least, in word at least, on the basis that we reject the legitimacy of someone who is not accepting representative government. We reject the idea that someone who is not here and claims something from before we were born can have legitimacy, and that legitimacy must be predicated on something else. They confer and they describe this as the consent of the governed, because everyone has a natural right from God to be free and sovereign and independent. And we know that those people will want to naturally cooperate with others, and then where they cooperate, that cooperation should be explicitly bound in a contract. And as long as the contract's performance is delivered, then it is legitimate. And I'm telling you that the contractual obligation of the federal government created by the Constitution has not been performed. It is not a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. It has just flat out been ignored. We don't have to go as far back as 1861 if that's distasteful for you and you're so ignorant that you can't disassociate those events from slavery is bad. When the state, as you say, fails to provide for life, liberty, and the protection of property or the pursuit of happiness, however you'd like to define it, and you can argue it has lost its legitimacy, and I would agree with you. I don't care how you come to recognize the illegitimacy of the government, but it is wholly illegitimate.
And you know what he said after that was, when it doesn't provide those three things, people have a right for a revolution.
It is not just their right, it is their duty and their responsibility.
Yeah. That's their right.
Obedience to God or abolish!
Wake that shit up.
Resistance to tyranny. Obedience to God.
You said a lot of good stuff. What's your opinion on the Talmud?
I have no opinion whatsoever on the Talmud. It's irrelevant. What we need to be doing is raising a new standard, and we need to be etching in stone what we will etch in our hearts, what we will defend, what we will protect, and we need to be
focused. And so when I hear people having a conversation about, well, the Supreme Court will rule this, well, do you know it drives up? We don't need to worry about what an illegitimate government does. So I need us all to collectively take a deep breath and say, the state is illegitimate. We must work to create a legitimate system of government. We must work to protect the right of free associated speech and the right to keep and to bear arms as the final solution to the tyranny of a state.
Would you be worried?
The final solution. Preaching the last couple days, and good afternoon to everybody. What are you doing?
I just want to point out before she asks me a question, I will not talk to women when it comes to politics, because that which is political is as Carl Schmitt said, you know, politics is warfare by other means, or was that who was that?
Your husband.
Yeah, von Clausewitz, yes. Yeah, the political is the extension of war by other means, and women have no place in war. I will not send my daughter, my wives, and my mother to go fight in a war, and I will not have them fight in a proxy for war. So I will not have anything to do with anything women have to say on the matter.
Tell her you'll talk to her husband at best.
Very good. You may send your husband, and I'll take those questions.
Oy vey.
So did we all take a deep breath? Are we all ready to engage in a little group activity where we can say, hey, definitively, the state is illegitimate. I recognize that, and I'm going to stop pretending or allowing this insidious idea to creep into my speech and into my actions, where I take something that is wholly illegitimate, that I recognize could only rationally, logically be illegitimate, and treating it as legitimate.
What if they're trying to take away your rights, and while they're doing it, they're quoting the Sanhedrins?
I'm not going to speak to you any longer. Thank you so much for participating. I guess no one wants to participate in that group activity, but I assure you it would be very fun.
The state is illegitimate, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Let's go! Break it up! Proud to count you among the members of the Red Party, Diego.
You turn on the news and you see Ted Cruz, he's talking about the Sanhedrins.
Diego's the only one. There he is, the only one with the courage to do it.
So are you saying the Sanhedrin, they're like good, that's good, or?
Let me help you with the understanding of Sanhedrin here. There we go. Now you'll have all the knowledge you need about the Sanhedrin. That's everything you need to know, my boy.
I have a question.
You switched up sides. You got some power switched up.
Are you like an Israeli type of person? And
Are you talking to me? No, I'm not like an Israeli type of person.
You must have how many questions do you? The immunity is there. But when you have a lot of questions, I just want to see. I just want to ask questions about stuff because I don't know which side to take. The United States or the Israelis. So I don't know which one to take.
Those are the same side. I'm not really understanding why you see them as sides. They're not on opposite sides. They're on the same side. They're all working in the interest of transnational capital. Let me give you an example of this, okay? In World War II, a necessary precursor to the creation of the Israeli state.
My bad. I didn't mean the United States as far as Trump being sucked into the Israel thing. I meant the people who are trying to fight from the Israel thing. So when I say United States, I mean that side of the United States, the people that are trying to disassociate from Israel and Israel. And there's a part of the United States that are in a sense slaves to the Israel basically.
Israel's my brother.
Why don't you get back up on stage? I'm not Supermod, I'm not God, but I want to understand your question. You're not really quite clear on what you're trying to ask. Let me give you a little example, though, that I think will be informative. At least, Diego, you might appreciate this. Do a little research and you'll find out that while English boys between the ages of 17 and 25 were fighting and dying at the hands of German soldiers, a bank vault in London held thousands of pounds of German gold for the Germans. Now, do you see the problem with that? The Germans are killing the Englishmen, but the English banks are holding and protecting the gold for the Germans who are killing them. This is transnational capital at work. That is the enemy. that I seek to dispossess and destroy in the vein of the great Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, apocryphally saying, "You are a den of vipers and thieves, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out."
Rout you out.
Oy vey, who's running those banks?
Right, just say it. Just say it.
How do I shut him up for good? How do I put him in the oven? Is there an oven? Is there an oven?
Where's the oven? He's got a point, right? Why does the British royal family have a memorial? I mean, he has a point.
Well, here's the thing: if you go back to the First World Wars, Chase was the man behind what Diogenes is talking about, and Chase is not a Jew. Okay, so this really has to do with greedy fucking bankers looking to capitalize on both sides and not really being loyal to any side, but enriching themselves and fattening their fucking pockets.
Well said, Sig. Wake that up and make sure that everyone fucking hears it, because this is so fucking counterproductive for you to get hung up on this idea. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Jews. They love it. They don't exist unless you recognize them. And so they constantly fucking interrupt and try to make it about them because they are pathetic, servile little fucksticks who have never been able to successfully establish a nation. They are parasites. Cut them out. You are being actively betrayed by rich fucking white men, rich fucking black men, by rich fucking yellow men. It doesn't matter. The only constant thread is their ability to manipulate your conception of value and exploit you, to get you to send your blood to die while they enrich themselves thereby. That is the rule, and that is transnational capital.
I agree. I'm going to say something too also very quick, and I'm going to give it back. I'm going to say this very quick. In the Bible, it talks about the kings and God saying, hey, don't give yourself to these kings. You're going to be selling your sons off, and they're going to have to go to war, and they'll run in front of the chariots. And the kings will have this, they'll do all these things to you. And it's crazy you just got to mention that. And so our whole world is full of this manipulation. Yeah, that's a and that's why I said no kings thing. That's a good ass point. That there also.
Did somebody say adrenochrome?
Are you in the reserves, Diogenes?
I'm not. The only way that they can possibly get me back, Diego, is if they have a draft. I've already served all my time, my active time, and my. Are you good? He's like, yeah. Unless they draft, I'm good. I already did. My IR time was good too. I was like, all right. I was worried about you because he was actually stationed. He was stationed with the 33rd MU. He just got out like literally a month before the deployment. So.
We might have our political disagreements amongst Americans, but I'm praying for all Americans that do, if they end up getting deployed or drafted, because this is a bad one.
Yeah, it is definitely a bad one. It is. Look, the state is illegitimate, and if we can get them to wake up to that, we need to create a space to object to their participation here. Nav, I want you to come up here and take your licks, Nav, for being a fucking Trump glazier. While he's doing everything I told you he would do. You told me I was wrong. You told me, Diogenes, he's America first. He cares about America. And I was like, Trump is not going to convict anyone of anything. He's not going to convict anyone. I said this very clearly to you. I said he is not going to convict anyone for this so-called stolen election. He is not going to convict anyone related to Clinton. He's not going to convict anyone for employing illegal aliens, and he is never going to engage in mass deportation. And here we are. You fucking voted for him because you know what the truth is? You're looking out for yourself and the military-industrial complex. That's the fucking truth of it. And I hate it, but here we are.
And that's a burn.
Yep, and look at, you know what, it's great that Brad jumped into the room because Brad and I have had a disagreement on the basis that I was willing to criticize the blind participation in the United States military, and most importantly, the approbation and acclaim we unquestioningly are called to visit on them for their continual support for an illegitimate state. As I was saying, Diego, we should try to create a safe environment for those people who are actively participating and going to do the bleeding and the dying. And there are thousands of U.S. servicemen who are dead at this point. The United States is not admitting to you, but there are thousands of dead U.S. soldiers from the Iranian strikes. We should try to wake up the other boys and girls who are being sent to that. And I saw pictures from the well deck of the 11th MEU, and I deployed with the 11th MEU. And I saw pictures from the well decks from these guys getting on the LCACs. These guys are fucking 18, 19, 20 years old, and I saw the look in their eye, and I was like, these guys don't even have the fucking faintest conception of what a legitimate government is. And we have an obligation to protect them from giving their lives for something so goddamn foolish and worthless as money that's being printed right now as the Federal Reserve buys treasuries and the secondary market. And ask your fucking favorite AI where the money comes from to buy that fucking debt. They fucking make it up. And people are going to go and die for that because we're failing them, because we're continually telling them, thank you for your service, and you're so brave and so noble because you signed on the fucking dotted line. And we perpetuate the ignorance and the continued tyranny of an illegitimate state.
Go ahead. Can I negotiate with you rather than destroying the federal government for you to be in favor of secession for your own state wherever you're living?
Well, so, you don't need to destroy government as much as we need to create a new system. And because what you do, I think all experience and history has shown that what you do is you create all the questions answered for you. The path becomes clear. National Socialism in Germany, in Weimar Germany, was the only solution. It was the only reasonable thing for reasonable men to do. Far be it from the narrative portrayed in modern media that the Austrian painter, for all of his humble beginnings, somehow touched in something occult and became capable of hypnotizing entire populations. He simply represented the will of the capital.
So I'm not sure what. I guess it's a little bit clear what all of the rage for is the claim that British government was holding money for Germans. That's a very deceptive claim because those assets during World War I and World War II were frozen as an enemy asset with the label of an enemy asset. So not held or no business was done with Germany at the time. Those assets were frozen just the same way as the Iranian assets were frozen.
The bank, maybe. I'm not sure what the status of that gold was, but I will tell you the Bank of International Settlements was very clear as it provided clearing services for Germany. And, when Czechoslovakia was taken over, ask where did the gold go? They said, oh, well, we just changed the name on the gold. We didn't move? No, it didn't move. We just changed the name on it. Because we don't really have any allegiance. And it was an American, born in America, raised in America, who was responsible for the Bank of International Settlements. You know who made the Bank of International Settlements? It was, I think it was the United States. And they continued to process and clear transactions to ensure that National Socialist Germany could exist and import the things it required for its war industry. So the point stands. Transnational capital is the enemy. And I'm not trying to take a position as I don't want to be seen as criticizing the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I would hope that when all was said and done, they would have come after the Bank of International Settlements. But that history was not to be. But we are here now, and we can recognize that we don't have the ability to express values outside of a totally fabricated currency. And that is the basis for sovereignty. Everything that you buy, everything that you sell is mediated by a create out of nothing. That means that it is worthless. It has no value. And they're printing it right now, by the way. He's on the phone. That's not fair.
That's why you're seeing all the banks buying up all this gold, man. Because they know where the value's at. It ain't in this fucking fiat currency. This bullshit dream they've been selling all of us.
Yeah, and I ask people who consider themselves informed about the financial system what the reserve requirements are for banks right now. Prior to COVID, I used to constantly point out that there was a fraudulent monetary system. The Federal Reserve was like 10%. You only had to keep 10% in reserves. But in March of 2019, something very strange happened. Something that I thought would make it clear that our entire financial system is as illegitimate as our government. And that was the banks had reserves of any kind.
It's not even remotely true. You're just
Oh,
doing
Lord.
bullshit.
That's 100% true, dude.
It's not true. You're fucking emailing it 6 a.m. I can finish my statement and you guys
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead and look it up.
Yeah, I can do this because, again, I've been in this room longer than you guys. But like I stated, I'm going to finish it. Currently, the reserve requirements of depository institutes is $37.8 million. The trash amount, or what you would actually say the low
What are the reserve requirements, Brad?
is $645.8 million.
What are the reserve requirements? What are the reserve requirements?
That means give him a chance to rebut, bro. Give him a chance to rebut. All right, let's be fair. We can have a discussion because there's people who want to learn and want to hear both sides. So let Brad rebut and be fair. All right, go ahead, bro.
And I'll do that because
can I actually just shut your nigger mouth?
Yeah. So right now, the $37.8 million is reserve requirement exemption amounts are, and their previous amount was in 2024 $36.1 million. So it actually received the low reserve amount of $600.
I had to do that. Sorry, he moved me down for no reason. I didn't cut him off. I don't know why I did that. It was a bad move by me, but you can't do that. I mean, come on, you can't just.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Like,
I really started cutting everyone off. I didn't even interrupt.
Brad's a retard. He doesn't deserve a moment.
But listen.
I want to point out he's lying.
Hold on. Let me get order back in the room real quick. Hold on.
I don't even know what he's referencing.
Hold on, Diego. Just give me 2 seconds to get order back in the room. All right, so here's the deal. All right. Again, we're discussing ideas, gentlemen. Give someone some room to breathe and rebut. All right. And yeah, Brad, don't drop people down who haven't, broken the rules or been disrespectful.
So actually, I dropped them down because they started modding Rico and Absolutely.
I didn't mod anyone. How'd you know that? How'd you know that I did?
Because I can tell.
Okay, so why don't you move everybody out of the you be the only mod.
I can do this because I can see the news on the top. I can see who did it. You dipweed.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me okay, so first
down, you say it just didn't matter though. These two twits were like modding absolutely everybody to have their little KKK crew come in and be like the overwhelming force. I thought they would do it.
Here's
if you didn't see it, you can watch it.
Here's the thing, guys. We gotta be fucking, and I'm looking now. All right, yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay, so here's the deal. In my room, I'm the only one that's gonna mod people. All right, and I should be able to trust you, gentlemen, to be mature, be able to agree to disagree, but don't mod anybody else unless I'm the one that's giving the mod. But look, guys, let's have a conversation because I'm listening to both sides and I want to learn too. I want to hear both sides. Let me let me turn hand raising off so I can get Diogenes back up here. Yo, who just fucking kicked Brad?
I had to. I had my link back and I had to get my.
Brad's a faggot thing. I don't know why you respect him.
All right. I moved you down, Keegan. Nobody's getting a mod. All right. Keegan, Diogenes, the last thing you want is for me to make me a fucking mod. All right, so now that you did hand raising, everybody come up. Hand raising's off. Come on up. It'll be, I guess, me and Pepe because we got a bunch of fucking vaginal tampons. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Trying to hear this shit. All right. This is crazy, bro.
What's up, Sig?
What's going on?
What's going on?
All right, come back up. Diogenes, come back up, man. What's going on, man? What's everybody on their fucking...
I let him talk. Diego said something, and he kicked Diego down. He advertised it. He said, "This is what I'm going to do to you," and he kicked Diego down. When he did that, I brought Diego back up and tried to mod him to be. Yeah.
All right, stop fucking crying. Move on, bitches. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, that makes sense, Diogenes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Let's keep the conversation going, Jess, because I'm learning a lot here. I'm listening.
Yeah. Here's the point. What Brad tried to do is lie by bringing up something that's completely ancillary to the fact that I stated, which is objectively true. There is a zero reserve requirement since March 2000. I was wrong in the year, 2020. I thought it was 2019. 2020. There is no reserve requirement, which means that the money is completely fake. You can argue, they said that these reserves exist, but there's no reserve requirement whatsoever. Audit every financial institution right now to verify what they did have and what they did not have on their balance sheets. And guess what? They would legally have to have no value on their balance sheet. That's a fact.
Well, and they didn't have it before. I mean, you're just talking about physical dollars, but those dollars they are instruments of debt, so they didn't have any value to begin with.
Well, yes, right, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, it's one thing to try and point out to those who are intellectually challenged that money, that the primary transnational capitalist tool to deprive nations of their sovereignty, of their blood, and of their soil is interest to debt. It's another to point out that how can you claim that your value expression is legitimate in any way, shape, or form? Zero reserve requirement, and the federal is actively printing money. It's actively doing that. It's right now, as a matter of fact.
Basically, what they're trying to claim, I kind of believe what you're saying, though. What they're trying to claim, though, that it's short-term T-bills, and it's only to get liquidity control and not for economic stimulus.
Right. But you got to understand, they're always, your mic is a little low. I think I heard most of what you're saying. You got to understand, they're always going to have a practical excuse that depends on them being smarter than you are to justify what they're doing. And what you really need to look at is what is the actual legitimacy of their action. Fundamentally, legitimacy is obtained by productivity. Is what you're doing productive, and do other people agree to participate, especially when it comes to an economic model? The entire economic model in the United States is predicated on deception and your inability to conceive of the fact that the money comes from nowhere and is not tied to anything. The idea, if you are to take them seriously to some extent, not the fullest extent, you maintain some healthy skepticism. You're not fully well, but you've got some healthy skepticism. They make an argument about gross domestic product. But gross domestic product is not measuring any real productivity. It includes money that is simply changing hands regardless of whether or not a good or service has entered the economy. And as I said, and you can verify this for yourself, the Federal Reserve is creating money from nothing. It is literally getting on a keyboard and telling the secondary market, give us treasuries and we will credit your account. The money, has there been an increase in the productivity of the United States? No, in fact, there's been a decrease. And not only has there been a decrease in the productivity in the United States, but globally, a world that has up until this point, and it can be argued still, depends on U.S. dollars as the primary clearing tool, is gridlocked with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're printing more money. You can't deny that productivity globally is declining rapidly with the closure of the Strait. Yet we're printing more money. Clearly, money is not connected to real goods and services. And if money is not connected to real goods and services, I challenge you to show me a legitimate basis.
Marxist talking points that came up with some philosophical.
Well, he's not lying. He's not lying.
Central banking is a key tenet of Marx's point.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The problem
we're going to moderate the fuck out of you.
The problem is not whether or not there's a central bank. You can have a central bank that is legitimate and issues money in a direct quantity to the goods and services.
So let's hear Brad. Let's hear Brad.
As a discrete nation.
Let's hear. Just like the sound of this. Let's hear. I don't have time in the office. I actually have a job. I'm not working part time, and then crying about the economic situation while wives go off to Africa to go get analyzed.
So Brad, Brad?
That's a fucking prick, dude.
All right, you guys. Okay, so Brad, I want to hear your rebuttal because everything that I've been researching the past few weeks. It's literally
anything about captives or resources.
I want to hear it. That's why I want to hear your rebuttal. I want to hear what you
know about reserve requirements and all that stuff. So like seriously,
Rico.
You know what? You got it. Like, I mean, you're gonna let these guys do it, man. Because then you can't mod them. So
because hold on.
You know what? You can keep the keys. You can keep the.
Because you're making this personal, like you always do, Brad. It's not personal. I want to hear both sides, Brad, and just quit making this shit personal.
You don't want to.
That's why I just called on you and I said I want to hear your side.
Guys, shut the fuck up. Brad is moderators.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying, we're gonna abuse all the fuck out of all of you later.
All right. So again.
Little black tea
again. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, Rich, shut the fuck up.
He's gonna have it.
So, yeah, I want to hear what your rebuttal is, Brad, because everything I've been researching the last few weeks, Diogenes, from what I've seen, is spot on. So what's your rebuttal and why?
So the current reserve requirement for all U.S. depository institutions is zero, but it changed over time. And the requirement now is $674.1 million in the low reserve tranche. What he's taking apart is because he actually doesn't understand the reserve requirement exemptions and low reserve tranche claims, because he doesn't understand economics. What he's doing is he's listening to somebody online kind of give a partial take on it and then exemplifying that. The requirement is actually an exemption that's set at $39.2 million since 2026. So that issue that he just stated is null and void because he actually doesn't understand economics. Neither do the twits in here, nor do the federal regulations or actually IORBs. They don't have anything on this, and they don't understand the ONRRPs that exist within the financial realm. So, I mean, again, if you're going to have that kind of discussion, make sure you cover it from top to bottom and not just cherry pick it up as some Tinder. Of course, it does say that, but go on to further. The reserve requirement exemption and low reserve tranche is zero. However, the Federal Reserve continue to publish its annual indexes and reserve requirements exemptions amounts of low reserve as required by the statute for 2026. The reserve requirement exemption is set at $39.2 million. The tranche is set at $674.1 million. So you can look those up and understand that, hey, guess what? What he's saying is partially true just to try to trick you into giving it. It's like saying, oh my God, look at how evil this person is, but actually not looking at the whole structure behind it. And if you're not an economist, or if you're a part-time truck driver who just thinks you can fucking articulate some stance off of some Marxism or read it off some Reddit page to try to help facilitate your point without actually reading it yourself and making some conditions like this idiot just did, then
just listen to me, bro. Hold on, Diogenes. Just listen to me, because I'm very curious about what both of y'all are talking about, and I want the right answer. So I just looked up what is the trench set at, and does it matter? And it says the low reserve trench was a cutoff level of old deposits, but it's irrelevant. That's what it's saying.
Can I move in here? The reserve requirement being set at zero allows banks to sit there and lend out 100% of their net transactions. That's all that means.
It's bullshit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they don't have to have anything on hand, and the fact that they're a fucking bank, retard. It's partially true. It's partially true, but actually totally factually accurate to say without any doubt that there are zero reserve requirements. There are zero reserve requirements. Zero reserve requirements. Full fucking stop. Waving your fucking hand.
You're not
okay, so Brad,
can y'all stop arguing? Because I'm just trying to learn from both of y'all. Because what you saying, Brad, it says what you said in 2020, but it says that shit stopped in 2020 though. That's 6 years ago.
So let me tell you what the zero reserve requirement actually means. It's subject only to the capital and the liquidity of regulations. The Federal Reserve currently uses interest on the reserve balance, or the IORB rate, which for those of you that work in finance or insurance would know regularly, because you see that on the.
Wait, so what was it? The IORB? Wait, what was it?
It's the IORB. IORB. Interest on reserve balances. Okay. And then you have the ONRRP, which is overnight reserve repurchase agreements that help set short-term interest rates and manage liquidity in the banking system. The prediction, this kind of
This kind of changes the way we did reserve requirements as a tool for controlling money supply. So idiots like Janice couldn't figure out how they couldn't freaking go and falsify on debts. They couldn't fucking take out more than they wanted to spend. So they basically changed these requirements to ensure big corporates. And while these guys are spinning and freaking about it, they actually don't know how this system actually works. So they're just spinning this on one approach. It doesn't mean that there's not money in the bank. It doesn't mean that the requirements are somehow nefarious. What it does allow is a better, broader complication of loaning and lending while being able to recoup it at a faster rate. They don't require
because he's absolutely trying to respond to my argument without giving me an answer. He's spreading horseshit.
Hold on, guys. That's what I mean, man. Give the man what it says. Hold on.
Involve himself in the conversation.
Yo, guys. Look, I'm not doing this one and respond to the points. I'm taking notes down right now. So you can do the same. You can take notes down and respond to his points. Go ahead, Brad. You got the.
He doesn't want you to get convinced of the truth because he spent all this time.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Brad's got the mic. Brad's got the mic.
I'm not trying to take Brad's mic. I'm trying to let you know. Can I read what they say it is, and then they debate about what the fact is instead of reading instead of listening to opinions.
I'm gonna let you. Okay, give Brad room to breathe, and then you can ask his question since it's just the back and forth. Okay, 3C. Hold on, stop, man, stop. Yo, fucking. Hey, hold on. Yo, quit fucking disrespecting me, bro. Brad's got the fucking mic, and then 3 respond, and then we'll open it back up. Brad, you got it.
So again, look at the actual requirements. These people that are coming on here screaming about like this guy, he doesn't actually understand the policy of it. So like, just because they're set at 0 doesn't mean that they can just go ahead and go bankrupt. That's called misinformation. It's called lying, and nobody would be doing it because you know who would be screaming about it? The Mandamis of the world, the AOCs. They'd be screaming about this all the way to the bank. But these idiots don't really understand how the Federal Reserve actually works in terms of that board. So the dollar amount of a depository institution reserve requirement is determined by applying reserve requirement ratios, which is specified out in fucking multiple board regulations. Like I think there's a whole, like it's 10,000 fucking pages long. These are outlined all the way to its reserve liabilities. So the Federal Reserve Act authorizes the board to impose new reserve requirements on transactions amount and non-personal time deposits. So if you have this actually going on in the insurance and finance field, again, I ask you, why not listen to people who work in those fields on a daily basis rather than listen to some guy who's driving a truck and then sits there and gets a TikTok information or goes on to like fucking George Jones podcast and figures out, oh, I'm just going to regurgitate some dumb shit. And if you think I'm wrong, C is about to, or whoever the gentleman is about to read it to you. So apparently I'm not wrong. This guy that's about to try to argue my point is apparently wrong because he can't provide nothing.
I'm going to let Diogenes go ahead and go and debate that.
I appreciate that very much, 3.
I'm going to read what it says. I'm going to read what he says online so that we can figure out what the fuck is the truth.
And go ahead and look up Federal Register, Volume 85, Number 57, Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, Rules and Regulations.
You said Federal Register, Volume 55?
Write it in the chat.
Write it in the chat. Yeah, let me type it in the chat. Okay, cool. Part 204. Let me write that in the chat first.
I want to specifically address the IORB that he claimed because he's the one that is feeding misinformation and facts.
Yes, and I want you to have the opportunity to do that, Diego. I want you guys to part the horse shit that he just tried to hand wave to convince people. Like, you see how his argument went from Diogenes is lying to, well, Diogenes is partially right to, well, Diogenes is right. Now we're disrespecting you, Brad.
All right, so
Imagine.
Okay, so we're going to let Diogenes respond. We heard Brad, we heard your side. Diogenes, go ahead if you want to respond.
I got a few for it.
They do want to reply.
We'll let Diego go. Brad, Brad, look, I'm asking you nicely, brother. And I hate the fact
I moved down. I got it.
Okay, but you started. Hold on. You started. Brett, stop.
Wait,
I'm asking you, brother. Just put the personal shit. I ask you.
man.
In this space, drop the personal shit and let's stick to the topic. That's all I'm asking, bro.
I should do it. I will not talk about how certain wives go to Africa.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody cares about that right now. Let's stick to the topic. So Diogenes, go ahead. You got the mic, brother, so we can hear your rebuttal. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I should have just went, man. At this point.
All right, so here we go. Last time Diogenes is speaking, anybody comes off mic, you're going down to the fucking bottom line. Diogenes, you.
But I mean, he was able to do the entire time.
We can clearly see that Brad went through the stages of denial where he started with Diogenes is outright wrong and he's lying. Then he went to, well, Diogenes is partially right, to Diogenes is actually 100% right. He made a factual assertion, but here's why his factual assertion doesn't have any real influence on the financial system. Great. So we got back to where we started, and we spent a whole lot of fucking time doing nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, the reserve requirements don't exist, which means that when the money is being printed, and it is, you can go and look right now, the Federal Reserve is buying treasuries on the secondary market, and it is simply creating Federal Reserve entries on the balances with those secondary institutions. It is creating money from nothing. So it's creating money from nothing. The banks aren't required to hold any money, and you're going to tell me that this system has any legitimacy? Yeah. 3, I want to point you in the right direction. Ultimately, you're going to waste your time if you're trying to go through all of the different justifications that have been offered. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve did argue that eliminating the Federal Reserve requirements is just a sensible thing to do to improve financial conditions. But I ask you to have more sense than that. To understand that money needs to be tied to something that has value or has some persistence, some value that you can conceive of, if you're going to use it accurately. Because at the point where it's fucking printed, brother, you're a fucking slave when you depend on it. And because the whip doesn't bite as hard, the manacles are not as tight, does not mean that you have any more freedom or sovereignty, because your entire conception, your mortgage, your rent, the food that you buy at the store is mediated by whether or not that counterparty, stop fucking interrupting me, you servile cocksucker. You are the most disrespectful. I can't believe Sig gives you a time of day. You are so disrespectful. Shut the fuck up. The point is not about what kind of excuses are used to justify the removal of the reserve requirement. The reserve requirement was removed. And it was removed because, in essence, they needed to ensure that they could continue to keep the Ponzi scheme going. They needed to continue to manipulate the public's perception of the value expressed in US dollars. And I want us to all collectively recognize that the economy is as illegitimate as the state. That's it. And if you guys want to look into that, you want to research that, cool, do it. But understand that they are not smarter than you. These people who spend all day figuring out how to justify their fraud and exploitation are not smarter than you. They wear suits and they dress up and they're well groomed, in the hopes that this will convey a sense of betterness. But they're not. It's the age-old fraud. They're literally just making money that you have to work for. And they tell you, oh, we're making it because we need to make sure there's adequate liquidity. It's like, okay, well then give that liquidity to me, bitch. Because if you understand, and this is an irrefutable fact, that if you have a fixed amount of currency representing a certain quantity goods and services in an economy, and while holding the goods and services in the economy equal, you increase the currency competing for the same quantity, you have just created inflation. You have just devalued the purchasing power for everyone else who holds that currency. And so the appropriate course of action is to only increase the currency in an amount directly equivalent to the productivity, the goods and services that have entered the economy, to avoid deflation. Okay, acceptable. And if you are going to increase the currency. You're going to increase the amount of currency in that fixed system. Then you should do it justly and fairly before the law, wherefore our men are equal, and ensure that in direct proportion to the purchasing power lost, you remunerate the individuals who hold that currency. Don't accept excuses for why we can't do this when you are required to file a tax return every year to tell the federal government exactly where you are, exactly how much money you made, exactly how much purchasing power you have. They know this about you as a matter of federal law, and they refuse to ensure that your purchasing power is protected when they print the money, and they hand it to the banks that have no reserve requirement to keep it.
So I got a question for you, Diogenes, based on your submission. Because one thing I've seen that constantly came up as a rebuttal is that this might be a 4D chess move to devalue our dollar to bring manufacturing back into the United States the same way China has done over the past 6 decades or so. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, what I have to say, Sig, is that ultimately you can get in bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you rich, or you can get into bed with the devil because you think he's going to make you young, or you can get in bed with the devil because you're just a faggot. But at the end of the day, you got in bed with the devil. No 4D chess moves add legitimacy to an illegitimate act that does not represent the will of the people and only serves to enslave them to interest on debt.
Diogenes and Sig, if I may, I want to educate Sig on a couple of very important things about American law. Number one is, I want to say out from the outset so you know where I'm going with this. The reason that they're doing all of this is to bring about a digital currency controlled by a central bank of the United States. They're trying to create the third central bank of the United States. But, okay, the law is very clear. Constitution, the first article, the first set of laws of the Constitution clearly state what a dollar is, who has the power to set the standards and weights and measures, and more importantly, the Federal Reserve creates the instruments of debt, which are not by any statute, okay, 12 U.S.C. 411, they are instruments redeemable in lawful money, and they are illegitimate, or they are void ab initio, because there is no appropriation made by Congress for these instruments, which is a requirement, Article 1, Section 9. Okay, so they're completely void, man. It's a complete Ponzi scheme designed to bring about total control on the U.S. population. It's not about making money for U.S. industries or anything. It's about basically laundering.
So Diego, how do we, as the people, what do we do about it? What's the solution? How do we fight against it?
Well, some people Plan B. Are you familiar with Plan B? No,
what's Plan B, Diego?
Plan B is it's a thing called Bitcoin. That's one option. Some people do gold and silver. That's kind of like the Plan A. That's the old school plan.
But isn't Bitcoin the digital currency you just talked about as far as like a method of?
It's not. No, Bitcoin is a private protocol, maintained by voluntary participants, and it's not controlled by a sovereign. And it's not money, okay? It's a system designed to facilitate markets.
2020 takes we're so explain.
So
what say is basically, do you think there are money that we have in the United States? Do you think it will ever be backed by anything again, or just
no? It'll have to be ready because eventually the legal system is going to be put into a bind where you have articles say that you can't do these things. You cannot create paper money. It's right there in the Constitution. And whenever it actually touches the Supreme Court, there's likely going to be a referendum, and they will eliminate the Federal Reserve note. They're going to have to bring back, Treasury notes at the very least, if not just straight up make physical money again, because that's the only thing that the Constitution affords. There's no other. You'd have to have some kind of amendment that will never get voted on. No one will ever accept it. So something's going to happen.
So, Diego, question for you: what's the difference between the central bank cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's cryptocurrency?
Central bank cryptocurrency is a violation of the appropriations. It's a violation of Article 1, Sections 8 and 10 powers and disabilities. And
you said articles section 1.
Article 1, sections 8, 9, and 10. Okay? Let me tell you how bad the situation is right now. As of May 16th, the Supreme Court passed a decision that it's PD, which is a sub-agency of the Federal Reserve, is now the first agency in the United States that has the legal right to create its own budget and pay itself. Meaning it can, like what Diogenes was talking about, where it can create money out of thin air, but now it can actually fund itself. So again, violation of section 9 of Article 1, because there's no appropriation. It just decides what its own budget is and then pays itself with Federal Reserve notes.
What's that shit you were saying about the IORB?
The RB is the thing that replaced the reserve requirement, but basically what it does is it incentivizes banks to deposit money at the Federal Reserve because the interest rates are preferable. So it's not true what Brad is saying that there are requirements. There are no requirements. They just have this incentive mechanism that they've installed, and it kind of makes them have a reserve, but it's voluntary. They don't have to do it.
Is this the repo market?
No, this is what Brad was talking about. It's like it's the interest incentive system that they created to replace the reserve requirement. So most banks still keep some kind of reserve. But if you remember what Brad said, $39 million. Do you understand that just your average major bank in the United States is dealing in trillions? $39 million, that's a joke. That's like saying, hey, put a penny here, and that's a reserve. Like, you know what I mean? A fraction of a penny for them.
It came early this year.
Yeah, so I saw baseball was in the chat disagreeing. Yo, baseball, what up, bro? Are you able to come up? Because I want to hear your side because you're disagreeing. If you're able to come up, bro. Definitely, it sounds like you work in the industry too, and I want to hear your take. And Brad, look, man, I love you to death, bro, but you're not being fair right now, bro. And I'm trying to, these men have been respectful to let you fucking speak, bro. Because I want to hear your side too. I think everybody deserves to hear your side as well, but you got to be fair, Brad.
First off, Tweedledee, fuck, the guy who's going to get his wife is fucking getting fucked in the ass by a gangbang, and the other guy who can't afford child support. These two idiots, spare me about your fairness. Don't give me fair. You put me down in the queue so they can sit there and disparage me as well. And then you had Diego, who contradicted himself. It's literally a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme. That's all it is. And then he says, there's no reserve requirements, but it's incentivized. But there are reserve requirements. The 30.9 million, whatever it was, 35.9. That is actually required per bank, per financial institution. So no, it doesn't need to have any of those set up, but it does need to have a lot more on top of that. And again, if you're looking at only major banks, yeah, but you forget that there's a whole freaking banking network across the country, and you're leaving those out. So the idea that you're going to take and manufacture into fucking Bitcoin, and that's the only solution to go forward, that's absurd. But you're just investing in trade share stock. You're not investing in Bitcoin. It's nothing more than a share of a part ownership. You're not doing anything because it has no intrinsic value. It isn't gold. It isn't some consumer gold. It isn't any of that shit. So what they're telling you is fraudulently false. And if the whole currency system were to collapse in turn, because that's what they're fearing, your Bitcoin is fucking worthless. Because guess what? China would make it mandatory that you have to follow on their currency. Everybody here is the right of the
mute up, 3ski. Yeah, mute. Hey guys, mute up so Brad can finish. Go ahead, Brady.
I'm saying his mic is fucked up. I couldn't hear him, see?
You know what?
Yeah, so you can get a little bit closer to your mic, Brad.
But
Republicans there, you know, the two that like circle jerk each other. I mean, you got it all right. You got it all figured out, Sig. You didn't need oppositional voices. This is why nobody's coming up.
Don't do that. Don't do that shit to me, Brad. It's bullshit. If
fucking up.
Okay, again, you're not gonna fucking accuse me of something that's not true. I've been more than fair to hear your side. I want to hear your side in the opposition. That's why I got 6 notes in front of me right now, John. Everything all you guys have been saying, so I can go do my fucking homework. So don't put that shit on me. But go ahead and fit.
Yeah, okay. Significant income and how expensive their lifestyles are. You got one who lives in a fucking home and works at an Ace Hardware as a lawnmower mechanic. You got another one who can't afford child support, which is
denying insurance claims isn't really a job either, buddy.
You know what? I do it on nationwide scale, and I get paid a lot more than you.
Hey, Sid, can I ask a really quick question?
Yeah, you done, Brad? You done with your mic? All right.
You're making these claims about gay king. Oh, my bad, Viking. Can you tell us in 59 seconds, without using the gay app, ChatGDP, LGBTQ, what blockchain technology is? Thank you, Gay King.
Is it the same one? Is that the same one that gave you the powder for your?
Oh, so now you're gonna ask me. So you don't know what blockchain is? Thank you, Gay Lords. Thank you.
That whole thing of where
thank you, Gay Lords.
Actually, where that failed.
I'll send you $20 for you, thank you. You are amazing.
On an amateur card.
Can we get back to the topic?
For the record, I wasn't saying it's my point for the United States government. I was just saying that's an option for you as a personal individual. Obviously, I want
equating to Diego.
Obviously, I believe in the U.S. government. The Coinage Act of 1792. I believe that the U.S. dollar is a certain amount of grams of silver, and that's what I want to bring back. Obviously, I'm not like.
So you want to go back to the gold standard?
No, we never had a gold standard. We had a silver standard.
Silver standard. You want to go to a gold standard universally overall?
I want to go back to hard money.
Let's not change the subject. We can have a world discussion.
And you can just be quiet and sit down. Go back to work for no surprise and go buy papers for you.
That's the point, right?
If you guys listen closely, you'll notice that when you're really trying to understand what makes sense to Brad, whether or not something is true, you'll see that he refers to the same authority that Bree is questioning, that there seems to be this idea that the better dressed you are, the better groomed you are, the better you are, the more of a claim to truth you can make.
He's a certificate for it. Somebody is.
Yeah, exactly. And he's essentially admitting it. He says, well, I make more money than you make. And if I make more money than you make, then what I have to say is more important. When I am making it very clear, and this is the reason Brad is really upset, that the money he's making is essentially worthless. And so in an environment where the money is worthless, when it is printed based on nothing, goods or services actually exist to back it, the thing that actually has value, friends, your family, your ability to produce primary goods like agricultural commodities,
So here's what I'm gonna say, man, because this is, and I got 6 pages of notes in front of me because I've been taking notes down to do my research. But what I can see with my own eyes is that yes, the fiat currency, American dollar, has gone down in value. My buying power is not as strong as it was 10 years ago. But what I can constantly see is that gold and silver and precious metals, which is what we used to back our dollar on before World War I. Is steadily going up, and that's what I see the central banks are. Hold on, Brad. But here, I'm giving you my take and what I witness and what I see, and I'll be more than happy to let you rebut when I'm done. But what I'm seeing is the thing that the central banks are currently hoarding and buying right there. They're buying it up. This is why the shit's going up right now, because there's a fucking demand for it. And the value of the fiat currency has gone down. I can clearly see this with my own eye, brother. The dollar I'm putting in my retirement right now is not going to be able to give me $1 worth of goods when I go to pull it out here in another 20-something years. So that's what I hear what you're saying. I'm research, but it's hard to get that side and trust the system when I can clearly see that everything I'm busting my ass and scraping my knuckles for is becoming worthless and more worthless and more worthless every single day. But go ahead, Brad. If you want to rebut, you got it.
It's not becoming more worthless. First off, you're talking about trends and dynamics while inflationary growth occurs. But you're sitting there and equating that to a less buying power. Okay, maybe, possibly, consumerism at its finest, capitalism, great. You should be able to make that product and charge. If you can't afford it, well, sorry, your dollar doesn't work. But at the end of the day, that's what capitalism does. Now, the problem with what these idiots are proposing is that you either join in some socialist Bitcoin fucking Ponzi scheme, in which case socialism works great for the first, 3% of its term until it runs out of other people's money. Once it does that, these idiots, they don't know it because they're too stupid. They don't know that shit is exactly what they're proposing. They're just trying to dice it up. These guys are just proposing Marxist economics and probably putting it on some kind of spin because they think somehow they'll have it. When in reality, these guys aren't economists. They don't work in the finance sector. They sit there and read like whatever fucking Reddit thread, tell them about economy, and you're taking advice from them. And that's fine. It's in the baseball. He works in the economy. He works on economics. You have a mother who fucking is an actual accountant who can go into further detail. You have a couple. You have Bill on here who's an economist, economic professor. But I mean, shit, why listen to any of us? You got it with these guys.
I'm a financial expert. Can I please point out that appealing to authority as some kind of argument is actually a logical fallacy? To say that you should listen to my argument because somebody told me that I was right is actually a very, no pun intended, bankrupt defense. And there's this entire conception that in fact what's happening is inflationary growth is, I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I don't know if there's something else going on there, but definitely when you have inflation, you have a growth. It's a very bad growth. It's a growth in the decrease of your purchasing power because they're printing it. No, Brad, what I want to know is, do you understand how? Yeah, I mean, I want to show everyone that I am acting in good faith.
You are. I don't care about your good faith. Your faith.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know why Sig continues to offer you a platform when you're so clearly a worthless, angry, ranting lunatic. You really are, and I don't understand why Sig left you up to you.
Hold on 1 second, man, because here's the thing, man, and you told a lie on me, and you're inferring something that's not true, Brad, and I don't appreciate that. So again, my mind isn't 100% made up, and I'm not just taking their advice and just dropping it, okay? What I'm doing is I'm trying to hear both sides because I've done a lot of deep digging these past few weeks on this shit, and what happens is the things that I've come across, the articles I've read, the advice that, no, what I'm doing is I'm listening. I say, okay, that aligns closely with the things that I've researched, but I'm willing to hear the opposing side. And again, that's why I have 6 pages of notes sitting in front of me right now, jotting down everything that you told me, Brad. Okay, so again, with Diego's point about Bitcoin, it's not necessarily Bitcoin. What I hear as far as the argument, and again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. But what I'm hearing from Diego, it's not specifically Bitcoin, but it's a currency-based, that's open format for the public to check and track where everything goes and be able to have some type of accountability to the American people. There's no accountability with this money right now. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Dogecoin, whether it's fucking Pussy Coin, whether it's fucking Fart Coin, a system that gives the Americans the advantage to be able to check the records and keep track of everything to make sure everybody's on an equal playing field.
But Sig, what you're talking about are appropriations made by Congress where they have to keep records of where they appropriate the budget. But just to be clear, the purpose of the U.S. dollar as defined by law is specifically designed to be private, to protect the privacy of every American citizen. It is the opposite of what you're calling for. If that's what you mean.
What Diego's trying to point out is that people are supposed to be free and secure in their persons and in their property, and the idea that the state will always know how much purchasing power you have, and that somehow is a good thing for them to have, has to be rejected. The state has granted itself, the illegitimate state has granted itself the ability, in the same way that the Federal Reserve created an excuse for removing reserve requirements, it creates a problem in inclusion, which always is that we're going to have more ability to determine and control your value expression and currency. We should not accept central bank digital currencies. We should not accept any kind of currency that is wholly and totally controlled, or totally and wholly de-anonymized by the government. They will absolutely use it to prevent you from doing anything that they don't want. We saw what happened with the trucker protests. Nobody was convicted for abusing the truckers that way. They literally proved to you that if we know where the money is and where the money goes, if it goes a place that we don't like, we'll stop it. Your ability to freely express yourself will not exist. It cannot exist, and you're a fool to trust an illegitimate state to properly have that power. The founding fathers knew they should never have that power. The only power they need, the only power you should give up, voluntarily delegate to your state and to your federal government, is their ability to mint the money, to create the money, and the person who needs to be transparent is the government. The government has turned that on its head and said, oh, well, we need to know what money you have and where your money is and where you spend your money. When in actuality, the truth is that we are the ones with the power and the privacy and the right. We created the government to serve us. And in that capacity, as a servant of the people, we wanted to have the authority to mint a coin to prevent counterfeiting.
Shut the fuck up. Let him talk.
You are insufferable.
Again, you're like, the founding fathers didn't want us to know where our money was spent. They actually did. They actually did.
My thing is though, you could debate this shit in a better way, bro.
I don't have to debate it with these incel bros. But here's the thing. The idea that somehow you're sitting there.
I'm trying to learn from both of y'all.
Okay, great.
You made good points, but the extra shit you doing is overshadowing the information.
I can do it because that's all that they got. And I mean, I'll prove your point. Give me the substance. So he went off and said, oh, the founding fathers never intended to have this. Well, first off, the founding fathers really weren't totally concerned with any of the aspects that he was saying in the Federalist or Anti-Federalist papers. But you know what? We digress from that. In fact, the founding fathers were kind of wonky. They actually believed in taxes, and let's not. They wanted to cling on to their wealth, so they made sure they held on to it. They weren't in for a collectivism fucking bug on fucking currency. In fact, they wanted a broad separation of it, as outlined in many of the state legislation and the houses. In fact, they didn't want the church in. One of the primary reasons under Payne and others in Pennsylvania was to ensure that the church didn't have access to the funds and create distributions because why? They wanted to keep it. But you know what? These guys all want to take the Alex Jones. But you guys are reading this, right? Think you're actually going back and looking all this up, and you're reading their articles, and then you're reading the antithesis to the articles, right? You're reading why decisions were made in our current environment, why the modernality, and why certain taxes even have to remain. Why your buying power is actually decreasing versus what actually may or may not be happening, right? You're actually reading up on those. You're reading economic books. In math, that grasp and understanding, or are you just reading the sources that these guys pull you from fucking Twitter?
No, what I'm doing is I'm looking at respected economists who have a good following, a good reputation. I'm looking at economists who. Can I answer your question? You gonna let me answer the fucking question, Brad?
I fucking let you answer, but did you?
Okay, then don't cut me off. Don't ask me a question and then 5 words into it, you fucking cut me off. Ask me a question and give me the fucking respect to respond to your question. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking at economists who were laughed at when they were talking this same shit 5 years ago, 2008, shit like that. Everybody laughed at them. And then what they ended up predicting has been true. Okay? And it makes a lot of fucking sense. So I'm asking you now, why is our fiat currency, why is my dollar devaluing then if what you're saying is true?
There's not one fucking reason for all of it. There's multiple reasons.
Fact of fucking inherent wealth has increased exponential fold. Fucking trade agreements. Decrease in manufacturing you could blame on. You can blame it on a mad.
Hold on, Dodgy. Let him finish. Let him finish, Dodgy. Let him finish.
Faggot piece of shit. Come on. I want you to come to my house.
Send me the address.
I'll show you the back of your fucking skull.
Let's go. Diogenes, you don't finish, man.
I got you.
Finish. Go ahead and finish, Brad. Go ahead and finish.
And fuck your wife tonight. Dude, just can't fucking, yeah, you're all gonna enjoy it. So there you go. Fucking A, I don't give a fuck about you fucking KK wannabe lights, you latte fucking white supremacists. You guys all have the same fucking jihaded fucking mind. Oh, they give me Bitcoin. You fucking centralize, tear down the economic system. You want to say, oh, it'll prevent your fucking dollar from decreasing. But you got to invest in Bitcoin, which fucking, hey, last I checked, only one of us on the stage can afford to go buy a Bitcoin currently. And it ain't none of you. Because you don't have the cash in hand.
Well, I know here's one thing, Brad. I know, and I can, again, this is what I'm seeing with my own eyes. I know more people who have increased their wealth investing in Bitcoin than going out and working a normal fucking 9 to 5 every day. That's one thing I can say for sure.
You believe that?
It's what I've seen. It's not a matter of believing, it's a fucking fact.
You see the economic pictures?
Oh my God. It is a matter of fact.
These guys do it solely off of Bitcoin. No other investments in the stock market. No one, which is actually propelling and helping out increase of currency. But these fucking guys even know what questions they had.
So to answer your question, yes, when it comes to common working 9 to 5 blue collar guys that are on the same level as me, I saw them accrue more wealth with their investment in Bitcoin than fucking decades of just going and working at fucking 9 to 5 with no other investments. Yes,
can I touch on that? Can I touch on that without because I want to help you understand. I want to help everybody understand like that is a sign that the economy is illegitimate because no people who value productivity would ever allow a situation where speculation was offered a greater return on investment than productive labor, than productive contribution to the total social welfare. No one would accept that. What is happening, what is emerging in Bitcoin, and ultimately what's happening in equities markets, is happening because there is no real productivity left. And you have bubbles in AI and in real estate that are being propped up by search accounting. At the same time that even more money is being pumped into this by the Federal Reserve. I don't want to hyper-focus on the economy. I know it's really important, but it should be sufficient to say that if it is disconnected from goods and services, it is just a general rule that it has to chase fewer and fewer goods when you print more of it. This is not. This is just a fact, and there's no amount of hand waving, and there's nothing that can do to change that fact. This is just a plain law. The entire basis for Brad's argument, and I pity him for it. And again, I don't understand how anyone who really wants to understand what's happening and work to solve it could deal with these kind of personal insults and just repeated unnecessary digressions. I want Brad to be successful. I want Brad to have things that have real value. Because if we're all playing a fair game where we're equal before the law and we are able to constrain our government to transparently issuing currency only as the legislators permit, we don't allow a pseudo-private entity like the Federal Reserve to simply announce that it's going to create money to purchase treasuries, that it's going to monetize debt, but call it something else. We could actually fight back against the illegal immigrants. We could actually fight back against the traitors in our government. We can actually have representative government with free expression. We could. Baseball. I'm not propping up outliers. The truth of the matter is, and the National Socialist German Workers' Party recognized this, money is a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. SIG doesn't work all day. He loves the way the presidents look on the paper. Brad will do that. Brad loves Donald Trump, so when Donald Trump successfully puts his face on the central bank digital currency, I'm sure Brad is going to go collect it because he likes the way it looks. Fantastic. But that's not what SIG does. SIG has real shit to worry about. I want gasoline in my tank. I want real fucking things that really change the way that I live. They nourish me. They nourish my children. They improve my quality of life. And when you're telling me that in order to get those things, I have to use these tokens, then I'll use the tokens. When I find out that those tokens are being created on a computer somewhere, I can see that that is unjust and unfair, and I don't want to play this game anymore. And I would hope red-blooded men would rise up and cooperate with me to rectify that grave injustice. It is the most serious crime against our sovereignty and our integrity that we would be deprived of our value expression. They are printing the money out of thin air, and they are doing it so quickly. Monica, women.
Call my stage, bro. Tired of this shit, man. Fucking tired of this shit. Shut the fuck up, Monica. Go create a fucking women's space and you can do your little vaginal fucking bullshit, but the man is fucking talking, yo.
Based. So we want real things with real value. We want wives to have security. We want our family to flower and grow and develop, and we can't do that when we're relying on the ability to purchase bread, and then we find out when we go to the store that bread and beef, ground beef, for example, has almost doubled in price. 22 tons of beef. Where I don't want to abuse the people who clearly want to engage in a contentious debate and fail to accept my principles and predicates for my arguments. But I urge everyone not to be mystified by a man behind a curtain telling you that, well, you don't understand, there's exchange rates and there's the velocity of money and there's of course the tariffs and there's all these other considerations. Those things would be relevant if the money had integrity in the first place. But it doesn't. And I welcome anyone to challenge the integrity of the money on those simple bases. And I yield.
And that's the one thing too, you know, again, what I've been looking at is 1913 seems to be the fucking key year all this shit fucking popped off. American citizens weren't charged income tax. It's when we needed and I researched that video, bro, and everything that I've been researching from very reputable sources has been pointing to the same fucking thing.
I'm trying to tell you, so that's literally the time where
actually Diogenes is more correct that the Civil War is the key, because that's when you have the legal tender cases.
Yeah, that's what we talking about, nigga.
Oh, okay.
Civil War,
yeah, because the legal tender cases allowed people to pay back debts that were made in gold contracts with paper. And that's what fucked everything up.
Okay. It's established. So right. Now here's you're gonna love this. Okay, if you really want to know the inside baseball on what happened with the legal tender cases, the Constitution was clear in that it needed to prevent the government from having the ability to issue currency without any increase in goods and services. They understood that the money as a tool could not offer an exorbitant privilege to the executive, or it would be used to dispossess the people of their wealth. Understood that. And so it said that the money will, it has to be coined in gold and silver. Okay, and then this is the union said, we'll burn your fucking house down. If you continue, the union said, we'll burn your fucking house down if you continue to argue this case. And so the Supreme Court reversed itself. And I think it is the quickest reversal in the 250 outright reversals of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reverses itself and says, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, no, you totally can. You totally can pay the debts that were made in gold and silver, which the Constitution recognizes as the only thing that is able to be offered as legal tender for the payment of debts. You can offer paper. That's okay. Like, you have to understand, and I don't want you to get caught up and confused that the issue was, we just need to return to gold and silver. No, that's not the issue. You could use anything as a backing, but it has to be finite and it has to be auditable by the people. The Congress has to be able to verify verify as your delegate, as the recipient for your voluntarily delegated authority in Congress as a legislator, in the House of Representatives, wherein all legislative acts must originate, all financial legislation must originate.
So what is the solution to this problem?
Brad Diogenes has sick, so brainwashed you're not going to be able to save him. He's his new pastor.
No, it's not. First of all,
that's exactly what's going on.
No, it's not what's going on, and I'll verify it for it. So again, let me explain myself. You're going to accuse me of something. So no, I haven't.
Brad tried to make a statement. Diogenes kicked,
and I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and
then you allow it by allowing them to be.
Okay, again, don't fucking lie on me, Rich. Don't fucking lie on me.
All of them, including Pepe, down to
no. You know why? You know why?
You could have made you're only yourself.
I could have moved you.
You could have controlled it
again. So again, what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna fucking lie on me. That's the one thing I'm not gonna tolerate. You ain't gonna fucking lie on me for shit. So I got 6 pages of notes in front of me, and I've jotted down everything Brad said. That's why I asked Brad to repeat himself with some of the things that he mentioned and said. So again, I haven't spoken to Diogenes in damn near a fucking year until 2 days ago. This is the first time we had this conversation about this specific topic, and so again, this is the shit I've been researching, and this is the first time I had the conversation. So how is it that Diogenes is the one behind my train of thought, sir? That's not fucking true. First time I've had this conversation ever with Diogenes, today in this fucking room. But the things I've researched just happens to be on point with what he's saying. So again, when Brad was speaking, I told everybody else to shut the fuck up and don't interrupt Brad. And I've done it several fucking times. If you can't see it, I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Monica, if you want to come up, you can have the fucking mic, but we're going to fucking be respectful, man. This is a conversation about information and throwing the ideas back and forth. But I don't want the stage to go to shit and drop the fucking emotion so we can have an objective fucking conversation. That's all I've been asking the whole fucking time. This is crazy, man. This is fucking nuts with you people. I don't get it.
It is fucking nuts. And I want to point out, we are having a productive discussion when we start to recognize the history of value expression, and we really concern ourselves with it, because it is a matter of fact that we have to mediate our value expression. I mean, literally and figuratively, through the United States dollar. And so if that doesn't have integrity, that calls into question all of our value expression. And as a matter of fact, the moral decline in this country is directly correlated with the decline in the real value articulated in productive goods and services of our money. And this is just ridiculous. I think some of you guys are struggling to understand basic principles, and so you're getting upset and you're thinking that I'm making things up or trying to. I'm not trying. This is all basic, verifiable stuff. You would never agree to play Monopoly with me if I got to give myself free money. You never would. You'd flip the fucking table. You'd do what Jesus did to the money changers. You'd leave. You'd be like, you fight me. You'd say, fuck that. You're not going to fucking sit there, go and collect $400. You think you're slick? I see the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking going to play this game.
Brad is a court intellectual is what he is.
Yeah, he is. You hear his arguments literally were reduced to, we need to trust the people in the suits with the PhDs. And just ask yourself this. If you can't think for yourself, are you not a slave? Are you not submitting your intellect to someone else? And even a dog knows when it's being kicked. Think for yourself. And if you think for yourself and you're willing to consider that the money is not real, that it's even the remote possibility that the money is being created without any increase in the goods and services available, and you just think through that basic, what has to happen there, you'll realize that you're being cheated. You realize that you're playing Monopoly with a thief, with a liar.
All I'm saying is there's no problem with questioning these people. Like, there's no problem with that. Like, if y'all got things that can back up what y'all saying, there's no problem with that either. I don't get where everybody is so fucking mad, dude. We literally just share information. That's it.
Well, Brad is angry because Brad owes me $1,000 because he made a bet that he doesn't want to pay, and then his reaction to saying things that he's not going to deliver on is to issue violent threats, profanity, vulgarity, obscenity, unceasingly. He doesn't have an argument. There's no argument to make. You literally heard him go from Diogenes is lying about the Federal Reserve requirement to Diogenes is only telling a partial truth to Diogenes is telling the truth, but the truth doesn't matter. Here's how it's been explained.
Nowhere near out of my mouth, dipshit. So now that I have time, that never came out of my mouth that way, and you know damn well it did it. So first off, you are fucking lying. You cherry picked one line out of it, and then thought you'd run with it and cook with it. And you even got the Civil War wrong. The reason being is that states were printing their own money. The Confederate fucking states were printing their own money, and as a precautionary tale to prevent any further revolution, it was actually a genius act to prevent states from printing their own fucking money. And in order to have the states say, hey, the only currency you can actually do that would be acceptable in a federal society under a union would be gold and silver. Not fucking whatever you want it to be, and then label it whatever its worth would be, which would be fucking discombobulated, which would be an economic nightmare, which would allow for fucking states like California to be the prevailing authority, then New York, and every other state having to sit down there and say, my currency is not accepted anywhere else, but this is all I can make. But you didn't look at that because you don't look at the economic picture. You just like to cherry pick something without actually researching it and then give this long drawn out pontification of fucking Martin Luther King speeches and think somehow you own on it. And you don't. You really are retarded.
What are you even talking about? What do you mean?
You are. What are you even? What are you even arguing? What the fuck are you even arguing? So again,
what the fuck are you arguing baseball? Get your ass up here and defend that.
You don't
baseball, get up here and defend it. It needs help. What the fuck are you even arguing?
Yeah, you are confused because you've been confused. Again, somebody who isn't prevailing in the system, you can tell immediately how they scream about the system that's unfair. But if you were on top, if you were doing okay, if you were actually applying yourself, you would actually be screaming, oh, it works fine for you. But since it's not working in your life, it's not anything that everybody has an entire system for. What you have is a perspective from Alex fucking Jones and some other fucking idiots of fucking parties, and how they determined their economic picture, which you left off, was that at the beginning, prior to World War II, what did Hitler say? Fuck the debt. We're just not going to pay the debt. And that's how they inflated their fucking currency, because they didn't pay the debts were actually owed. That they were penalized on it.
Their currency,
yeah, absolutely 100% true. And then they went through and said this and that, and again, you're going to go on this whole fucking, the Nazi socialist fucking extreme experiment was an economic picturesque, which had no sustainability, which had no fucking bearing, had no measurements because they basically determined their own wealth, and guess what? It went corrupt. But you left that key card out.
Federal Socialist German Workers' Party certainly did not go bankrupt, and I think you're conflating the Weimar Republic with the National Socialist German Workers' Party seizure of the apparatus of power in Germany. I'm definitely going to remain confused as long as I try to understand your arguments. And absolutely, the idea that you would continue to be a slave to interest on debt when the state can simply issue the money in direct proportion to the needs of the people to transact and express their values in real terms, that's a fundamental truth that I think every sovereign nation ought to enforce and found their legitimacy on.
Doesn't even work that way under the Fed in which you're saying. So again, you're conflating multiple points.
Hold on, 3Ski. Let Brad finish his talk. Go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead. No, 3Ski, go ahead, because it's like watching paint dry twice.
Because I want to hear from both of y'all, but obviously y'all both have different standpoints. So I just want to hear what both of y'all's solution would be to the problem, because we obviously have a problem with this currency and what the fuck is going on with our economy.
Well, Brad doesn't agree with that.
I just want to hear some solutions.
Yeah, Brad doesn't agree with the assertion that we have a problem.
Talking about me.
I'm trying to do that, though. I don't want y'all to fight.
Stay on your fucking squares. Stay back in your little pocket. Stay right there.
Where you belong, in the back of the bus. That's where you are. That's where you'll stay. understand me now?
I thought so.
You're saying that for the black guy?
Did he say
No, I said that.
He said as a white guy.
Damn right, because again,
sit on the back of the bus. Let me sit on the front of the bus.
yeah, again, all the same fucking KKK wannabes, the lattes. That's what your group is, just a latte life, screaming about how it's unfair that you have to share a division of wealth with various people. But again, there's many solutions. It's not just one. You could, in theory, apply accurate regulations on equity. You could control housing
How are we going to
markets.
regulate equity?
So again, you can put legislation in. You can do that. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the union at its inception. But apparently, you missed that in
Regulating
civics. I'm sorry.
Regulating equity was the purpose of the union?
No, the purpose of the union was to ensure that they could pass legislative acts in order to facilitate a that was equitable to all people. Unfortunately, they didn't realize it until about now, and now, even this age, you don't have it going on. But dipshits like you screaming for fucking socialist republics of fucking Germany and Nazism as an economic picture show me that, yeah, you really didn't understand how those implications work. And that's what you're preaching. That's all you're preaching is actually Hitler's economic plans for Germany. You're just regurgitating that.
Do you even know what Hitler's economic plan for Germany was? I mean, did I say it? Did I tell you what it was? The only thing I've referenced is that the National Socialist German Workers' Party refuted slavery to interest on debt. And I would ask that you stop and think about those words and just understand what that means. And I think everyone would agree that we should not be slaves to interest on debt. I know when I was a child, I asked mommy what money was, and she said, listen, don't go into debt, don't get the credit card, and I haven't. And as I grew up, I started to look into this. I could see the wisdom in this, don't get into debt. She wrote about this, in Hamlet, neither a borrower nor a lender be, never forget, stay out of debt. The words the father passes on to his son.
Do you own a house, Diogenes?
No, I do not. So when we have a history of people are pointing out the danger of debt, add interest to that debt, understand compound interest, and you'll start to see the problem. I see a lot of people want to glom onto this idea that I'm a socialist, and I don't want to be too defensive here. I absolutely believe that when I work together with others in my community, that we are creating a society, that our actions are pro-social, and that society allows for cooperation and for the product of an individual to be multiplied more than the sum of the parts. And that is a net benefit for the entire community. I encourage everyone to work together, and we should have a currency that facilitates that, not a currency that allows individuals to exploit the Cantillon effect and other money mechanisms to enrich themselves at the expense of other members of the population. And the fact that can happen stands in contrast to the stated law wherefore all men are equal. So I absolutely am a socialist. I own that 100%. And, in the United States of America, unfortunately, we have some socialist programs that are extremely asymmetrical. I'm for real socialism. Socialism where everyone who participates obtains the benefit for that participation, where only merit, only productivity allows someone else to exceed another. Not speculation, not nepotism, not relationships to the money printer, but productivity, real measured productivity. Productivity that values the most essential component of any civilization, the ability of its agricultural class to produce real edible energy to sustain us. Money that is not created from thin air, but that is predicated on a real good and service. I will not ever defend a law that allows foreigners to come into the country and more dangerous, allows private interests to exploit the foreign labor, to enrich their own private interest at the expense of the public, because it is the public who bears the cost for all of the public schools that are currently teaching 2 languages, increasing their class sizes, providing health care, providing other forms of welfare to people who do not legally reside in the country.
As a matter of fact, I own the fact that I am poor. I am proud of the fact that I am poor. But when I'm poor, I refuse to be stupid. And I would encourage some of you to really reflect on that. There is no shame in being poor, and I won't be cheated. I would rather be poor and have my integrity than enrich myself unjustly through speculation and participation in a completely fraudulent system.
Can I jump in, please? Sid, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely, Steppy. Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Be quick. Just because you're poor, I know what you're saying. You're not trying to be stupid, but where I come from, I grew up as a poor country guy, and if you're poor, it's because you're stupid. Why? Because you're either stupid with your money, or you're stupid because you're not being an entrepreneur, or you're stupid because you refuse to think outside the box to project yourself forward. A stupid man subjects himself to the fact that, he's bad at something and he can't curb it and educate himself to go forward. So,
stupid is
if you're a poor man, thank you. If you're a poor man, that just means you're just a lazy man.
Hey, Stippy, I ain't
never considered that.
Stippy, I got a question. How much do you make a month, Stippy?
You're speaking my language. Damn, bro.
Stippy, how much do you make cattle hauling each month?
Fucking let's go ahead and establish that the
go ahead. I average about
I've made the argument pretty clearly
about 21,000 last month.
Wow. Yeah, it's usually what cow haulers make, is about $250,000.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and start.
How's your $18 an hour?
Hey man, it's a living.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
How much do they take out in child support?
Hey man, how are your children?
Oh, my kids are amazing. They're in the other room. I don't have to leave them. I actually am able to be home with my kids and spend time with them.
I'm happy for
my old lady didn't take them away like
Let's get back.
You want to take child support, Diogenes?
Let's get off the personal shit. Let's get off the personal shit and get back on topic. So, Brad had every opportunity to talk, and he.
What he was being screamed over?
No, he wasn't being screamed over. He was a fucking lie. So he ended his argument, and then he yielded it back to Three-Ski, and then he got it back, and he said his piece uninterrupted. So yeah, that's a lie, Rich. So again, Steppy, I got a question. I hear what you're saying, Steppy, and I agree with you. A lot of people are stupid with their money. Unfortunately, the problem right now is that a lot of people don't have financial literacy and financial education, right? But still, no excuse. But even if what you said, what you're saying is true, as far as being an entrepreneur and shit like that, again, not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. The vast majority are going to be 9-to-5 employees. And I don't know if you're familiar with Henry Ford's model, and kind of what he did with Ford when he pioneered Ford. He had a heavy belief of taking away the power. I mean, goddamn, bro. I mean, you guys just want to fucking interrupt her or what? You guys have no fucking no self-control? This is crazy. Grown-ass fucking men, bro. Grown-ass fucking men can't even have a fucking conversation without stupid shit. So, Steppy, I don't know if you're familiar with Ford's model. Ford actually took the power away from the shareholders and believed in investing it into the workers, right? And that's how he blew up. And then I forgot old boy's name who founded fucking GM, but he took the exact opposite approach and gave power to the shareholders. And I believe the Supreme Court ruled against Ford. Like the Ford workers had a leg up, and then it seemed like once we went back into this putting the doggone ball back into the field of the investors. Absolutely, Steppy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I definitely want to hear your ball. Durant. Durant. So it seems like when we put it back into the ball back in the court of the uber rich and uber wealthy, that's when the average person started losing. And I'm sorry, but the majority people are going to be worker bees, man. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But go ahead, Steph, if you want to rebut.
I'm gonna go out and say,
Well, sir,
No, I gotta clarify something. Like, say the realization 3. Yeah, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. Shut the fuck up.
To be fair, let Steph respond because I was responding directly to what he said. So
Yeah, and I want to respond as well. I want to make sure I get a chance to get in on
okay,
this.
but Diogenes, I'm asking you, let Steph respond, please.
Yeah, go to the clubs here.
I want to give him
Well, Sid, thanks for letting me respond. I understand what you're saying. I hear you clearly, and I get the concept that you're explaining it to, and I agree with you on that matter. But when people tell me they're poor, but they're not stupid, maybe I'm biased to it. Me and you both were cut from the same cloth, my guy. Dude, we both have been in the barracks. Struggling on them 2 paychecks a month. I had some good leadership roles growing up as a kid. I had good leadership roles when I was in the military. And the thing is, you got to project that out forward. And the biggest thing that I project is you can be a worker bee 9 to 5. But if you're dumb with your money, you're going to be dumb in life. And that's all the way. It doesn't matter how it is or what you do in life. So if you could be the most intellectual, smartest guy. You could know every constitutional literature out there. You could know the fundamentals of being an Einstein. But if you're dumb with your money, intellectually, you're naturally dumb with your life. And so I respect that.
Diogenes is one of the richest men I know.
Well, that's I'm going to land it. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I just want to make sure I just wanted to add just to know. He might be a poor man, but he could be very smart. But it's hard for a worker like myself or anybody else who doesn't know the individual personally or has to interact with them. If he's saying he's poor but not stupid, some of us worker bees are going to be like, well, how can you be so smart but so dumb with your money? So go on ahead. I'm sorry for taking too much.
Oh, thank you, Steppy. I appreciate the way that you landed that. I want to clarify here because you brought up something that really could be synthesized, big, that really needs to be addressed. You pointed out that there's this conflict between Henry Ford, one of the most, if not the most impactful entrepreneurial men in the history of the United States of America, and the way that he was brought to heel by the Dodge brothers in a landmark Supreme Court decision that said that we are going to place the well-being of shareholders and investors above employees of the company. Now, I disagree absolutely with that Supreme Court ruling. I believe that is absolutely more fraud built upon the fraud that started in 1861. But think about the implications of that, Sig, if you really understand that that's what happened.
I was Henry Ford.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt, please. Just wait your turn. Go ahead,
If you understand that the Supreme Court, that there is a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first, and those shareholders are getting the money that is printed from nowhere, what that does to the actual value provided to the worker bee, you would understand that the amount of time and effort that we put in every day to feed our families, to feed ourselves, is actively being undermined by money created out of nowhere. And sure, get this capital that is created out of nowhere, these banks, and they get to have the fiduciary responsibility given to them. Like, you understand how that works? They print the money from nowhere, and then they buy shares with it, and then the companies who are actually doing the work are prohibited by law, Supreme Court precedent, from allowing the employees who do the work from enjoying the benefits of it. And men like Henry Ford are rare who would even have an interest in ensuring that the largest component of their profits were actually disseminated back to their employees. Ford was famous for saying that every one of the people who builds the car should be able to afford the car. And he was sued for this. because people wanted to maintain profits without productivity. Ford said, if you are productive, you should be profitable. The shareholder said, no, speculation in equities should be more profitable. Not only that, by law, you should be bound under threat of subpoena and discovery to owe your profits to your shareholders first. And it's that simple. That is the game we're playing, and I will not play that game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've read and come across, Diogenes. And again, Durant put emphasis on debt, creating debt, having the average person, average citizen go into debt, to be able to, because he was the one that introduced, hey, let's make tiny little insignificant upgrades and convince people that they need to get the latest and we'll incorporate the function of debt to allow them to do that. So we're selling cars and making money, and the bankers are also making money off the fucking interest versus Ford's plan, which is again, productivity equals wealth, sharing the wealth with the people who, keep that company running, come in every day, keep that company fucking running, keep the gears turning, keep the cogs moving in the system. Again, what I keep seeing is this small select few taking wealth, taking money, taking stability away from the average American and hoarding it to themselves. Whereas, and that's the same thing I'm seeing. Yeah, and that's the same thing I read about when it came to Chase, and they took the liability away from the government and put it onto the people, and then they took the profits and privatized the fucking profits and converted the debt and the responsibility and liability over to the American taxpayer. I'm seeing the same thing repeat over and over and over again. Able to accumulate tangible liquid assets for yourself and have them on reserve. This is just common sense to any human being. Is that being in debt is not good. So why do I keep seeing this government, this political system, and these politicians creating and implementing policies that create more debt? Again, we had a balanced budget in the 90s. Once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're now at $40 trillion in debt. And once this shit in 2001 kicked off, we're now at $40 trillion in debt. And we can just use common sense to say, have various parts. It's at interest. It's at compounding levels of fucking interest. That too, yeah. You can never escape that. You are literally enslaved. You are saying, I have an obligation to pay a compounding interest on a debt that doesn't have to have interest attached to it. There is no reason whatsoever to issue money at interest as debt. If you have to do it, fine. You don't have to do it at interest either. The collective, cooperative, society's efforts should always create a surplus of energy that is stored against the future.
So
the only president. Sorry,
my bad, bro. Go ahead, too. I just want to. Basically, what I'm saying is from what you saying, Diogenes, and what Sig is saying, I'm noticing a pattern of basically the government telling us that we do need to be business owners. We do need to stop working and stop being W-2 workers, because none of this shit is beneficial. It essentially makes you a slave. So we kind of need to be a little bit more independent, because I feel like that's the only way that we can combat this bullshit is play the game the way that they roll it.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Drisky. Not everybody can be. You need workers, man. Everybody can't be a business owner. So
Sig, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
So everybody can't be business owners. I get that, but I do think, and this is just my opinion, I may be wrong. I do think everybody can be a contract worker. So when I say run a business, I'm not saying that as in like you have a whole bunch of employees. I'm saying as in contracting yourself out to businesses.
Yeah.
And working under the 1099 tax.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, Three-Ski. Uber drivers and DoorDash drivers are 1099 contractors, and they're still getting fucked. So again, go ahead.
Sorry, what's going to happen? You're good. You're touching on it, right? So you're recognizing what is happening in the economy right now is that everyone has turn to speculation because it's the only way to keep their standard of living in the face of this money being printed with no real goods or services being produced. As Sig said, someone has to do the most important and most essential functions in society. Someone has to till the crop. Someone has to slaughter the beef. Someone has to change the trash can. Someone has to do it. And as a society that thrives, we rise and fall with our ability to incentivize people to do that and reward them with a currency that allows them to buy things that they want. That's not happening. People are waking up like you are, to the reality that the only way to get ahead is to speculate, to try and start a business, to start a side hustle, to try and hustle to the side hustle. And they still can't keep up with it.
Can we let us 500 go? Ever he asked if he could get it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm about done. I'll land this and I'll walk away, if I might. So you're right, 3. And that is where we are now as a nation, and this is why the powers that be have brought in 30 million illegal aliens to displace you. Because they don't ask questions, they have not felt any obligation. They literally have come in to do all the jobs that you can no longer you refuse to do. You refuse to be treated that way. And so you can't outrun this. You can only acknowledge the fact that it is fraud. Demand integrity in money, demand integrity in politics, demand legitimate systems, and don't accept anything else. You will never, because one of the things you're not really you may not be aware of is the way private equity is functioning right now. A lot of people created a robust middle class by starting their own businesses and finding out ways they could provide goods and services, right? And then the private equity just you'll never be able to compete. They will have more money because they print it from nowhere. They print it from nowhere, brother. They literally just have to go onto a computer and tell their friend, like, hey, give me more money. And then they buy real goods and services with it. They will buy your business, and they'll buy you off. I worked for a business, and that business got bought out by private equity. They said, fuck it, I won't do it anymore. But where did the money come from to purchase it? It was fucking printed during COVID. And you gotta realize, like, unless you're willing to step away from denominating value in a currency someone else controls, you will belong to the person who denominates that currency you depend on for your value expression. It's that simple. Thank you, guys.
Please? Yeah. Well, yeah, that's 500. On this. Yeah, that's 500. You gotta go. What's going on, man?
Thank you. No, I don't really have too much to say. It's just Diogenes said Henry Ford is the greatest American entrepreneur of all time. I mean, what about John D. Rockefeller? I mean, what about Andrew Carnegie? I mean, they were they were a different status or a different tier of entrepreneur than Henry Ford.
Carnegie.
Asking me a question, or are you?
No, that's not a question for you. This
because you're wrong. I mean, obviously it's a subjective opinion. I'm not stating that on a factual basis. I'm stating I didn't say he was. I said he may have been. Obviously, I respect Henry Ford for what he wanted to do for his employees far more than I respect Carnegie or Rockefeller. They were very greedy men. Okay, so
pronounce his fucking name right. It's Carnegie.
Hey man, do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion? You just sit there in the gutter. Do you just sit there in the gutter and snipe, or do you have an opinion? Do you have an opinion, driver? Yeah, I didn't think so.
You're not a highly paid truck driver. Like Stevie's a truck driver.
Why? What is wrong with truck driving, bro?
Right?
I literally pull over. Like, I'm not gonna put my finances on.
Yeah, don't do it.
Like, what the fuck?
Three. You have to recognize that what you were talking about, like 1099s and trying to build your own business, people are desperately trying to justify the things that they have done that are not productive and protect them. When Brad gets angry, it's because his industry, finance, insurance, and real estate should be some of the least rewarding. Things like truck driving, things like primary productive activity. Without truck, our shit doesn't get where it has to go. It doesn't get bought. It doesn't get sold. That should be one of the most lucrative endeavors because it is the most essential to a properly functioning economy. But it's not what is most lucrative. Banking and speculation and equities is more profitable because the entire currency has been fucked.
And also, too, those industries, I mean, look at the industries that are thriving right now. Look at the medical industry. Fucking government subsidies, bro. Hey, you know what I'm noticing too? I'm noticing a pattern of the most thriving industries get a lot of fucking government taxpayer fucking subsidies, bro. I wonder how they be hanging on right now if they didn't have all that fucking money flowing to them.
I was sure to say real quick, it's always the door swingers, the freight movers that complain the most because over here on the bull ranch, the grain haulers, dude, COVID, man, shit, dog, dude, we're making, dude, like I was seeing about 50, 60,000 a month hauling stock. So, but the drive-in haulers, shit, like probably like
that. Y'all be stinking though. Y'all be smelling like shit.
Shit, bro, that's money, dude. That's the money.
I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit.
Yeah, it's not my fault that the Oxus and that 65 mile an hour freight shaker. I'm in the left lane game, you know.
So the way that it works is you make a nonprofit, and then that nonprofit like requests grants from the federal government, and the government will reward the grants to the people it deems best, right? So that's what it is. Like that's why states like Massachusetts and the blue ones, they just make a lot of big nonprofits and they get all that federal funding.
You guys government subsidies, yeah.
But we can't lose sight, guys. We can't lose sight of this. We can't lose sight of this, right? The source is basically that money gets created without any real value being added to the economy. That has to be rectified. Everything else is just speculation about the way that it's unjust. The greatest injustice from which all lesser evils are spawned is the fact that the money is printed from thin air. You can work as hard as humanly possible. You can be the smartest man in existence. It doesn't matter if someone can print the money and buy anything you have and claim ownership of it.
Yeah, like look at the Somalians with all the hospices. Like I'm sure that they just ask. They say this is what we're projected to do, and the government will reward them. You know.
And that guy that was doing all of that fraud shit, he just got a year. That's it. That's just crazy.
These fraudsters didn't get any time. In 2008, in the global financial crisis, there were several different laws that are felonies that bankers routinely violated. We're talking about entire banking policies that violated federal law. And when Obama was asked, and when his Attorney General, Eric Holder, when they were asked, why hasn't anyone gone to jail? They said, oh, well, we're worried about what would happen if we held them accountable for their fraud. Imagine that. Imagine believing that the system of governance and justice is fair and that we're equal before the law when you can't steal a $10 sandwich.
I'm gonna dox the fuck out of you, Diogenes, just like I did JB and Roger. Just like I did Roger and JB. Just wait for it, bitch. All your records, everything. Registries, dockets.
Wow, I just got a question for you, bro. You seem like you know. Never mind. Here you go. Fuck.
Yeah, I just keep them from the room, man. Anybody threatening to dox one person, yeah, I don't tolerate this shit, bro.
Thanks.
Y'all a headache for real, bro. No lie.
Yeah, not gonna lie, man. I've been trying to be objective in this conversation, and the other side that I've been hearing, it's just been a lot of emotion, man. A lot of emotion, a lot of personal shit, bro.
What it is people want to be right, and I'm just like I come from the spot where I'm just trying to take in as much information as I can on either side, and then make my assertion after I do my research. But these people, they just want to be right, and it's like, damn, bro.
It's not that I want to be right. It's that I'm just laughing at it because again, when you have these,
you gotta be real with yourself sometimes.
Dude, I am really. You know what? You know what's funny about the whole Ford example being used is, yeah, he started out with this whole vision of this like socialist workplace and idea that was there, but you're also forgetting the fact that there were major labor strikes and fucking aggravations. Like
destruction of property, all of that shit going on, similar to Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he created his fucking mecca to create a candy bar. But
Brad,
these guys don't.
Brad, you gotta admit your faults, though, bro.
Okay,
Like you gotta admit your faults sometimes, though, bro. Like you're not no dumbass dude, but you do be trying to be right sometimes, and it's like we can just collect the information instead of doing all the big.
Then if you're going to collect the information, then collect the whole story. Because Ford ran his company into the ground, and it wasn't Dodge, it was actually GM that supplanted him because they diversified. Ford refused modernization. He refused upgrades. He never moved on from the Model fucking T. He never fucking wanted to innovate. In fact, despite the fact that his own workers who left him at a fucking rapid pace because they could make more money elsewhere, he thought, oh, no. In fact, it was even written by diaries, journals, newspaper articles at the time that he was a tyrant in his own factory with his own people. So despite the fact that there was a great opening at the beginning, his control over that little economic socialist experiment proved to be almost futile. And Ford almost lost it because I forget the name of the guy, but the lawsuit that actually really hurt Ford was the fact that he lost over the gasoline engine, especially in the way it was designed and implemented because it belonged to somebody else. So that lawsuit was there. Now, to be fair, he did win against the American Licensed Automakers of America or whatever, Avalon or whatever they went by back then, but they actually didn't have a right to do it, and the Supreme Court correctly ruled on that decision. But it wasn't Dodge that put the end to Ford, it was GMC. And what saved Ford eventually from becoming something of the history books was the wars. That's the only thing that saved them. And they turned around that fucking entire dynamic and became a for-profit company, and allowing shares and allowing investments and bringing in modernization, taking out loans to modernize equipment to pay off said debts. So this is how Ford propelled themselves into the future by actually saying, you know what, maybe our business model kind of sucks because clearly nobody wants the fucking Model T for the rest of their lives, and that's the only way it did. But you'd have SS on here saying, you know what, they were a perfect model to show what it was, but that model showed no innovation, no ability to make beyond what was set in there, and you didn't have the opportunities to succeed beyond the scope of what Ford decreed. So what this is telling you is that Soviet Union was a great economic picture. The problem with their models is it's always contingent on everybody else's wealth. They always want to take from you or from that, and they want to use overall everybody else's opportunities to pass it along and, quote, divvy it up. But the problem again with that is if you don't have new developments, just like Ford, the problem expands and you lose. You run out of fucking money. Because if you don't continue to develop, if you don't continue to be capitalist, then you lose. So these socialist programs that are, quote, being magnificent, and God forbid you have debt in your life, these models really don't work. Again, Venezuela did it. They nationalized absolutely everything. Where are they at today? Where were they before Trump came in? Nowhere. They were broke. They couldn't survive it. If these economic viabilities, Soviet Union, all of the fucking Soviet bloc states would be fucking following the similar model. In fact, China doesn't even follow this model anymore. They use capitalism to boost their economy. So again, these tired old rhetoric fucking Marxist approaches don't really scale up when you look at the picture. And the examples they pick, they cherry pick certain highlights that sound good, and then they leave off the rest of the story. And that's what we should say. The rest of the fucking story should be told.
Okay, and I hear what you're saying, and you brought up a couple points that I'm going to definitely check into, Brad. But again, you're bringing up the socialist argument. Again, if Ford had his little utopia, which it doesn't seem like it was socialist, it was paying people thought their value was, right, based on the profits that he generated from product. that he sold and marketed to the public that the public thought was valuable. Again, true capitalism would be don't get the Supreme Courts involved. If he's not able to innovate, someone else is going to come up with a better fucking idea. Someone's going to come up with a better idea and say, hey, if the people want more freaking, whatchamacallit, more rapid upgrades, right, at a more frequent rate, then naturally he'll go out of business and his only option is to compete. But again, once we saw the governments get in, then that's when things started going downward. So I'm trying to understand where you're getting this socialist. Understand where you're getting the socialism from original.
So take it like this. Him and Hershey started with similar experiments. You know about the start of the Hershey candy bar, right? You know about Hershey, Pennsylvania, how it started.
Yeah.
So it's even a better example of how it goes wrong. So Hershey goes out, develops the fucking candy bar, goes through all these scientists. I think the guy eventually figured out how to add milk to chocolate. It was from Cornell. Some fucking idiot. So it's actually really great. One of the greatest inventions in here. But he figures out how to make the fucking Hershey bar. Hershey goes ahead and builds an entire town, buys thousands of acres on credit. But then sits there and says, hey, I'm going to put all my wealth in this. So I'm going to build the factory. Now I need to build the farm to milk the cow. I need to buy fucking workers. I got to give them homes. I'm going to create an entire city under this social paradigm. Now, when you look at what caused the collapse of Hershey, there were other people, there's competitors. Everybody should agree that competition is fair. No one should have the stranglehold, except for the idiots on here that want to follow Nazi Marxism, fucking socialist programs. When you have the ability to make money, and he faced competition, the workers themselves revolted. The townspeople revolted. The fucking farmers went up there and they had fucking massive problems with the entire economic picture that Hershey built because he thought his socialist utopia would provide for all, and it didn't. It was not able to compete with that. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. So again, I don't give a shit, dude. Dude, you can go shut the fuck up. Go flip those fries.
Finish this thought.
Go flip those. Make sure that milk gets bought. Make sure that man that's all children is got fucking food in the fridge for them. So again,
that's how they be talking. Hey, yo, shut the fuck up and let the mayor finish his thought. Go ahead, Brady.
So again, when you look at these, the workers revolted. They wanted more of the price because, quote, their labor was what was important. They were the product. They believed that they were the prize instead of the actual Hershey bar. They realized, quote, that their labor wasn't the only one out there. They had farmers, they had townspeople, they had teachers, they had hospitals, doctors, etc., storefronts where you got your groceries, truck drivers to deliver the shit. You had all of these people mixed in together in a society, and you had people saying my labor was more important to the other. Then internal fighting started, all at the behest of Hershey. And Hershey was demanding, hey, you guys need to listen to what I say. And they demanded a bigger piece of the pie. Finally, the farmers of the cows kind of won out in their labors because the cows were getting fucking bloated, waiting for milk to be made. And they came up there and started cracking a few heads. I think they actually ended up killing a couple people. But at the end of the day, the experiment fell. Hershey himself was fucking so distraught with it. He said, this economic picture, this model that I built showed me its foundational weakness, is that capitalism needs to go ahead and be brought in. I provided free groceries. I provided free education. I provided opportunities for jobs. I provided all of, and it still was not sustainable. Ford model, again, was not sustainable because, again, he couldn't innovate and realize it. Now, you look to his sons, they innovated the fuck out of the Ford. They fucking went through a transformation. And Ford's model was okay for the time for the Model T. And his investments and the reason he was able to pay his workers the way he was and set it up was because of the initial success of the Model T. It had nothing to do with fucking all of this stuff. But as it lingered on, that success runs out. That money ran out. Because again, socialism is dependent on taking other people's wealth and not creating, innovating, or inventing. The same thing happened in Hershey with their little labor. The same thing happened with Ford. There was another group that happened in Kansas. It fucking failed abysmal. You should really look into the economic pictures that these guys all tried this approach that dipshit is fucking espousing. And you guys, like, you're clapping for it, and I'm laughing at it because we've tried it so many fucking times, and it's inherently failing. And if it was so strong and good, why wouldn't it last? Why couldn't it beat capitalism? Why couldn't it beat the economic picture of the U.S.?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I got the keys in my pocket, baby. Yeah, hey, Brad, you there? Is he on the phone?
I mean, I've been listening. If I could chime in quick.
Well, let me just point out.
Hold on, real quick. I just had a question. If anybody else can answer, they know about it because I'm listening. Whose wealth did Ford take? That's what I'm curious.
Well, I want to point out that no one, I have not in any way, shape, or form argued in any way about whether or not Hershey's economic model works or Henry Ford's economic model works. That was all a whole bunch of great, very interesting opinions. But in actuality, the only thing Ford has to do to inform me is that Ford was sued by the Dodge brothers and never claimed anything about GM's role in anything. It was the Dodge brothers who brought the suit against Ford, and they successfully sued and established a landmark precedent that there was a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders first. That's the only salient point I'm taking from that example. All this fucking Ford failed. Well, I see a Ford driving on the road. I see Hershey bars in the stores. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. I'm in no way, shape, or form concerned with any of that. I'm concerned with our money having real, discernible, transparent value.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering whose wealth did Ford take? Because I've never come across that. I was wondering. I just want, and two, it's like I don't see any evidence of Ford having any type of social program. There's a man who came up with an idea, and Ford capitalized. His biggest capitalism was on the assembly line, which increased production at a cheaper rate. And
wait, there's also one other thing Ford did. He designed the Model T to run off of ethanol so that farmers could make their own fuel, and then in turn, the oil magnates basically created the alcohol ban in order to get them out of business in that.
Yeah, the Rockefellers and Carnegies that were being mentioned earlier directly went to war to prevent alcohol from being used as the primary source. So then Ford had to transition because of prohibition to using gasoline burning engines because he had no fucking choice. They literally outlawed the fucking possession of alcohol. I mean, this is just such a preposterous misreading of everything in service of nothing but trying to prove that he's got a bigger dick, which is just preposterous. Like, we're having a real discussion about what does our money mean, what our values are, and none of anything anyone said was in support of, well, we have to have free school and we have to have free housing, and absolutely not. We're talking
that's
about
what I was trying to figure out that's why I was trying to figure out where the socialism comes in. That's where I think
there is. I'm by no means a fucking socialist. I think they should. I won't even risk losing my account. They should happen to them. But okay, I mean, I can say I'm more like a Jeffersonian capitalist. Like, I'm extremely wary of big business or monopolies in particular, and the influence and the power that they'll wield over both the government and the people. And there's a reason to fear that. So our founding fathers absolutely feared that. And now it's just a bunch of fucking greed and consumerism. Everybody, I mean, it's how can you squeeze every last dollar out of the middle fucking class?
It's socialism for the rich. Socialism for the rich, ruthless capitalism for the poor. Because in 2008, when the bank's greed caught up with them, instead of prosecuting them, they said, oh, well, the public will have to pay for their debts. What? Why? That's the worst kind of socialism. You can have socialism. It meets the definition of socialism where
best for the entire family. That's socialism. When a part of my paycheck goes to the national defense, that's socialism. We all agree that we should have some kind of socialism. The problem with communism, the reason communism fails, is because they lose the ability to truly express value. Just like this money printing, you don't know what something's worth. So the farmer doesn't know what to plant, the school teacher doesn't know what to teach, and it all falls apart. This is preposterous. It never has been an argument about whether or not people are going to work together and call the net profit social or communal.
Right, especially when it's privately acquired and then privately dispersed to the people who help run it. So yeah, that's where I'm lost. I'm trying to figure this. So I'm trying to.
I saw that. Yeah, explain it. This is disgusting. It's because he doesn't have enough arguments. Because
for a second.
We agree on the basic. Brad ultimately wants the same thing that I want. We want there to be justice and integrity. I will not accept an illegitimate government, even if it does an act that I like. It is illegitimate. It has to be legitimate before I can endorse any of its actions. And that is not going to change. So, shit.
Anthony, what's going on, Anthony? Welcome, brother.
Hey, man, I've been on the phone a whole lot, and, I just been catching up on the conversation. Great Room said, I just wanted to say this, man. It's a very interesting conversation going back and forth. I'm going to be honest with you. In 2026, I think that it's a moot point. I think that, this current paradigm that we're in, it's over. It's on its last legs. Whether you like socialism, communism, whatever, I think it's on its way. It will be in full effect shortly. That's my prediction. I feel like, when you combine automation with artificial intelligence, the worker really doesn't matter. So it's either the government is going to provide for the people, or we're going to have anarchy like we've never seen. It's going to be the real life purge. That's the way I see it.
Can't we all agree that the most surprising thing is guys like Brad that continue to try to tell you everything's okay, move on, nothing to see here?
And that's what throws up a red flag for me, especially when it gets emotional and all that. I'm like, if you stick to the point and just rebut the thing, it's like, okay.
That's what I was telling him. You don't sound like a dumb dude. You just gotta stop all of the ad hominems and talk, nigga.
Right, and then it's like, I'm hearing the other side of the argument, and the argument keeps saying, well, trust the system, but time after time after time, I've seen all the system do is fuck me over and fuck Americans over, fuck the middle.
You've had the literal fucking erosion of the middle class.
Are you black? If anything, you should have no trust at all in this nation.
Right.
Black.
And that's what I'm saying. I've literally seen, from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, them being financially stable, them owning houses outright within a matter of a few years, them having cars that were paid off, their dollar being...
Great-grandparents would die from a splinter. What the fuck are you talking about? They don't die of heart attacks.
It doesn't matter.
High blood pressure.
Doesn't matter.
First world fucking problems, Pepe.
Shut up. I get really sick when you
threaten to die someone on stage, bro. He can't come back into this Jerome Rich. Sorry, man. But that's what I'm saying. Is like I hear what the other side is saying, but it's trust the system. I've seen with my own eyes continuously fuck the middle class over, and the middle class is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's literally the uber rich that are benefiting, and the extremely poor who are benefiting because they're getting a bunch of fucking government subsidies. And who's paying those government subsidies? As far as welfare, Medicare, Section 8, all this other shit. It's the middle class. So again, I keep saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like I hear what the other side is saying, but it's like with my own eyes every day, I keep seeing the exact opposite of what you guys are saying. Trust the system, but the system is repeated.
Man, I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's designed the way it's been always designed. The rich get. What's up with shit?
More so, let me say this. My point is more so as we talk about the justice system and then y'all talking about the economy. I don't think it was ever set up to be fair per se. I think it was never distributed fairly for certain groups of people, and I think what's happening in modern times as we like evolved from our history of sorts, you see that class warfare is a real thing. It may have been masked over the years due to other issues in America, but class warfare has always been a thing. And we're seeing that now, based on the conversation we have right now. It's like everybody can kind of agree that something about this system isn't functioning correctly. I don't think anybody wants a system like Russia. I think some of the communist systems that we have around the world, obviously we know what it is. I think some of the socialist systems we have around the world, we actually could look at them and see if it's anything that could work. Because the truth of the matter is, we have a socialist type of economy, like system. I mean, somebody noted that already. Defense system, schools, roads, healthcare, any of that shit can be deemed as socialism. It's the big difference is our government isn't per se like owning business like China, but it still seems like it's rigged in a big business favor. So it is what it is on one level. I understand. Shut your whole ass. Weird ass fucks. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I hear the shit Brad be saying. I think Brad is a psychopath to a degree, but Brad is really intelligent on a lot of levels. When I hear people talk about socialism like that, it's just like, how do you discount all of the socialist factors in our society and that have been there?
Well, that's the thing. That's what we were questioning, and unfortunately, Brad had to take a phone call because that's the thing. Like, from what I gathered from the conversation, Rob, everything the other side brought up were examples of true capitalism. Someone coming up with an idea, exercising that idea, bringing it to fruition, and then profiting based off that without any type of government subsidies or taking money from other people, without them knowing or against their will, or from the public, and then being able to profit off that and then expand their idea. So that's why I was kind of wondering where Brad was coming in with the socialism, because I didn't gather that from.
There you go, right there, Brad.
What?
Sorry, I had the call. It was work.
Bring up socialism.
Is he going in now, or is that me?
Where are the examples that the other side gave? What connotation for socialism? Because you kept bringing that up.
Because their primary example was the Nazi Workers' Socialist Party. Those guys. That's their overwhelming icon. And so when you look at these Nazi socialists, and you realize exactly how their economic picture fell apart, and where, literally their dollars were worth nothing. And again, war has a tendency to pick winners and losers. You better be the biggest, baddest. In terms of it, Germany had good production. Its problem was its resource allocation, its inability, and again, centralized leader leading it under a socialist framework always turns to shit because their idealism is a stranglehold. You've seen that. You've seen that time and time again. Maduro, fucking dipshit in Nicaragua, Noriega. And, again, we can see all of these things continue to go on. And this idea that somehow debt is inherently bad, that's not necessarily true. Charging interest rates, if I go to you and ask you for $10,000 and you take it out of your banking, you should expect interest on that. The more I hold on to it, if I don't pay you back for 10 years on it, and you're just like, well, you still owe me $10,000, but you're not getting any of that money back. You're basically taking out of your pocket, giving it to somebody else, and then saying, so you lose out on the opportunity to invest it, to buy shit with it, to use that at your discretion. You're taking it out of your own pocket without getting anything back. And unless you're talking about a flat fee, which that doesn't fucking really work too often. So I mean, you want to have interest on these loans. You want to be able to do it because otherwise, if you just had that straight there, can you imagine the number of they just borrow and never pay back and never have that debt? Interest helps ensure that.
I can agree with you on that. And that's, I think if a private entity decides to loan money out, they have every right to. But what I was gathering, Brad, was that once you start bringing the public, you start putting that liability on the public, I think that's where the point of contention was.
In a situation like that, Brad, how much government intervention do you think should be? Well, not even, let me not say intervention, just oversight of things like loans.
How much government intervention?
That's why I said
I think a lot. I think you should have the ability to redress your grievance in a court. You should have the ability to sue. Someone should be arrested for not paying you because if they're not going to pay you back your debt, you should have a platform or an entity such as a government to back up your ability to go after, say, assets, to go after them for that amount of money that they are not going to return to you. So yes, I agree with government oversight on that. Why wouldn't you? Like if all of a sudden I borrowed from you and refused to pay you back and you had no entity to back it up, what do you think happens? The next step is we become kind of mafioso. You like
we doing Texas, Brad. You know what's going to happen.
Right. But you want that way without doing harm. You want to be able to be, and so you're going to put liens on people. You're going to put liens on property. You're going to, I don't know, if you were a private bank and you loaned out money for someone to buy a home, you're going to seize that home and liquidate it because that person refused to pay you. The argument
I don't have a problem with that type of stuff, man. Like,
there you go.
Like, I don't have a problem with the government doing and operating as it's supposed to, which in my mind, it should act as an oversight type thing. Let's make sure the systems are running efficiently. When it's time for us to step in on things, we step in to make sure things are distributed, justice is distributed fairly, whatnot. The problem is we just have so many cases where it's not.
No, we have this inequity of distribution of the law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's a human aspect of our system.
Robbed and Brad, if we gonna have this long thing and you're gonna say it's right, I think that it should be. They need to work on it not being so many predatory loans and lending going on. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, they've tried, but in a free market system like it is, it's like, what we gonna do about it? I used to work in the payday loan business, which is very predatory. But at the same time, if you don't have $500 to pay your rent, but you do have a job, you couldn't go into a bank and get no loan, right? But you can run into that payday loan and get that $500. Problem is, with all of the interest and all that shit, by the time you pay it back, you done paid $2,000. So it's like if you was to like compare that to a big loan, that'd be like getting $1 million and paying back $50 million.
Well, that's just part of doing business, Bob.
It is predatory. But at the same time, like I'm saying, you fucked off.
Well, take it a step further. So let's do this. Let's say I build a hospital in fucking Steppy's backyard. I buy the land from Steppy. I build a hospital, provide services. Sig invested. He sits there and says, I have $10K to invest in this hospital. And whatever you guys make, I want 2% of profits over the years or whatever it is, whatever the terms come out to be, whatever we decide. If I fail to execute on that, if it's because I go bankrupt, well, Sig's out of that money. But if I make a profit and I tell Sig to go fuck himself, well, now Sig can actually provide legal actions. He can go to a court because if I'm a big entity and I have millions of dollars and I don't pay him his interest, he has a way to, he can remove me because he's got control. He has some measure of control, and he's also part of the system that's there. So again, when we hear these like broad-based weird Nazi socialist programs that, labor, I'm all for labor. Yeah, you're all for labor, but you want the overwhelming dynamic to the slice of the pie beyond the share. You're not the product. You're the producer.
Hey, Brad, are you familiar with the book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, where he says that in America, to successfully sue a corporation of that size, you need at least $10 million?
Yes, I've heard Peter Thiel say this, and then I kind of laughed at him because even when he came on Clubhouse and did his speech, I said, that's not necessarily true. That doesn't always happen because, quite frankly, the way we have our system set up currently, pretty much McDonald's got sued for a woman burning her vagina and a cup of coffee and she became a millionaire. Now, granted, it was really painful. It caused surgeries and she had fucking scarring. That was horrific in and of itself. But the idea that we have lawsuits and you have a way to collect off of that shows that fear isn't true.
Personal injury. Obviously, we know that lawyers will do personal injury against big corporations for free. Think about that, though. We're talking about regular civil lawsuits, not personal injuries.
I get it. In even civil lawsuits, you have a myriad of cases that go through. You can Google civil lawsuits that have been won. The insurance company is a prime case in point in that. We have civil lawsuits all the time against us.
Diego, the person that brought up the Dodge Brothers suit.
I don't know if he did.
Partially, I said that the Dodge brothers, Diogenes got into it, but yeah, the Dodge brothers sued Ford.
I just want to ask you a question because my limited understanding on that. I talked to somebody about this about 2 years ago. That this is like the case that set the standard for like the profit dividends and sharing for like whether a business ultimately is a business at behold like a public business. Are they working for the public or they shareholders?
Exactly. Shareholders for the shareholders. Shareholders, yeah.
But all right, your opinion of that. What's up? Go ahead.
It's very important to understand that the way, once again, it was represented, the suitcase was represented in a very dishonest manner. It had nothing to do with how much Ford was paying wages to his workers.
So I'm talking about the president, it says after the fact.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what caused the lawsuit.
Yes.
Because they just basically didn't get their money from being the investor nor being paid for their part.
Correct. So the way it was represented by the Chinese guy, I think that's his name. Ford was sued because he was paying good wages to his workers. That's bullshit. It had to do with what the incentive or the profit would be. It's because Ford wanted to reinvest it to grow his business, to invest it back into the business and create more business opportunities for the company. What they were arguing is that they're due their shares because they invested money into his enterprise and they were waiting for their payout, and he was going to use the money that was they were that was owed to them to invest back into the company. And that's
Andre, you're also forgetting the other part where Dodge provided multiple, the Dodge brothers or family provided multiple literally today it would be billions of dollars worth of parts to Ford to Beijing. And he refused to pay on those parts.
But from his point of view, they took money from Ford and invested it to create the competition for Ford, and that's why he was pissed. And that's how he ended up, writing all his extracurricular books.
But Diego, if you're a parts maker, let's say, so the Dodge brothers started out being like manufacturers. They were just parts makers, and they did prefab and fabrication of work, right? And if all of a sudden you're like, well, I invested in this guy, he's the pinnacle, he's got the best freaking car out there, and all of a sudden he's not paying you for your work, your labor, because, you got bitches saying, oh, he's investing in it. And then he's not paying the money you helped him kickstart his company. Then you don't pay that back. So now you sue him, and then you're like, you know what? We've got money. Why are we making parts for other companies? Why not just create a car ourselves? Wouldn't you do that?
What's the question?
If you are a fabricator, a parts maker like Dodge Brothers were,
But they weren't.
They made parts for Ford. That was part of that's part of the lawsuit. That was a major part of the lawsuit.
They learned how to make the tools from Ford, and then they started becoming a parts manufacturer. You gotta read the history, man.
Again, Ford refused to pay for the parts. That's literally, go look at the lawsuit itself.
Can I? Y'all need to go look it up so we can just.
Go ahead, look it up.
Anybody know that? I just do Ford again. Ford versus Dodge Brothers. Ford, 1919. Is that the same case we talking about? 1919.
Yes.
Okay. What happened? The Dodge brothers
invested in their
shareholders.
Oh, you're reading?
They were shareholders. Yeah, I was gonna read it. The Dodge brothers were shareholders in Ford Company. Henry Ford was the majority owner. Ford's plan was to stop paying big dividends, use profit to expand production, lower car prices, pay workers more, and Ford basically said, I want to benefit the public and workers, not just, I don't need to care about all of that. Why the Dodge brothers sued? They wanted their dividends, profits paid to shareholders. They argued Ford was holding back profits and not acting in shareholders' best financial interests. So that was why they sued.
There's also a part about parts.
I'm reading. It's just talking about shareholders, stakeholder, shareholder. I don't see anything about parts, bro.
Okay, so I'm wondering what you're reading, because like the best source would be probably some like historical thing connected to like Britannica or something. It will give you
want me to drop the name?
A better idea. Yeah, sure.
I'll drop the name.
Let me.
Okay, here we go. So John Francis, 25, 1864, while his brother Horace Dodge, a year later, blah, blah, blah. The brothers grew up in Michigan and began their careers as mechanists. They co-founded bicycle company. However, by 19, they had sold the business of open a machine shop in Detroit to make parts for the fledgling auto industry. Okay, so they started.
No, so Brad is right. I found the parts part about it. So it says
Oldsmobile's next Henry Ford contracted with the brothers to build engines, transmissions, and axles. Ford was unable to pay the Dodge full in cash, so he gave them stock in the company. So that is a culprit. Like, this is actually how it all started. So Brett is absolutely on point.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't get hurt, but I put it in the parts issue, and it gave me the whole rundown of it. So you're right, Brad, and I enjoy it.
That's why I said it. Like, you
but three, do you understand how like one can spin that narrative in a very dishonest manner? Because the Dodge brothers, they filed a lawsuit not because Ford was paying the workers large wages. It's because he was unable to pay them the dividends on the investment that they made into the company by providing him with parts and later receiving a piece of the action. And Ford just wanted to reinvest the money to build up his business, which is also understandable. You know, like, he was a businessman. He wanted like expand his company, but he was not paying what was due to his investors.
And in fact, his workers, like, were, if you go even further in history, further up in timelines, you'll find out that those laborers that Ford was like, I want to benefit all of society, and they rebelled against it multiple times. There was huge labor strikes. And then, of course, you had
they made engines, transmissions, and other critical components for Ford's cars and shit.
Correct, yeah. And I didn't mean I was laughing at you. I'm just laughing because, like, it's almost like liberals, they take the cherry pick a little bit, and then they want to, like, make this whole pontification about, hey, you know, this is how the society should be, and look at what happened to them. No, that's not quite the story.
I just want y'all to stop fighting and get the information out. It's liberals and it's both sides.
Yeah, it's not liberals, it's demagogues. People who are demagogues, who are, stand on the soapbox preaching for some sort of utopian future, whether it's, monarchy, whether it's Christian nationalism, national socialism, international socialism. They spin the narrative. They take, they do 80-20. They do 80% truth and then 20% of the poison pill inserted into it that will create.
Can I chime in after you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to chime in after you. I just want to make a pretty bold statement, guys. I just want the good old-fashioned American swagger days of ride, rank, and bank money days, just chasing your dreams, making your money, and just, be unified together. And that's just where I'm at. I understand
that shit
people
over with, young blood. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wanted to, because I never got to experience the shit where, man, I understand where you coming from, Steppy, but that shit is, it's way too far gone, bro.
It's not. Like, you guys are just not understanding. So, how do I put this? So, the landscape has changed. It's just different. So, back in the day, I'm going to. So back in the days, like pre-Civil War, for like a vast majority of this country's history, it was all about land. It was all about that. Then it shifted a little bit to the Industrial Revolution. People congregated in the cities. They left all these free plots of land, and it just did it. It was like some of it was stolen, eminent domain. I understand that. I'm not ignoring it. But the vast majority of people, when they were deeded and passed on these large tracts of land, they left it. They were like, I don't care, abandon it. They went to the cities to go make their fortune in the Industrial Revolution. They wanted to go work for Fords and Hershey's and Carnegie's and Rockefellers and fucking Campbell's and all at Birdseye. They wanted to go work for these guys. And they did it. Con Air, the AC guy, like a fucking genius, literally developed the entire Southwest and South for production and manufacturing, all because of an AC unit. He put it in homes, and that made it feasible for development out here. And there was a race for land. Land is now, for the most part, divvied up. It's still there, but not. We don't look at it that way. So farm ag workers are kind of working. Their lands are shrinking. They're selling them to HOAs, and they're doing their thing. Hats off to them. But what you have now is you have a new age. We've moved on from the industrial age, the blue collar age, where you could build towering skyscrapers and all that stuff and become profitable and have that. Wait, hold on, Steppy. Let me finish.
So I can understand.
What you have is everybody wants the digital world. We're now in the digital world. And that's the new landscape. It's moved from land, industrialization, to now digital. And it's going to be the prevailing landscape, and you need to, unfortunately, figure it out. Now, some key industries will remain the same. Healthcare, a little bit, but even that's changing massively. The finance sector, that's becoming more digitized. You no longer have to go to the offices. Fucking most of Wall Street really doesn't work on Wall Street. Hats off to you. Hats off if you know. You should come down to Austin, Texas, or Dallas.
No, my homie a tech guy, he worked for Owens Cornell. Been working for them for like 8 years. And after COVID, they stopped going to I understand what you're saying on that.
Yeah. So you're just dealing with a new day. You can wish for the old times, and there's still going to be a sector of our economy into it, but it's not the dominant one. And unfortunately, we have to navigate this one.
But the only problem I have with it is that it may not be the most dominant one, but it's the most essential. So you have to take care of the most essential people in your nation, or it's gonna fail every time. And I don't think that they've been doing a good job with taking care of the essential people that they need.
Well, I just want to interject real quick on what Brad brought up. I'm not contradicting him. He's accurate on it, in my opinion. But the farming community, which that's what I'm in, we just went back to old swagger and hustling roots. like the HOAs that Brad's talked about, a lot of the smaller farmers have actually transitioned to basically renting land to HOAs because the suburbs and HOA communities are coming in and they're pressuring to buy up land. Well, we're fighting back, and almost all the states are doing it, where we're transitioning, saying, "Hey, we'll rent you our land. You do all the land development, but you're going to cut us a monthly check for so we can still have a living." And you're seeing it in South Carolina, big in Texas, Oklahoma, Phoenix, all the way up to the Midwest, and even some New England parts where we're straight up renting it out. We'll give like 20 acres out for HOAs, and I think the going rate is right about $1,500 per acre, and the HOAs are actually jumping all over that.
Oh, the other thing I was going to ask you, if you guys sorted out, sorry, I'm still working, but did you guys figure out the whole Federal Reserve thing, which is zero, and what other things the Federal Reserve is using to control the liquidity, like, the constraints that they put on the liquid assets and stuff like that?
It's probably too high level for this room.
No, and these guys like the Ricos and the dipshits and Keegans who don't understand it will sit there and say the Federal Reserve needs to end, and that's their only claim. That's all they keep saying. It's the only thing that went wrong. We need to end it, and then we can go back to being a normal nominal nation, because they still believe the Federal Reserve prints money.
Well, it issues currency in excess for there when it engages in quantitative easing. Right. When it engages in quantitative easing.
There's other instruments that the Federal Reserve is using, instead of just putting some sort of reserve requirement in order to control it. Like liquidity requirements or capital requirements would be like, two main ones. And they're still in place, so it's not they just do whatever they want.
Well, Andre, look at that. Like when I hear that, they're not considering the assets. Like even so, if you go and get a job, your Social Security number is an asset that can be used for the Federal Reserve as making money, because you're paying taxes. Then when you go into federal properties, well, there's a multitude. Even the market is used slightly as an asset in a world platform, because when I had a gentleman the other day was very argumentative about trying to have marketing, manufacturing. I was like, guys, I'm for bringing jobs back to America for manufacturing, but you got to be very cautious, because the USD is high in value amongst the world. So if we need dominate,
can I ask you
yes, sir.
Ask you a question? What do you mean that your Social Security can be used as an asset, like a collateral? No.
Yes, as no, asset.
You cannot use your Social Security number as a collateral, but to borrow money, to get a loan out? I don't think so.
Well, no, not individually. No, not as an independent. You cannot use it as an asset. I'm saying on the government end. Now, I might be completely fucking ignorant, just so you know, Andre. I'm probably just the dumb guy here on the platform.
Don't say that. But there might be just some sort of confusion.
Well, I'll probably this. I'll explain to you how I interpreted it when someone brought it up to me. And see, maybe I was led by a fool that made me think like it. But I was explaining after the Civil War, the United States of America was in debt. And that's, I believe, where Rockefeller came in so that way the United States can work its way out of debt for being in a war, all right, a civil war, and that's where the Social Security came in, and taxes, and they utilized as an asset that could give a line of credit to the United States.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. So, what basically is like you can use your social security, your futures and your social security as a collateral when you get like a personal loan or a mortgage or stuff like this. And then once
for the government.
But so here's a but. I think, and check me, I might be wrong on this one, but there is a certain amount that is protected regardless. So everything access to that protected amount, which is whatever, like a minimal amount or whatever it is, livable amount, that can be released to the creditors once the Social Security is deposited into your account.
Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding.
No, you're right. You're essentially right. Not the world, but you're essentially right in terms of using it as a sort of collateral for like a personal loan or like a mortgage or a car loan or something.
Okay, well, thank you for a little.
Wait, Andre, I'll push back. Rockefeller actually did stabilize America, though. I mean, especially in the oil industry, because it was like it was so chaotic at that time. It would be up and down almost daily. He instituted massive pipelines. He helped reform some of the regulations. Now, granted, it led to a more monopoly kind of thing, which Standard Oil was then broken up. But still, he helped increase the tax revenue massively. And then he helped America achieve more equitable distributions from oil companies and allowed it. Not to mention, he also did a lot of philanthropic work. I mean, the guy started University of Chicago. So, I mean, he basically, if he hadn't come along and did that for the oil industry, I mean, I imagine it would probably have been done at some point, but I would have shuddered to think that the federal government would have done it at that time frame, which a lot of the people on this stage that were here earlier probably would have cheered on for having the centralized government manage the ability to handle resources and distribute them, which would have been probably cataclysmic.
I mean, from what I understand, like what the type of system that's being promoted is the syndicalism, right? It's like the workers who are controlling the people who are making the product are essentially controlling the means of production collectively. I mean, and all you need to do is just like search for critiques of that. I mean, that's essentially like what fascist economy looked like. There needs to, and even they had to do some central planning through ideological means, like they had to guide the economy and its assets into a certain direction. It's just so bizarre, and like just open any critique of it. Like one of the problems is that it creates stagnation because there's no incentive for competitive nature of the free market. You know, like once you monopolize a certain industry and have like a class of people with the same or similar interests who want their paycheck to come regular and in stable manner, there's no reason for them to change anything about this.
I didn't disagree with that at all, but I mean, the guys on stage were all screaming for that.
That's essentially what brought Soviet Union to its knees. I mean, granted, they did have like central planning, but it was ideologically inspired, and the sort of competition that was even at the early stages of the Soviets. It was sort of like a puppet competition.
It was like, again, I brought the examples of where that similar attempt was attempted by private industries. Hershey, I brought it up. Hershey, fucking Ford are two prime examples, like early Ford, not new Ford, but for Henry Ford, the original, where they failed under that ideology.
Oh, and furthermore, I found it ironic that they were talking about how great a champion he was, even though he took other people's money to go ahead and do it. He had no problem putting his hand out there saying, give me, I'll redistribute the wealth, and then didn't want to pay the debt that he owed to the people that he borrowed from. That was ironic. And then people screamed that there shouldn't be interest on loans.
But Brad, we're seeing socialism at its prime in New York City with that mayor. You know, he promised so much, and yet what has he actually committed to?
Well, he's going to start seizing properties. So he's going to take people's private assets, which are properties. Now, he's already claimed it. It's a policy in New York City now. So now he's going to take people's properties if they don't follow the rental paradigms or the way they can sell it, and the city now can buy it or take it from them at whatever price they determine to be fair market value. That's ironic. So some poor schmo goes ahead and buys a place, and now some dipshit in New York wants to be able to just go ahead and buy it because they're in the government and they can just take it from you, and that's your whole life savings rolled up into one. Fuck that. Like, why would anybody want to do that?
Well, because Brad, it's very easy to spend somebody else's money. I mean, it's very pleasant, and there's no strings or responsibilities attached to it. It's great. You know, you spend somebody else's money and you can do it as much as you want until it lasts, actually.
Yeah, Brad, and two, I don't think anybody was arguing against interest. It's that if you decide to lend out money, I think, yeah, you're taking a risk that person may default on that loan that you give them. So I think the reward for you taking that risk is that interest, right? No problem with that. But in a case like the subprime lending with the housing crash in 2008, is that when you have the government take taxpayer dollars and say, hey, if you fuck this up, we'll bail you out. So now they start taking unnecessary risk because the liability no longer falls on them, it falls on taxpayers. That's what people have a problem with. And if someone does default on the loan, then yeah, I think you should utilize the government to officially put on the record that, hey, this person entered into a legal contract to borrow this much money, and you were to pay it back with this much interest by this date, and you default on that, yeah, I think the legal system is justified in enforcing that contract. But again, I don't think the privatized profits of people loaning money should be, the liability shouldn't be put on taxpayers for a private transaction.
That's a fair critique, but just 2 points. Number one, that the reason the market crashed is not necessarily because it was the government who was propping that house of cards, but it's the marketing of the product, financial product itself. The diversification or diversity is not necessarily a good thing always. And what they were doing, they were just getting subprime loans, like kind of chopping them up into little parts, making huge packages out of them, and saying that 1,000 people cannot all fail simultaneously unless the economy goes under, which is exactly what happened. And it was just kind of a snowball effect. The bubble burst, the whole thing kind of unraveled. And another thing I would like to say is that is not bad. That is good, especially if there is, if there is confidence of the loaner that you are capable of getting it to them at the end of the day. Because number one, they get their interest. Number two, it allows you expand at a very rapid pace, especially if you have a good idea and you have, if you are motivated to do something. So that can be a very powerful tool. It shouldn't be shied away.
Right, but what happens is that then it gets mismanaged when you take away the liability on that person.
Absolutely.
Again, when you
100%.
People are gonna be more reckless with their loans when they know they don't have to pay the consequences for that recklessness.
But that's what they were preaching on here. That's why I was arguing back. So they were preaching that they shouldn't have interest. There shouldn't be accountability. There shouldn't be anything. Like if you take out a loan, literally, and I'm quoting this, you shouldn't have to pay interest or even compound interest on loans you take out, end quote. That was the statement. I mean, at the end of the day, what they're arguing for, aside from their fucking neo-Nazi socialist reforms, was literally what, like, it was the economic picture leading up to World War II with Hitler. Yeah, they had a strong economy. They were production. There was actually good work going on in Germany, but it was under ideology. It was under sieging. They didn't pay their debts, and they seized assets from other entities, and then to furthermore, they expunged people from the market, which is why it didn't even fucking remotely last beyond that reform. And then they had to be built up because they had nothing afterwards. There was no contingencies. So, like, these ideas that these guys get on here and say, oh, well, the Nazi Socialist Party had the right economic agenda and we're going to preach from that Bible. Okay, good, but it didn't last. It was defeated.
You see, that's not what I wasn't hearing the entire Nazi Socialist part. I wasn't hearing them saying the entire thing. I think they were picking out ass from it.
Well, they were cherry picking, sir. That's what they were doing. They were cherry picking the best agenda, and that's just my opinion, sir.
Sig works for a living. He's definitely no fucking sir.
You know what? Hey, beat me up, Chief, but you know what? I do like to show a little modesty to new people I interact with.
But my problem with it isn't that, say, like, I'll fight you all day long, and then we'll still drink beer. I'll still knock you. I'll beat you till you're white, and you can beat me till I'm black. It don't fucking matter to me. But at the end of the day, with these idiots like this, the reason I go so strong against them, like these idiots, is because what they want to do. And really, you can see this because Pepe really went through this one night. He started like really talking just real soft and direct, and he was talking about literally these groups. These guys all go on Discord. They all talk together, and Pepe started explaining their economic theories, and it was a control class where they want to be able to control the economic production, have the means of control without having to produce anything, and then determine who, under alignment of their ideology, would be beneficial from it. And Pepe went through all of them and said, I recognize their voices. I know who they are. I can tell them from Clubhouse, from Twitter, to Discord, to Telegram. And he started laying it out one night, and I was just laughing because he was, to quote one of the women on this app, he was spilling the tea. And he did a great job with it. I'm just floored that people give such a platform because, again, their models are never realized. And when you push back against it, they are like, oh, no, I'm going to pick Ford. He just wanted to pay his workers a higher wage. Yeah, sort of. That was in part true, but what he wanted to do was fucking boost his own power. He controlled his workers. They were determined. You should look at what he did, what their workday was like, and not just kind of gloss over the highlights of it. Like, workers themselves saying working for Ford sucked. It was not great. In the beginning, it was okay, but then it became tyrannical. They were scared. They were threatened. They were abused. And when they went on strike, Ford himself had even offered, what was it? It's rumored, I guess, I'll say LRX, to threaten to kill his own workers. Like, it's certain people that were leading these labor strikes. So, I mean, that's weird to, like, quote Ford and then not even realize it and then pull up lawsuits like, oh, he got sued, that's why he stopped. But you didn't tell the whole story. He didn't pay for the shit that he went and bought to build his empire. It was all built on a house of cards.
Well, the way I was processing as he was talking, like, I mean, he was talking quite a bit, but to me, Mr. Keegan, Mr. Agnes, it sounds like, you know, they just want stuff given to them for free, and if it's not that narrative, like Brad, you nailed it on the top. You know, it's not how it works. You know, there's a whole process, and you're giving examples of the process and the reasoning of the process. And if there's anything contradictory in his opinion to your saying, then he needs to be resourceful and do his to do his research. My whole issue that I was having with him is the same way that Brad, I'm sorry to speak on your behalf, Brad, but the way I was processing it is almost mirrored to how Brad was saying it. Is he, take a loan without interest, no matter the reasoning. To me, that's not good business. It's not, America, in my opinion, I might be a fool for having it. America is a business. If you look at America as a business pyramid, the fundamentals are the same at any type of corporate level, all the way down from the CEO as the president, delegate all the way down to the workers at the bottom of the pyramid. And, the best bit, I see with Keegan, I see with Agnes, is they want to have the best outcome for individually versus the whole operation. And that's what I don't see eye to eye with them. I'll listen to them. I might not agree with them. But what he was saying, in my opinion, Sig and Brad, is just utter nonsense.
What I was hearing, and again, to be fair, you guys kind of floated in and out of the conversation a few times, and we were talking about this for a few hours before you guys joined. Is that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a level of unfairness that's going on. And when we talk about the interest, it's the fact that we have higher up officials who keep taking out more debt and more debt and more debt and more debt, and the interest is compiling, and they're not the ones taking the liability. They're the ones, again, it's privatizing the profits and socializing the liability. That's what I've heard from their argument. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to pick up where you guys are coming from.
So let's put it this way. Ford, right? Or no, I'm not Ford. Oh, fuck. I'm so sick and tired of Ford. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. You know Roosevelt, right? Yes. A lot of people point to 1913, the Fed, all those trends. Those are the major issues and the turning point of what happened. Oh, and then the Civil War. Like, these are periods in times. These are snapshots. Yes. Blah, 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 blah. Some of the long-standing effects can be felt. Yes. Culturally, economically. But really what they're arguing for is from the Ford doctrine. Doing basically what Franklin Delano Roosevelt really did. He upended, he fucking made it illegal for people to own gold. He changed interest rates.
Charge it correct.
Price later, yeah, right. Manufacture that out of there, and then he wanted to basically divvy up it. And they're arguing for that same centralization, but they're doing it under the guise of Bitcoin, or saying Bitcoin's going to solve it. And you heard them saying, "I don't think a digital currency should exist," and then meanwhile they're saying you should invest in Bitcoin. Like, you can't have two contradictions together and then have it go ahead and exist. Yeah, like partial Bitcoin bros too, like delusional ones. They just invest and then they're like, "Oh, look, I made $100. Woohoo!" So
any competency or merit.
Yes,
you won the lottery and you propose that the lottery should be won by everybody.
But Bitcoin up as an example. His main thing was a decentralized currency that the government.
But think about how that would work, Sig. Like, think about a decentralized currency. Like, we had that at one point. Prior to, the Civil War is a prime case that I can go to. States were printing their own money. The reason Congress said, "Oh, hold on a moment," was because currently, South Carolina's monetary value would be vastly different than New York's. Rhode Island would have been broke. It wouldn't have survived. Like, having states embody their own currency and then having to uphold it, fuck Hawaii would be dirt broke. Well, maybe not. Maybe Hawaii would be okay, but I mean, you couldn't have a decentralized currency in the nation of the United States, because then if you're asking for that, what you're asking to do is create 50 brand new countries.
That's not true,
and that's exactly true.
Can I say something just in much broader strokes? I hear what you're saying, and just like all the economic analysis, whether on the left or the right, radically, like Marxists, National Socialists, they're making a correct observation. Okay, what you said is right. Politicians, famously in Thomas Sowell's words, they don't bear any liability. Like they can make decisions, grand decisions, economic decisions, and then they just go out of office, and whoever comes after them, plus the public, has to bear the consequences of it. That's a correct observation. What they're arguing for is redistribution of power. They're saying, give me power, give us power. We can do it much better because we're for the common man. We're for the little man. We're going to restructure it. The argument is essentially exactly the same as any kind of Marxist.
When he says us, what do you mean us? What do you mean us, Andre? When he says
saying us is the poor National Socialists who will give the power to the working man, who will create a syndicate. I heard him say exactly that. He said that the means of production should be controlled by the people who produce those things. He wants to cooperate and create syndicate-like entities that would control things outside of any kind of financier or loan office.
Yeah, what he was saying is putting that power and control back into the hands of your average American. Because clearly it's been taken out of our power, it's been taken out of our control. And one of those things was what Brad brought up, is that we actually had the federal government force Americans to turn in their personal private assets. And that's what he kept bringing up, is that the government, when we talk about monetary items, is that the government is taking it. That's our private shit. The government should never be able to come and say, hey, give me your shit. And FDR was a good example of that, is the government put in a law, said, hey, you have to give me your gold. And then a few years later, what do? They turn around and then they allowed Americans to buy it back, but it was at an increased rate. That's what they were talking about. So when they say give us, he's talking about the actual American people, the actual citizens, not just a select.
Okay, so it's a class. It's basically, once again, it's redistribution of power. Now,
it's not. It's giving us back the power we already had that the government took away from us.
That's what redistribution of power is going on.
No. But listen to the way that's
created a clappercy.
Right, but again,
I know.
So technically, yes, technically are correct, but no, it's returning it back to its rightful owner. They took that away from the American people and then squandered it away, and then they created an even bigger problem that they're not having to suffer the consequences for. It's us who they fucked over. That was their.
Okay, so where bait and switch happens, in my opinion, is that it's the type of system that is proposed is a clappercy, right? It's giving the direct democratic rule, basically, by the masses. I think it's a very bad idea, personally. I'm much more in line with republicanism of some sort, of constitutional republicanism. I think there should be first principles that should be guarded and guide any kind of decisions. And whether the people, people with big P, or the government gets out of line and, tries to enforce some sort of law that is unconstitutional, it's not according to the first principles, the other part of the society should get a stick out or a whip and, make sure that we're all back in line with first principles. And I think the type of balance that we have is fairly good. Yes, once in a while it gets out of whack and it needs to be rebalanced, which is what I think is Trump is the creation of that disbalance. But, I don't think the power should be solely within the masses, the mob, or it should be solely within the government.
Well, here's the thing, though. What you just brought up is that it gets out of whack and what Trump is doing. You understand what Trump is doing? So because it's been getting out of whack, and why has it been getting out of whack? It's because there's been a bunch of unchecked motherfuckers dipping their grubby hands into it, taking a bunch out.
Really?
And they created a $40 trillion deficit. So the only way to protect that and keep that Ponzi scheme going and keeping Peter to rob Paul and accrue more and more debt is to go over there and start picking a fight with other people and fucking with other people instead of just taking the consequence. Hey, you mismanaged this shit. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go kill a bunch of people and kill a bunch of innocent civilians and then send our troops in there to get killed as well to cover up this fucking Ponzi scheme of mismanagement, bro. That's essentially what Trump is doing right now. It's that, hey, we screwed up this way. Yeah, because you brought up what Trump is doing right now to rectify it. And that's not a viable solution, bro.
So, because again, I was just gonna share like my understanding of the bigger picture. Now, I might be wrong because I don't, I lack full information about what's happening and all the top secret documentation, all this stuff. But
you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix, Andre.
Look,
it'd be a good time.
I gotta ask you questions.
Hold on, let Mr. Edward go because he's been waiting for a while. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Edward? Andre, yeah, you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix.
There's a.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Edward. I'll just leave Andre.
I just want to say hello. And I don't know if any of you ever read the Federalist Papers, where there should be checks and balances. We have 50 independent states. We have 350 million independent Americans. If you just take the federal debt by itself, we're at 34 to 35 trillion. And then you take individual debt, we're $18 trillion. So that's $69,000 per every American right now. And you can look at your own personal spending and your habits. You got to be very careful on what you sign the dotted line to. And I think this is where we have a lot of unfortunate people who are what we call quote-unquote elected officials, which I do not believe that they are gifted in finances at all. I think that they don't know the role that they're supposed to represent. Supposed to represent the people, not go there and get rich, not go there and get inside trading, not go there and in debt our future children and grandchildren. So until we the people wake up and realize that the people that we send to our state houses and the ones that we send to Congress and to the Senate comes from our actual states. And if we don't get rid of those people, I don't care what we try to do, guys, we're always going to be behind the 8 ball because we got people right now who I call people in power, not purpose. We got people right now who want power, not the purpose of leading our country in a way that we teach people you cannot overextend yourself as a citizen and you cannot overextend yourself as a government. That's all I want to say. I just try to be very practical. I don't need to get into all the economics or anything because you know what? I tell my wife all the time, if right now gasoline, guys, is $6.30 in California, okay? There's nowhere in the world, my wife, that I can continue because I drive a lot. So we have to make adjustments. So we downsize some stuff. We decide to do things differently. You know why? Because that's my household. The situation room I have is my kitchen table. My wife and I have to do this. And I tell people all the time, you got to control what happens. And we can't just go be willy-nilly just because other people have chosen our leadership here in the state of California, my city, because they're still trying to operate on the same budget when we all know that there's things going on. There's wars going on right now. Things are happening. And no matter what happens in our state house and then what happens in other state houses and then ultimately what happens in the White House is going to come down and affect all of us. It's all start with individual spending. You got to be very careful. That's why the debt of the individual, whether it's mortgage, whether it's cars, whether it's your credit cards, you got to learn how to get out of debt. And I always say, Sig, I land on this. If you're going to be pro-black, you got to be in the black. That's being pro-black.
Yeah. Amen to that, Mr. Yeah. And that's exactly what my point is. And that's what like I said, I'm here from the other side. I trust the system, but the system has done nothing. Again, I'm I'm a fucking retard when it comes to, you know, high-end finances and all that extra shit. But I'm smart enough to know debt is not a good thing. You know, long-term debt is not a good thing. Unreasonable debt is not a good thing. Overextending yourself. I'm not done talking, Brian. I'm not done talking, man. You know what? I'm not dealing with your ass tonight. Fucking idiot. But yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that when you're absolutely right. The people that we have elected have mismanaged. And again, I place the blame on us because we're the fucking idiots and we're the retards that keep electing these fuckers and keep falling for this stupid bullshit that keeps our focus off of who was actually doing the damage in our country. You know, so my thing is this: where can we get to as an American people to get that power back into our hands? You know, because, you know, again, looking at the past 3 generations, shit has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
You know why, right? See, we don't have any masculine people. No masculine men.
There you go.
No courage, man. There's no courage. People back stand up and crap out of you. I'm sorry, King.
The king is here. How can you say that?
Easy. This is very important because if we as men do not govern our own homes, how we're going to govern our cities, how we're going to govern our state. We have people right now in office in different parts of this country that should have never been elected. I'm sorry, guys. We're not teaching our children to vote for values, not politics. The last I checked is that we hold these truths to be self-evident, not what we call popularity evident. Okay? That's why a lot of people don't know what's really going on in America, because all they're doing is voting for their quote-unquote pet peeves. You know, the pronouns that we're supposed to have, who I can marry, you know, all this crap. Come on, guys. You are personally responsible for the outcome of your life. There's no central government anywhere in the world that should think about you more than you think about yourself. I'm 100% responsible for the outcome of my life and my wife's life. I'm not looking to any person. I look for solutions, not excuses. And our government is a big excuse of trying to govern other people, but that was never our founding fathers' thought. We're the only nation that says in our Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, not government evident, self-evident. If you overextend yourself and you become a slave to the lender because you sign your line on that dotted line, that's the problem.
Edward, but I mean that's the key principle for publicanism, right? As I said, it was first principles and you follow them. Now, I hope I have reception of the way I see it. And once again, I want to give it this quick thing. Right? This is just my perception because I don't have all the information like I don't think anybody does outside of the government. That right now everything revolves around our main geopolitical enemy, China. China has challenged the United States, challenged it for supremacy, challenged it economically, which is very important. It's trying to wrestle away power from the United States. So everything that is done by this administration has its focal point getting China in line.
And why has China been able to do what we do? Because we allow them to devalue their dollar so manufacturing would be cheaper over there, and we went away from manufacturing in the United States and allowed them to dominate, and they played the game well, man. But again, our politicians sold us out.
It wasn't necessarily politicians. I think it was like it was supposed to be a symbiotic relationship and neoliberal political theory, where if you give access to a country to a free market, that the free market is upstream from political thought and ideology. It's a false narrative. It has failed in Eastern Europe after the fall of Soviet Union. It failed with China, and so there needs to be another type of strategy.
That strategy is to be a production powerhouse. It's to be a production powerhouse, bro. We stopped manufacturing here. And then we started being a consumer. We put everything on the fucking oil. We put all our fucking bets on the oil market in the fucking oil industry, bro. Right? And because there were certain people in those industries that became fucking multi-billionaires on that shit. They did that shit on purpose and sold us out. I mean, that's what it comes down to, bro. Like, one of the things that made America one of the greatest countries is because of our manufacturing capability, bro. Like, this is why we were able to fucking get a whole bunch of money from European countries, from France and Britain, because we started manufacturing. We lent them the money to sustain the war that they were in, and then we also created the manufacturing to produce the goods and the food and the arms and all that shit for them to buy as well. So again, time and time again, what we see is we see a pattern that when you produce, you remain an economic powerhouse. Once you lose that, you go to shit, bro.
Well, that's what's
so why are we
China?
Why are we going away from that
now? That's the problem.
Right, and we see that's what happened to China. China was poor as fuck when I was a little kid. China was poor as fuck. And what they did was they went to manufacturing and production, and now they became a fucking powerhouse over the span of a few decades, bro.
Yeah.
So that should tell you something.
It's not as simple as that. I mean, I think it was a smart move by the United States to move manufacturing outside of the country, except for very necessary, for the country's defense industries. But what I think the mistake that was made, it was not diversified. Like in this case, I think diversity is a neutral, value neutral word and a concept, and I think in this case it actually would hold a positive consequence for the United States.
I think you're being overcomplicated. You're being overcomplicated. The top 80 brands.
Hold on.
The top 80 brands in the West.
Simon, can I finish, please? And then you can go and rebuttal.
Okay.
If you want to.
All right. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all good. But it's. I think what would have been a smart move, and I think the United States is doing it right now, is moving its production to Vietnam, to other Southeast Asia countries, and some of them are probably going to hopefully move it to Africa and Middle East, whatever. But they had to create sort of competition among their producers in order to keep tabs on it and not allow one country to gather so much power as China did.
But why would you? I'll say real quick, you're to pin something at the top of the room from KK.
What's that?
You're to pin something at the top of the room involving Political Compass from KK, and there's a special surprise tonight from the Political Compass.
Okay, yeah, throw it in the chat, KK. I'll put it on top. Absolutely.
It just needs a review first. It's about 5 to 7 business days.
Nice try, Mr. Sonic, too.
I'm just letting all of you know. I'm just letting you all know there's a special announcement and a surprise involving tonight. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, cool. Oh, you sent it DM. Okay, cool. Yep. Let me grab it real quick. I'll post it for you.
So, are we still in the economic pictures of America, or have we moved on? Because I heard Africa involved.
Yeah, Andre was just, we were talking about
diversifying,
improving production, and how we moved away from production, and we see that once China picked up production and manufacturing, it became a powerhouse, and how we got once we removed our production and manufacturing. I was going to say, Andre, one of the things I'm noticing is, if you look at, for prime example, the chip industry, right? We allowed, and what I'm saying is, look at what's happening right now. We're building a silicon chip facility here in the United States to be able to produce that. Why? Because we realized that being offshore, it was a vulnerability. So when you're producing and you have production in-house, you're generating revenue by selling the product. Then when you have revenue, you can continue to fund R&D, which keeps you ahead of the competition, keeps you competitive to those that, But now what I'm seeing is, oh shit, we got away from manufacturing, we let these other companies do it, and now we're trying to hurry up real quick and build some of these key industries in our own nation. So again, why are we going back to it then? Diversifying and getting away from production was a bad thing. And why are we all of a sudden trying to hurry up and get back into it once we see these other countries starting? We should have just kept it here in the United States, bro, and stay competitive in that faction.
No, it's what you need to understand, or to be able to satisfy the consumer at scale, the way the United States consumer market is, we cannot do everything inside. It's going to be excessively expensive, just because we have a very limited resource of just people, like physically, and space. So I think that kind of getting it out of sight of the country is great, but you need to be smart about this. Like, I think what you just pointed out is one of those things yes, it's a vulnerability, a big one, like on the defensive front. So you need to kind of pick and choose what you're going to be diversifying outside of the country and what are you going to be keeping inside.
So what you're not looking at, say, is like there's components to this where you're like a lot of people misnown this. Yes, the U.S. only ranks like what 10? We do 10-15% of overall production of manufacturing. However,
real quick, Brad, my bad. Just pause real quick. KK, it won't let me copy the link in my DM. Can you put it in the chat and then I can pin it? For some reason, it's not. The copy's not sticking for both those links you sent me. Well, go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
Okay, but where we actually make up for that is in the chip design. We overwhelmingly, we're at like 50 to 60% of that. And our major players are like companies like Intel and NVIDIA and AMD, Qualcomm, et cetera. And you can go Apple, all of these, whoever makes all these places actually build and they also manufacture, but they also go overseas to help produce them at what Andre says is scale. So we have control over the market, both economically and with design. Like we're just top notch. Like Taiwan, China, South Korea they're not even close to us. They're not going to catch up to us. We're that faster. This is why, like China, for instance, they are barred and banned from working with these companies. We ban them because of intellectual property, and we don't allow them to go into certain fields in college, and we don't allow them to have work visas in these areas. And we don't do it with like Koreans at certain points, and various other entities. We don't do it with Russians. So it has to do with a lot with like how we vet them. We'll deny those outright, but like we only look at one side of the picture, and that production side. Yeah, you're right. We don't have a manufacturing plant where at $18 an hour, some Joe Schmo is just sitting there with his thumb pushing a button and making a chip. But we have massive factories that do chip design, development, testing. Like they do other parts, and there's a huge R&D factories that we utilize on our sites. So it's kind of mixed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but design alone wasn't cutting it enough, Brad. We had to move back to manufacturing and build manufacturing facilities here in the United States. That's what I'm saying. Design wasn't enough, and we went right back to square one, which is manufacturing and production.
But we actually do something else on top of that. We overwhelmingly have over 50% of the chip making tools. So we actually make the tools that make the chips, and then we sell them overseas to these countries to make said chips. So we have, like, this is a lot more complex on it. And it took a while, too, because when I first said, the chips, and I started looking at the Biden investment bill, and then I started looking at why people, like true economists and true people who are in the industry, like Silicon Valley, were kind of against it, saying this is kind of ridiculous to invest our money there, was because, again, minimum wage jobs you're creating at a factory at an investment of taxpayer dollars, because quite frankly, it's an assembly line production. So, but if we have like strategic development of the tools that we can sell, and then you pay people a lot more to develop those tools to actually go ahead and make those chips, well, now we're talking. Now we control the design, we control the tools, and we control the market. The only thing we're leaving off is the actual minimum wage production jobs, the stamp job, the fry cook job. We're just not having those. That's the only part of this line that we don't dominate in.
When you lose competitiveness in a certain area, you have to, by definition, any business would have to do the same. I have to do that. You have to reinvent yourself. So that may be through a high-level technology. Yeah, if that relates to chips, I don't know. But, because the reality is China is more competitive. 80 of the top brands in the West. So Apple, clothing, whatever they are, the top 80 have all got factories in the Far East, not in Europe and not in America, because the labor's cheaper. It's just that simple. And in the same way that America, Britain's well gone, but we had our manufacturing moment, with railways and stuff like that back in the 1800s. Then it became America, and you had your time
So you have to reinvent yourself. It applies to all Western countries because China and those Far Eastern countries, they have got a commercial advantage. So that's one thing, and it is possible to do. The government has to support investment in the right industries to grow in the right way. The other thing is that, and this is my sort of like in my head, the problem is that the gap between the rich and the poor is bigger than it's ever been since the 60s. So pretty much in my lifetime, you've got people making obscene amounts of money, and effectively that has come out of the working and middle class. So that gap, I don't think is sustainable, and it's how we address that. Because it's all right going, yeah, well, it's opportunity. We're in a capitalist society. Well, my problem with that is I don't think it's a level playing field. So if you think of the banking crash in 2008, because there was subprime mortgages and people were defaulting all over the place, and that caused a massive issue. Well, the banks were bailed out. If my business fucks up, nobody bails me out. Yeah, and I understand why, because you've got to have a banking system if you're going to be a capitalist society. But we're going to have the first trillionaire shortly, and that gap, I just don't think it's sustainable. And what I would suggest as a solution will not go down well, which is we should tax wealth, not income, more. But I will get accused of being a communist for saying that.
That makes no sense. You can't tax wealth. You can't. Like, it's not even feasible. How do you ascribe wealth? You're going to talk about unrealized gains. You're going to say, like, Elon Musk, he's a trillionaire in theory. But if you were going to liquefy his assets, would he be a trillionaire? I don't know. Maybe. It's whatever speculation is or assets are. And most of it, 90% of that is mostly speculative. It's what do you think Twitter will sell for? What do you think Tesla will sell for? I mean, you're trying to say we should tax wealth, which is mind-numbingly like you can't. You just can't. It's been tried, it's been done, and it's been an epic failure. You cannot just sit down there and say, I think you have too much, I'm going to take it. How do you take it? How do you break it? Are you going to break apart Tesla? Are you going to say, you know what, I'm going to provide 350 million shares of it and give it each a share to everybody else, and those are the only shares that can be leveraged against the company. There's no way to do that, to basically assess somebody's wealth. I could be a trillionaire. You don't know that, because if I had literally all of my money out there in either providing jobs for the economy, etc., then I'm actually part of the progress going forward. And the reason why we looked at stabilizing the economic picture, even though I disagreed with it, I thought CEOs should have been leveraged fine. Some of them should have went to jail. Only a few people went to jail. And I think they should have been penalized. However, and I didn't agree with the golden parachutes. Those are different from the idea that, hey, the largest insurer in the world, not just in America, but the world, had global significant impacts. And we were like, should we bail them out? Yes, you absolutely should have. You had to back them. Because if you didn't, the downstream impacts would have been catastrophic. It's not just the fact that they would have went out of business because you think it's just a small mom and pop scope, but the fact that these companies had such large expenditures than everybody else, and they were relying on the banks as part of their backup, you didn't understand how bad that would have assumed. That would have collapsed hospital systems. We only have 6,700 of them in the country to take care of 350 million people. That would have been catastrophic. The fucking transportation industry would have been impacted. Your jobs would have been impacted. Can you imagine your employer going, I have to pay 50, 70, 120% over current rates for you to have healthcare benefits and say, you know what, I'm just going to go to a NACRA plan, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you $500. You go find a health insurance plan, and you manage it on your own. And that's exactly what was looked at. I know this because we're still doing some of that shit today.
Yeah.
And so your idea of looking at it through a mom and pop business versus a global economic scale, and not to mention the impact that it would have had on Canada, Mexico, literally trade agreements, Europe, the Middle East, we would have caused massive devastation globally just by letting that major insurer go ahead. Now, you could blame the individuals. That part I agree with. But not bailing out a certain industry that literally was propping up a large or significant part of our economy and saying we should have just suffered with it, I don't know. You'd have to offer a different solution other than just let it fail, because McCain tried that and he was pushed out.
I didn't. The point I was making was I didn't say we should let it fail. I said we have to have a banking system. Yeah, and whatever that it entails in terms of like the insurance company that you referred to. However, it doesn't take away the fact that the system had. So therefore, you've got to agree that by definition that means that we're not in a capitalist society then. Yeah, because you can't support businesses and not support everybody. No, that's not fair.
Actually, we can.
Well, capitalism is a fair exchange of value, where that value is dictated by the market.
No golden parachutes, Mike, and that's not capitalism. That's socialism. Once you give the golden parachutes, especially when it comes to lazy behavior, that's exactly what happened to the big three. Why they started fucking tanking and allowed the Jap cars to come in and start dominating.
I'm not talking about the auto industry. I'm talking about someone who's looking at our economic picture and our stability from England and then telling us we should have let them fall.
No.
But the idea that this insurance, which was the premier, like the downstream, Sig, I can tell you this: if we'd have done that in 2008. Your daughter would be suffering today. That's how bad this would have been.
But why did it get to that point, Brad?
Because the banks, again, you can fault the people. I'm not discounting it. Lock them up in jail. Go ahead. Get rid of the golden parachutes for these CEOs and execs. I'm not saying that. But if you had to financially prop up the industry because of those decisions of a few, then yes, those CEOs, yes, send them to jail. But in the meantime, are you going to allow the millions upon millions? I mean, what are we at, 350 million? Let's say about 125 million people who would have been drastically affected with both employment, loss of home, and income. Would you have said, hey, you know what, we should just let that fail? Because our economic picture on that, we wouldn't have been able to recover from that. We wouldn't. We'd still be going on that issue.
But Brad, this goes back to
I didn't suggest that we should.
Yeah, that's the thing, Brad. Again, is that you're right. Throw them in jail, but that's not. There's no consequences at all for these people. So they keep making irresponsible decisions while they still reaping tons of profit, and there's zero fucking consequence. And it's just a cycle over and over and over. So now we're at the point where we keep doing this, and now the whole thing's about to collapse. It's about to fucking collapse because we kept doing this, right?
Well, we're not going to collapse. So we've actually put much more safeguards in, and we've done a lot of things on the back end to prevent that very thing from happening. And believe it or not, what's going on right now is actually a big dogfight. And yes, there's problems with the BUCAs and major insurance companies nationwide. It's because of the risk assessments and the inflationary prices from both medical and property P&Ls, and these are causing massive problems because they're overinflated rates. And to be honest, the insurance companies who were a stopgap, they used to be horrible, but now they're more of a stopgap against these inflationary prices. And people think somehow or another they're the cause of both quality of care as well as the cost increases, and they're not. They're the ones trying to fight back, but they're getting slammed from guess who? The medical community and the rebuilders that are on the P&L side. So these guys are able to optically change your mind, and you're not looking at the correct picture. Once these insurance companies pull out, like California, you have a wildfire now, and you don't have homeowners insurance, you're not rebuilding. you don't have the capability or the financial funds. If you do, hats off to you. But the majority of people do not. This is the benefit of insurance. And at the rates that have medical facilities, which you only have one or two in your cities, one of these determines what those rates are going to be. If you can't afford that care, all they have to do is fall under EMTALA. They have to stabilize you and kick you out. And then they'll apply for Medicare or Medicaid if you qualify under those programs. If not, you get substandard care. And we're aware that the most fucking inhumane thing, the most egregious care is under the Medicaid program. You get sub care. So I caution you, like saying, oh, we should just let certain entities fail, because again, if you didn't bail out the insurance company, that, like saying, we all would have been, like, I was in pain. I would have been still destitute. I probably would have, like, honestly, Sig, I probably would have put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger over what would happen, because I couldn't afford those bills. Like, if I didn't have the insurance to pay for my wife, that would have, like, overwhelmed.
But why did the bills get that high? Okay, again, I can look at the cosmetic industry. Okay, no insurance, no government regulation in that industry, and the cost has gone down, and the care and the quality has gone better. So why would that same model not apply to healthcare? And they're exactly mainstream healthcare. They're the exact same thing, Brad. So I'm not buying what you're saying, because we have an industry that shows whenever you take the bureaucracy out of this shit, it goes back to natural capitalism, which is, hey, in order for me to stay competitive, I've got to get better at my skill and then find a way to become cheaper.
So a couple of things have happened. The number of cosmetic surgeries are truly down overall. What you have is repeats of individuals going for this, but you don't have the massive fluxes such as like the 90s and the early 2000s. That has kind of dissipated a little bit. Also, as well as a lot of the cosmetic surgeries, at first, almost all of them were denied by insurances. They are no longer denying them. So like breast reduction, breast augmentation can be covered by your insurances. It's even covered by a variety of private health plans. So you're not seeing that on the private side, you're seeing it on the insurance side. We also cover a lot more in terms of like a variety of these issues. So the cosmetic industry has actually made its way into your insurance coverage, and actually is.
It's not though. Okay, yeah, Brian.
I get that, but hold on.
I'm talking facial restructuring.
Facial reconstruction is actually covered. Like, it's literally covered under your insurance.
Prove that it's medically necessary. Outside of that, if you just want to go and get
No, it only has to be proven due to a medical cause. It cannot be to just improve your nose. Medical necessity is something different. But
that's what I said. But if you want to just go and get a facelift, Brad, yeah, it's not going to be covered. You have to prove that it's medically necessary.
But the reason those private costs, like your like nose job because you want a twinkle nose, which sake I know you got a nose job. So, but I mean, like if you have that done, the reason why those rates are dropping is because the insurance carriers are actually paying onto it, so they can lower their prices, grab more clients, and say, hey, the pool is shrinking. We can lower down, make our rates a little bit more affordable, so I can get all the tweet.
Insurance is not involved in cosmetic surgery.
Yes, it is. It's so involved. I literally have
everybody I know that
cosmetic surgery is covered under insurance, medical insurance, and there's a shit ton of plans like my wife's
aunt just literally 2 months ago just went. She had to pay fucking $10,000 out of her own pocket for
Buffalo Teacher School. And actually did a two-time Buffalo Teacher Schools. The entire teachers district can get breast augmentation.
We're not talking about.
But it depends on the plan. Your wife's plan may not actually cover that.
Okay. And what's the criteria? Yeah, what's the criteria for breast augmentation? It has to be causing some type of back pain, some type of discomfort. It has to be medically
cancer
too. Right. But just to go in and get a boob job because my boobs are too big and I don't like them, or because my boobs are too small, right? That's not true. What you're saying? That's not true.
Okay. Yes.
Well, it's possible for us to not get into the weeds here, because Brad said something that I think that we as a country should have went through. I think we should have not bailed anyone out. I think if you decide as a company to do the various things, and say, I agree with you, there should be a penalty. And the penalty is you go bankrupt.
that got involved in subprime loans and all the stuff that we did as individual people, you know, people knew they couldn't afford those homes. They knew they couldn't afford those loans, but they did it on their own. So you know what? We actually collapsed our own system versus having the bureaucracy, quote unquote, bail us out. They didn't bail us out. What they did is they patted mediocrity on the back. And you know what happens now? Now we have, again, $35 trillion worth of debt, $18 trillion worth of debt in the just individual people of the 350 million Americans because no one is being responsible for their own behavior. Again, it comes down to we the people, not we the government. There is no central government anywhere. I don't care what we do. We put a Band-Aid on the, what we call it, the Great Depression, and now we're putting a Band-Aid on 2008, and we're getting ready to put a Band-Aid again on the collapse that's getting ready to take place right now. So instead of us thinking that we can just keep printing money and doing whatever we want to do, we're going to mess up ourselves to the point where we're going to bankrupt ourselves because we're not holding ourselves accountable.
Well, I think it's only fair to say to a certain extent, the problem that you have is politicians take money so they can get power. When they get it, they owe these people money back. So our representatives aren't really representing us. They're just paying their debts back, which is why both Republicans and Democrats don't get shit done. It's one doing and one undoing of the other.
It's a little deeper than just personal accountability.
We got people in California. Yeah, we got people in California. We got people
more than just personal. It's more than just personal.
No, I understand. I understand. But hold on. It has to be personal. It has to be personal first. You know why? Because it starts with each individual American, right? What I decide in my community affects first my local community, then affects my state, and then eventually affects. So all of us are involved. If someone's presenting my wife or I a subprime loan, and we go ahead and sign that loan, knowing we call it predatory, right? But if you know the predator's coming and you still go ahead and do it, when do I hold myself responsible for anything? So I hear you loud and clear. And you know what somebody told me today? Well, maybe they don't have the education. Maybe they don't know. Well, don't sign anything if you don't have the education for it. You should be signing nothing. Don't go to the bank and ask for money because you'll be a slave to the lender for the rest of your life. This is just facts, guys. I don't know where we get this from, but listen.
Yeah,
the government almost does nothing.
You lose your house, but the bank doesn't suffer.
And that's
much less problem.
Right, that's my thing too, is if we're going to socialize a liability, then motherfucker, be fair and socialize the fucking profits as well. And we're not seeing that, Brandon. That's been our whole.
Well, and it doesn't work. I mean, sooner or later, you'll run out of somebody else's money.
But I have a question. That's the idea of stock. That's the idea of owning companies, owning a stock. That's how they play it. Like that's how you get a piece of the pie. By the way, but it's a systemic problem, and this is rewound 100 years. It's global. So I understand what you mean that it's personal decisions for sure, but it's a systemic problem, and it would take a while to unpack, and you only know it when you're inside the game. To really unpack what the real game is. So housing prices, all those things are just asset bubbles that are predictable.
I have a question for Mr. Edward, please. If you don't mind, Mr. Edward.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Edward, here in the Northeast, I know you're in California, but here in the Northeast, we got a very serious, I think you guys do it in California as well, a very, very serious prescription drug problem. And a couple of years ago, what they did in order to help mitigate the prescription drug problem was to crack down on doctors and their prescription prescribing of painkillers. Because it turns out that I read a report, it was a couple of years ago, I read this report, it was 7 out of 10 kids, or 7 out of 10 people who were addicted to heroin had been prescribed opiates to help with their pain, right? So do you agree that with that legislation to agree with legislation cracking down on doctors and saying, hey, like, look, in order for you guys to prescribe these crazy heavy hitter painkillers, you need to have a lot more than just this patient has pain?
Legislation at the same time. See, I still believe in personal responsibility. When I go to my primary care physician, I will always ask the primary care think. They also legislate you can smoke weed and you can stick a needle in your arm. So which legislation is the individual going to really take?
No, and that's fair. And the reason I bring it up is not to have a discussion about the healthcare system necessarily. I mean, you can have that discussion if you want. But it's like when you're talking about predatory loans and that kind of thing, it's like I'm about as libertarian as possible to get, right? Like I don't want the government making a bunch of unnecessary rules and regulating things that don't need to be regulated. I generally speaking, have a massive fear, particularly of the federal government, but of bureaucracy in general. So I'm inclined to agree with you on a lot of those things, and that's why I find it interesting that you said it was a combination of things. And I would tend to agree with you. But it's like, I feel like, yes, I'm not going to sign on the dotted line.
How much of my responsibility in my life do you think some elected official, whether it's my mayor or my sheriff or my congressman or congresswoman here in the state of California, do I think Nancy Pelosi or our governor, Mr. Newsom, do you think these people have my best interest in mind? Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
Actually, they could. I mean,
they're supposed to. Yeah. Theoretically, and that's why I bring this up.
And they do pass legislation that benefits the people of their districts or states. So yes, I mean, yes, at times you may not agree with it, but they actually are representative of the masses on there. And the whole personal responsibility thing is a cute argument, but it doesn't apply to the wider swath of the economic picture for a nation to operate in.
Sure, and you know what I learned? But that's why I brought up that in relation to the loan argument. Is like, again, we talk about healthcare if you want to talk, but that's what I was trying to say. Is like, hey, like, and again, I'm the last person to say, hey, I want the government involved in this, but like, I think like having the FDA stamping food that's unhealthy or saying, hey, like, look, you're deceiving your customers when it comes to what is actually in their food. Like, I don't actually think that like. This is something where I'm like, hey, look, the government could get involved in this, and this could actually be a positive thing, right? So like deceiving the consumer, right? Like I think that there's actual room there for the government to be able to step in.
Right. But what we're arguing is that when it comes to the flow of money bureaucracy, every time the government gets involved, shit gets out of control. Education system's another example of that.
I agree.
You used to be able to go to a 4-year college, work summer jobs, and have it paid off and be on your merry way. Once the government got involved, what happened? The price of fucking post-secondary education is fucking outrageous, and it's gotten a shit ton of fucking retarded ass Americans in fucking debt.
But that's not necessarily the whole picture there. Like, so yes, I agree that the government should have been done for a lot of those loans and just guaranteed the backing of the colleges. But then you're removing the accountability from the college who said, oh wait, there's a pool of free money. Let's market at a higher end, which they did because you know what, they're on government lands, they got government grants, and there's a big pool of money there available for their education. And they said everybody needs to go to college. And then what did they do? They turned around and by 1,500% up their rates. So like, yeah, I get
in the root cause. The first domino tip was the government getting involved.
But wait, hold on. But that first domino actually helped provide education to at least opportunities to hundreds, if not millions of kids that would otherwise not be able to attend a university. So the good intention was there, but I mean, at the end of it, like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I thought maybe a better legislation would have been, hey, colleges, you know, you're in this state, you have to, even if you're a private school, you have to account for some of these individuals from the states. They could have done that and said you have to do it at a discounted or income-based rate, and it cannot be fluctuated, and no, you cannot take 20 years to pay off a student loan. You could have passed legislation like that. What you're arguing about is the way the legislation was passed, and yes, unless there's an alternative solution presented, that actually benefited America because we exponentially increased our wealth rapidly.
We're $40 trillion in debt. What wealth? Debt is not wealth.
The conversation regarding healthcare, like,
but that is wealth.
We have the Hippocratic oath that doctors take. Not all countries have that. We have that advantage, and some people are very fortunate and have lived because of the Hippocratic oath. And there are very many people in other countries that don't have that.
Sure, but respectfully, we have this preconceived notion, and I think it's a bullshit notion that in this country between the American people and their government.
He wasn't actually finished.
Oh, sorry. No, I just genuinely didn't mean to cut you off.
But you cut me off to speak, and then you didn't let him.
Sorry,
finish.
I apologize.
And you took a long ass pause. I thought you was done too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I thought you were done too. Yeah, but go ahead. You can finish your thought.
Like education, right? Like we tried to open it up. We tried to make it available for anyone, and universities took advantage of that. Unfortunately, like they're really bullshit degrees right now, unfortunately, and the only prospect for those bullshit degrees is to then educate other people in these bullshit degrees. So definitely taken advantage of. We need to like an internal audit, make sure that we're not promoting that or promulgating that.
Can you define bullshit degrees? Wondering what you meant by
Legendary studies, underwater basket. There's literally a master's degree. There's a master's degree for bagpipes. Like fucking bagpipes.
So you should be able to get a degree in whatever the hell you want, but you should not think that you're entitled to a job or a position after. A career is a whole other fucking animal.
Well, sure, but oh, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure you said that they took advantage of who? The universities. Did you hear me?
Yes, sorry. The universities took advantage of students who probably didn't know what they wanted to major in and recruited them for programs that were not going to be beneficial for their future.
Okay, so you say that the university took advantage of students that signed all the documents to take the loans and go into what you call them today. I have a very hard time believing that the individual family, the mother and father, the student themselves, were not aware. Because, unfortunately in America, we are still responsible for what we do.
I think you're also assuming that there is a mother and father that would
I'm not assuming anything.
Discussion.
No, hold on, E. I'm not assuming anything. I don't care if they're not a mother and father. If I, Edward, choose to go to college at any time, this is called an agreement between one party and another party. And when I chose to go to college...
Hey, Edward, I get what you're saying. So basically, these people have to start holding themselves accountable for making bad decisions. If you go to that university and you get a dumbass degree and you didn't do your research, just like, hey, take it out like this. Because, and it's coming from a brother that I went to the University of Toledo. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. So I went to the University of Toledo, and then I looked at it and was like, basically like, I don't know what I want to, I don't really know what I want to do. So you know what I did? I went and got a trade. I didn't build up any type of bill. I had like $5,000 worth of fucking I was gonna call it mortgages.
Student loan debt.
Student loan. Yeah, I had $5,000 worth of student loan debt, and I did my thing there and got the fuck on because I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I feel like people should literally. I think what it is, and I can't give you credit on this, E. When we're in high school, and even the way that parents pitch college to kids, we don't pitch the importance of knowing what you want to do with your life. Tell people just to go to college and that's it. We don't have a conversation of skills do you want, what do you want to do with your life and all of that shit.
And I think that becomes an issue and a problem because a lot of people don't have critical thinking skills like me and be like, all right, I don't want to keep building up this bill that I know I'm going to have to pay back eventually. So I'm going to get the away from here and I'm going to get a trade and maybe I'll go back to school in the future if I want to add something to it or if I need to add something to it. Because that's the smart thing to do. And then on top of that, basically what I'm saying is because I noticed, like I was just listening to you with Edward's conversation, is we literally are breeding people to think less. People need to be more strategic with their life and the decisions that they make in their life. Even when you in college, because I didn't finish college, but I could have finished college. I just didn't do what I wanted to do. But I did realize, because I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job. I know so many people that have degrees and don't have a job in their field because you want to know why? They were just going to school. And when I say they were just going to school, they weren't doing the shit in the summer where they was doing, what do they call it? Somebody help me out. Internships, yeah. They weren't doing internships and all of that shit. Yeah. So they weren't doing internships and all of that. So when it came, but you gonna be quiet when I'm talking, shorty, because I respected you and let you get your point off. Yeah, I would appreciate it. Thank you. But they weren't doing the internships and they weren't doing anything while they were in college, and then they wondered why they couldn't get the job. See how people just want to talk, honestly. Because I just been listening. For anybody else that wants to hear what I was saying, basically what I was saying is people do not think on their life strategically. Actually go to college, finish college, not be in a degree field that they majored in because they didn't do internships or put the work in or build the relationships to get that job. That shit is so important, and we don't pitch that enough to our kids. And this falls on the parents. This falls on the kids so that we got a safeguard to these people that are predators, because there's a such thing as predator lending.
So let me just say this really. Sorry, are you finished? You good?
Yeah, I'm done, bro. I'm done. My bad, I was long-winded.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. We got to get out of this mentality, left, right, and center, and piggybacking a bit of what Edward was saying earlier, of saying we can get out of this mentality of thinking that the government or these institutions, for that matter, are there to solve your problems. Like, if we ever look at the government and think that they're in the business of solving problems, they're not. Like, they're just not there. That's not what they're there to do. So this mentality that we have in America, where it's you pay tax money and then you get something as a result of paying in that tax money, is like there's a third party involved there, and that needs to be a factor. I'm not just like if you're getting a loan from the federal government in order, it's like student loan and that kind of thing. Like, they're not doing that because it's in your best interest to get a loan. It's in their best interest, right? So we need to make sure that third party, the government, like, we need to make sure that that's highlighted and very, very, very clear. If I'm paying tax money in, whether it be for the military, I'm paying tax dollars in for healthcare, if I'm paying tax dollars in to fix local roads, like, there's a third party there that if those problems get fixed, that buy for them, right? There's a bunch of people in that government and that bureaucracy that are better for that money. Like, and again, I'm not saying that everybody in politics is corrupt. I'm not saying that at all. And there's a lot of really, really good people in politics that are working hard for their constituents, right? But if they solve your problems, that money, then they don't need that money anymore. Like, let's just be totally real about this. And this goes for the colleges, universities, public institutions, all of this stuff.
Healthcare, everything.
Healthcare, schooling is a huge example of that. The United States spends way more money per capita than basically any westernized country in the world when it comes to education, and our test scores are nowhere near the top. You tell me why that is. You think it's because of the fucking money? It's not because of the money. It's because I'm sorry, I said more. So let's make for darn sure that when it comes to these, I'll just finish there. There is a third party there, and again, if you're getting a loan, if you're doing business with the government, they're not looking out for your best interest. They're looking at your best interest is secondary. Let me put it that way.
And that's a byproduct of capitalism. So I don't disagree with what you said, but it is a byproduct. You don't see those type of governments in other parts of the world support their people a little better if they're unsure of what they're supposed to do. But America's unique, and I think a lot of people believe that there's a net like there is around the world. In America, 5% of the population, controlling half of the economic value around the world is significant. So,
I have a question for you.
You're supposed to know what you're supposed to do. That's the underlying thought of the American society, and it's not really true unless you go through the process of vetting yourself. And I like that idea that people are not vetting themselves. I just want to throw in a little tidbit about California. California is governed on its own. It doesn't have the oversight, and just the fuel issue. I heard today that they have 1.2 billion gallons of fuel in an overstocked supply, but they're still allowing the prices to elevate because their overriding premise is eco-friendly, right? So the fuel prices there are not a result of this 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Correct.
FYI, yep.
But I mean, Ben, you're actually wrong about the education standards. We're middle of the road amongst wealthy nations. But what ends up happening is when you look at the OECD test that people like to use and cite as the baseline, we far exceed almost everywhere else in the world in terms of college graduates and our college education level. The greatest schools actually exist here. And so, and we have more people imported from all those nations that people often cite to say, South Korea, China, Japan, et cetera, go down the list. They say, they're better at it. Not necessarily. In some areas, yeah, if you're going to do a comparison to say, I don't know, Roanoke, fucking Oklahoma in the middle of Timbuktu, yeah, maybe. But overall, nationally, we're not near the bottom. We're nowhere near the bottom. And on college levels, they're all trying to send their kids here. They're massively trying to figure out how they can get their kids to the American education system for college and post-secondary degrees because we're further along. We're just better at it. So, I mean, I get your point that we could do a little more on the education front, K through 12, but we're really not at the bottom.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And, I mean, I guess I've been in the education system for so long that I've seen the amount of waste, fraud, and abuse that goes on in the education system, particularly when it comes to teachers' unions. And I'm not anti-union by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not. But public sector teachers' unions are one of the biggest money laundering schemes in America, and it's not particularly close. The amount of money that those fucking corrupt-ass organizations, pardon my language, give to politicians in exchange for favors is it's sickening. We saw it during COVID. I could rant on this for ages, and I'm forcing myself to shut up because I get so furious at the American Federation of Teachers and Weingarten and all those people. It's a joke. It's disgusting, and it's our tax money. This could be actually used either returned to the taxpayer or fucking used on actual kids that actually need the money and the resources. But no, it gets siphoned off and donated to politicians.
Yes, sir. So I'll just take a moment. I know Political Compass is going to be opening up their room here in a few minutes. So the link is up top in the Jumbotron. Make sure you guys join. Brady, you and KK hosting that room?
Yep. And we have a special surprise for everybody that's going to attend. So make sure you get there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll just say you'll probably enjoy it. A lot of truths will come out right away in the first 5 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down so that way we can get people steered in the direction of Brad and KK's Political Compass. So, but good conversation. Brad, you see how much better the conversation goes when you get out the goddamn fucking feeling?
Listen here, you twat waffle, fucking bitchery. So, I wasn't in my feelings. I just hate disingenuous fucking talking points. I absolutely hate that. You know that it irks me. I hate that fucking
feelings. Get out your fifis, bro.
So like this liberal, the liberalism that, like, or not the liberal, I shouldn't say liberalism, this, like, lefty fucking, because we do have it on the right. For those of you that don't know, the conservatives or the right wing of America has a very goofy side. It's circular. Like, our political system is actually a donut. The right will merge into the left, and you'll hear people on the right scream, "Oh my God, those liberals are horrible!" But then they'll scream for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work. And they've already had them. We've tried them. We've developed them. We did them, and they weren't sustainable. And then they get proven wrong, and then they run to their echo chambers and then say, "Invest in Bitcoin." These are just red-painted socialists. They just exist on the right, and I hate when they cherry pick things and then don't tell the full story, and then they want to regurgitate some fucking Marxist fucking economic picture from a philosopher out of a Twitter thread, and then think somehow or another it's smart.
All right, guys.
A lot of Marxists.
All right, guys. Well, hit the link up top in the Jumbotron. Join Brad and KK in the Political Compass. And I'm going to go ahead and shut the room down. Thank you guys so much for listening and being a part of the conversation, man. Much appreciate it. I got a shit ton of notes here in front of me, so I'm going to do my due diligence. And
Start with Ford and look at the history.
And Hershey. I was going to look at Hershey as well. Yeah, I was going to dig a little bit deeper into that. Absolutely, Brad. Absolutely. All right, guys. Have a great night. Be safe. 3Ski. Thank you, brother. And look at this, man. Me and 3Ski guys started off rough as fuck. This nigga wanted to fight me and shit. Now this nigga got a mob game on stage, man. So it just shows, man, having a conversation, being chill, you can build the fucking relationships, man. I mean, it always got to be at odds with each other. We can agree to disagree. We're all Americans at the end of the day, man. We're all on the same team. So, all right, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody. You guys be safe. I appreciate everybody. All right, take it easy, man. Peace.
Royce. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing today?
Vikings political compass. The Vikings.
Well, they're trying to get us out of there quicker than normal, so we got a lot more to give them in the next 2 years, I think. But it's actually very good to be here again, guys, and looking forward to tonight's discussion and to hear what President Trump has to say in about 30 or so minutes. But it's good to be able to talk about.
Mr. Right-Minded, it's wonderful to hear you again and have you with us all. A lot of you, some people in the room already know your political leanings and positions, but I want to get your quick take on this whole Iran situation. What do you think of it? Pros, cons? And we'll make it short and sweet so we can allow some other people on stage to speak before we start the live stream.
Yes, can I?
No. Your name is not Mr. Right-Minded. So can you please pause? Thank you so much. So, Mr. Right-Minded is our special guest. Go ahead.
I'm all for it. I think, what we're doing right now is absolutely amazing militarily. I've never seen anything like this before, where we basically take out pretty much our number one adversarial enemy as far as countries in the Middle East. In less than a month, their Navy, Air Force, I think a simple majority of their missile capabilities. Of course, their leadership has been taken out, I think, for the next 2 generations, if you look at it from the old regime. I've never seen anything like it before in the history. Definitely militarily. So I think this is something that we should all kind of thank our, troops for and look at the prowess of our U.S. military now under the leadership of President Trump. I also think that it shows the world that we are nothing to be fucked with moving forward, because we have the capabilities to do things that other countries have not done to a country like Iran. So that's my take on it.
I mean, particularly after what we just did to Venezuela, it was like a 1-2 punch. I can't make fun of the army anymore. Mr. Right-Minded kind of pisses me off.
Navy guy.
Problem is they didn't import any of those big booty Latina.
Oh, they're still here. You forgot about that. But as folks know, Mr. Right-Minded hails from the old wars. You should see the scars that rain down this man, the political fights we've had in this room. Mr. Right-Minded, KK, Patricia, Marshall, and a couple others that have helped support us. We're all thankful for you guys over the years. But you should have seen some of them. We actually shut down Clubhouse one night, and hats off to a lot of founding members. I saw Augustus pop his head in here. I'm really happy for him. Hope he's doing well. But we had a lot of support from a lot of club owners that came in and helped us that day. But we're one of the only clubs to shut down Clubhouse, and we did it without any big names. We basically did it on our own. And our midterms, you can probably see in the moderators' backgrounds,